DH at the moment here in this category, to be absolutely clear. Coming up to 4 o'clock, we're live from Sebring. This is IMSA Radio. Half distance, just over 10 minutes away, as another clump of cars goes across the line. And Colin Brown has to zig and zag right then left to go through the GT cars as he's trying to hold on to his position. Racer's Edge, Acura number 93, the red car, has the Sealmaster Lexus Parker Thompson 10th position in class, right on his tailpipes as well. That is the battle for 9th and 10th, and he goes down the inside, tries to make the move. In fact, he's moved out of the way there as one of the prototypes came through, and Parker Thompson has to give up a position. He'll be annoyed about that. It was the 92 Porsche that was right there. So loses a bit of real estate. That Porsche, I think, laps down, but making its way back through the field. Racer's Edge machine concentrating on the Michelin Endurance Cup, right in behind the Inception number 70. That's 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. So Ferrari in there as well, not too far back. It's the number 10 leader goes through turn 1, more traffic, puts a lap on the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. We'll head to the pit lane for Shea Adam.
With Roman Grosjean. Roman, you did Daytona. You got a little taste of what IMSA's like, but have you ever experienced anything as crazy as Sebring?
Sebring is definitely something pretty unique. But I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to share that experience with Lamborghini. Sadly, we're not as fast as we would like. But we're trying everything we can on our hand to give it a go. So it's still 6 hours to go. A lot can happen, especially in Sebring. So hopefully, maybe some rain. Who knows?
You're getting to enjoy a lot of racetracks that you don't get on the IndyCar scheduled by doing the endurance program. Watkins Glen coming up, and then Road Atlanta. Are you looking forward to those races as well?
Yeah, I really enjoy discovering a lot of races in the US. As we are doing Daytona and Sebring, Petit Le Mans, Watkins Glen, they're all really cool track, really historical tracks. So it's good that I get the chance to do both.
Enjoy the bumps for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Roman Grosjean. Still Philippe Albuquerque just easing away from Renger van der Zande, who can't really make a break from Jack Aitken, but Aitken can't get into a position to challenge Jeremy.
No, that's really interesting, isn't it? Philippe Albuquerque is really working the traffic beautifully over the course of the last 3 or 4 laps. He was under pretty intense pressure, despite the fact he'd set that car's fastest laps of the race on 2 separate occasions, and several other times he came close to matching it as well. So he's setting a really fast pace out front. But now finally that's beginning to pay some dividends. The last few laps he's pulled away. He now got nearly 5 seconds over Renger van der Zande. Again, another 49 there for our race leader, Philippe Albuquerque. The last stint with the 01 car out in front, that was Renger van der Zande driving then. He was doing 52s and 53s for the majority of that stint. Now Albuquerque's doing 49s on a pretty regular basis, and certainly 50s other than that. So the pace has really been upped since the halfway point in this race.
No further points at this 2-hour mark. We've got to go to the 8-hour mark before we get more for the Michelin Endurance Cup. So just reset our Porsche keys to the race. The tyres, this has been the one, as we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 prototypes feeding down into turn 1 and just about following them through. Frank Pereira just having to lift off and keep out the way in the green 63 Lamborghini. They're all playing nicely, at least for the moment. There's still more than half of this race to go, and that is the lead in LMP2 battle that we see going down to turn number 7. As Renger van der Zande just reset the outright fastest lap of the race with a 48.3. Meantime, Scott McLaughlin with Paul Loop Shannon right on his tail. Barely a tenth of a second between them as they go by the Volt Racing Porsche. They're into turn 13, heading to the sweepers that leads to the Le Mans right-hander onto the Ulmann Straight. So quick to through here in a downforce car. Oh, great exit from turn 16 by Scott McLaughlin as he puts another prototype between himself and Paul-Loup Chatin. That car, whatever was wrong with that car, the team aren't admitting to it, but they've cleared it up because that car's fought its way through. Dropped down to 5th position in class as McLaughlin goes to the pit. So this is out of the lead of LMP2 for the Tower Motorsport number 8. And Shea Adam is in the pit lane.
And I can see the headlights flashing as they come down the pit lane, and the pit board is waving. They do have new tires up on the wall for Scotty Mack, but it won't be Scotty Mack staying aboard. That looks like Kiffin Simpson's slender figure that is now installing itself behind the wheel of that number 8 Tower Motorsport Orica. So new tires and new driver for the former LMP2 leader. While meanwhile, a little bit further up towards pit out, we are waiting the stop for both of the BMWs, the 24 and the 25. 24 will be getting a driver change. Augusto Farfus taking over with new tires for the 25, but I do not see a helmeted replacement driver anywhere on the wall. And meanwhile, the 31 Action Express, this is the Whelen Engineering car, they have jumped up onto the wall as well. These tires, they have stripes across them. They have been cleaned off once before. Let me actually just come up a little bit closer and take a sneaky look. No, they have stripes on them. They're new from the factory. Ooh, nice new rubber going on to the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac and Pipo Derani.
Didn't have the best of runs earlier on, trying to double stint a set of tyres that they'd qualified on, and I'm not sure that really worked for them, but they're back into it now. Just a moment or two ago down at turn 1. Oh, problem for the 01 Cadillac. Almost looked like the car lifted. It was a lift off from Renger van der Zande. Just after he crossed the line, as we have the Porsche number 7 into the pit lane. Shea Adam.
Matty Campbell is taking over this car, and he is also getting 4 new Michelin tires. I did double check with the team, by the way. It's just something within the mold. So the weird stripes that I was seeing on the Michelin tires that will go on to the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, that is in fact a brand new set of tires. It just looks as if someone has taken the heat gun to it when you look from further away and scraped off all the old bits of rubber to try and make it new again. That's not the case. They are indeed new. There we go. There's Matt Campbell back out into the race, and we wait for the service to be completed for the 24 BMW, and everybody else is starting to react, although I'm not seeing movement yet from the Acura pit wall as far as Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti is concerned.
Shea Adam in the pit lane. We've kicked the hornet's nest here with the LMH, LMHH, HC. I always said it was daft to have a class that was called hypercar, and cars within that class called LMH, standing for Le Mans Hypercar, which is also LMH-H for the hybrids and just LMH for the non-hybrids. And that's exactly how it was shown yesterday on the WEC timing screens that we have here in the Global Broadcast Centre. The class was shown as HC for hypercar. The cars within that class, either hybrid or non-hybrid. LMH standing for Le Mans Hypercar, with a dash for the hybrid cars. That's all of the LMDHs running the GTP class here, the top class here, the ACO version. So what happened to the 01 LMDH GTP car as he went across the line?
Well,
just a lift off, was it?
Yeah, was that a strategic call by Cadillac?
Yeah. Because
they're
in different parts of their strategy, Jeremy. But they're not the same team.
They're not, but they are pretty much running as one. I mean, they're part together. All the engineers are working together. There's a very close collaboration. Yes, they are run by separate organizations, but it's a really, really close collaboration between those two organizations. And I just wonder whether the number 31 car was allowed to go through there and see if he can make any inroads into the lead of Phil Albuquerque. Well, he didn't on that last lap, because Albuquerque was about a tenth of a second quicker. But this is a really good pace. In fact, all of the top 6 cars on that last lap were in the 50s, within about 2/10 of a second of each other.
We are at half distance here at Sebring for the 71st running of the Mobil 1 12 hours, 6 hours into this classic. New fastest lap in LMP3. There is definitely pace out there as the cloud cover's been around for a little while now, Jeremy. And it's just easing by a degree or two. That track temperature, air temperature 31 Celsius, track 31, that's evened itself off now. And cars with new tyres and a bit of space. And as I say that, a fastest lap as well for JDC, Timon Valderhelm, in the number 85 bright yellow car. And the battle at the front of the field continues to rage on, with Philippe Albuquerque having an almost 5-second lead. Now what's going to happen? Are we going to see Jack Aitken start to take time out of the leader? That looked like a strategic move on the front straight the last time around. Shea Adam in the pit lane with some pit callers.
I was not expecting this pit caller to come in first, though, John, because when I last looked, the 10 were still sitting down on the wall. Well, they have sprung into action in almighty fashion, and all of a sudden, the Konica Minolta mechanics up on the wall, they have 2 new tires in hand, as well as the fuel probe. In also is the 31. I'm going to watch the 10 stop first and see which tires they are changing. No, they are going to do all 4. They do a staggered stop. It is 4 tires as well for the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Driver change going on. Jack Aitken out. Pipo Giovanni in. No driver change for the 10. They are doing the Corvette racing strategy, if you will, as of yesterday, where they make sure that every driver drives for the longest amount of time humanly possible. It is a driver change for the 25 BMW. By the way, Sheldon Van der Linde jumping out there. Connor De Filippi getting in. They put new right side tires on the 25 BMW, adjusting the tire pressures on the left side Michelins, but those ones staying on the car. We wait now. The first car to be able to be sent once again should be the 10. There we go. 40 seconds in the box for them to get a full load of energy. 40 seconds as well for the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. So perhaps you were right, John. Maybe the minimum time is 40 seconds for everybody up and down the pit lane now. Must admit, I missed that if that is the case. The 25 BMW waiting for their service to be complete, and we are waiting for the 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes. That will come in. Jules Gagnon, from whom you just heard a few seconds ago, not talking to us from inside the car, but he will talk to us when he gets out of it, because it will be Danny Juncadella taking over that car.
Wicker Bill weighing in on the hypercar. When it's a hypercar, not a hypercar, when it's an LMH argument. He says, do they become a hypercar at Le Mans? Only during hyperpole, which is a session. Hyperpole for the hypercar. Oh, big thump from Harter Racing, number 27, onto the back of the number 63. That was the Lamborghini. And I think that's going to get them. Actually, that was a replay. Not sure when that happened. So let's go to Shea in the pit lane for Renger van der Zande out of the lead of the motor race.
I was very confused by that, John, because 27 is into the pit lane. Roman DeAngelis has gotten out, and Marco Sorensen has taken over that car. So maybe I need to go down to Roman and chat to him first about that big thump that you saw. It is full service for the 22. If by full service, we mean fuel. That's all they're doing here. The Michelin staying on the car. They do look a little bit worn, but they still look fairly new. I have to say, Renger doing a good job taking care of these tires. Since the last time he came into the pit lane, he got them put on the car, having taken out used tires before. 39 seconds stationary for Renger, so didn't quite need a full load to be able to go back out once again. And further down the pit lane, it is very congested. The number 6 Porsche is in for full service fuel and tires. We've got the 63 Lamborghini right behind him. It looks like Frank Pereira has stayed aboard for that one, although talking to Roman Grosjean, he was expecting to get in, so maybe it is the Phoenix. And for the number 60, it was full service as well. I think that's Tom Blomqvist's helmet now, John, but you'll have to correct me once scoring loop has been triggered. Further down the pit lane, I do see the bright blue in the grille of the Windward Racing Mercedes. That's a GTD car. And I had seen Russell Ward with his all-black carbon helmet getting ready to take over for a stint. So Indy Dacia also out being on the racetrack.
By the way, if you didn't hear, if you weren't listening yesterday on our WEC broadcast, we did have Thierry Bouvet, the man at the head of ACO Technical, talking about the hypercar LMDH class. And if you didn't hear that, it was really fascinating how they measure the performance of these cars, the performance potential. We're going to chop that up in the next week or so and put that out as a podcast via radiolemans.com. So keep an eye on that. We'll make sure that we publicise that on IMSA Radio as well, because it does actually affect what's going on, how that data is collected to balance the vastly different philosophies and indeed rule sets between the 3 different types of cars that can compete together in the top class, whatever we want to call them. Incident responsibility for car number 27 with the, it was the 78 that it ran in the back of 2 at turn number 4. That was the Forte Racing Lamborghini Huracan, Laura Spinelli. However, a warning for that. Wow, I think that's very lucky
generous
for them. Generous, Jeremy, yes, well done. Well done. So, once again, the number 1 car moves over to allow the Whelen car to go through. So Pipo Tirani now gets ahead and back into 2nd position. So that this time that was coming out of turn number 5. Big wiggle by the gold-fronted car. Goes through turn 4. Oh no, there's a big slide.
It's a spin.
So it wasn't a pullover, it was a spin from Renger van der Zande, and he was getting back up the pace. That's why he looked so slow. And Pipo Tirani swept by and is now only about 5 or 6 seconds behind the leader. Albuquerque still leading. Pipo Tirani in 2nd. And the 0-1 gold-fronted Cadillac having now dropped back down to 3rd position, but has around about 10-12 seconds between himself and the first of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good lead there, but that was just his 2nd lap out of the pits, so perhaps the tyres not fully up to temperature there potentially, although Last time around for a race lead was a 50.2. This time it's a 49.7 for Philip Albuquerque. Pipo Derani, however, 49.1 in that Whelen Engineering number 31 Cadillac. 8 seconds the margin between first and second.
So is he getting back up to speed now, Jeremy? That's the question. Or was the damage done to his tyres by Renger van der Zande? It was a snap spin. He has to check up behind 2 GTD cars going down to turn 7 this time. One of them the 8 all bright green Rexy Porsche. Top 8 cars in GTP, the whole category, all still on the same lap. Actually, has Farfus fallen off the lead lap, Jeremy, in the 24 GTP?
No.
Just right on the end of it.
Yeah, no, he's got a little bit of leeway yet.
Okay. Yeah, he's got about 20 seconds, hasn't he? Yeah. So pit stops again, and the WeatherTech number 79 is in the pits. Jules Gounon got out of that car share, Adam.
Yes, he did. Fuel tires and a driver change, as well as a valuable windshield tear-off. So I guess we're getting to that part of the day as well, where they're starting to ask for the windshield tear-off. He says Justin Cleans. Danny Juncadea fires the Mercedes back up and gets moving. 47 seconds total stationary in the pit box. A bit longer of a stop, goes further down the lane. We also have 2 Aston Martins in, one of which is very competitive in the GTD class. That's the Magnus Racing Aston Martin. 44 adorning the side. I think that was Spencer Pompelli's helmet, actually. Behind the middle of that car, you'll have to let me know as they trigger the timing beacon, but not into the pits. Corvette Racing, theirs should be coming in this lap around. Fuel tires, no driver change. Tommy Milner staying aboard.
BMW number 24 moving slowly right on the far side of the circuit, and very slowly indeed. Now, is this a car? I don't see any tyre issues on that car. This is the Augusto Farfus car, and I think it has now dropped off the lead lap. If it hasn't, it will do in just a second. Here comes the 31. Yep, 31 goes past it, and that means the number 10 has already gone by into the pit lane for the leading GTD Pro car. Tommy Milner comes in. The WeatherTech car came in the lap before, as did Davide Rigon. That was second and third. So they're into the pit lane. What is the problem with the 24 car? We'll try and find that out as Shea Adam watches this stop.
Wow, Jules Gounon, it's a lot cooler standing back here behind the pit box than it is out on the pit lane. How hot is it in the Mercedes?
Yeah, it's very hot. We have a nice V8 engine in front that is blowing here to the side, very hot. But no, the car is good. Corvette looks very strong. The Ferrari was closing also. And now it's why we love IMSA. It's a fuel game, so you are behind each other. You're trying to coast a bit more than the other one, and that's why we love racing here. There is not only pace, it's strategy, fueling, team, pit stop, drivers. It's the best series in the world.
Does this race, though, even compare to Bathurst or Daytona? It's its own beast, isn't it?
It's a what, sorry?
It's its own beast, this race.
Yeah, well, Bathurst is also hard, but this race is a bit different than Bathurst. Every race has its own particularity, but this one, the bumps are really crazy. So towards the race also, the track is changing a lot, and this you don't have so much in other track. So right now, for example, you have to go very, very tight on the line that we don't have before, and before you could go wide, and now you need to be really tight inside, a bit like go-kart times, you know. So this track is one of the unique one in the world, and it's always amazing to race on this one.
Keep enjoying it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing it.
Smashing lad, Jules Gounon. And Shea just telling me he is absolutely dripping. Problems for the number 8 car. It's been in the wall during that interview, and we have a full course yellow. This is great news for the 24 BMW if it can get back, Jeremy.
Second place car in LMP2.
Yes.
I think it's Kevin Simpson who's just been turning some good laps.
Yeah, he's got the wiper going, he's got the rear aerofoil hanging off, he's been all arms and elbows on that one at some stage. Now, can this BMW number 24 get round to the pit lane? It's on the Ullman straight now, almost on, it's almost at pit lane limiter speed, but none of the pit lane limiter lights are flashing on that car. I wonder if they're trying to get home on battery power. He's doing well if he's done that. Shea Adam has been speaking to the RLL team, and what are they saying or telling you, Shea?
Well, they're all on a golf cart heading back to the garage, so they've told him to make it straight back there, and if he can make it into the pit lane, he does have the option of making the hard right turn straight as soon as he gets in, as if you're going to the podium, but we're not quite ready to go to the podium yet.
That was almost an hour of green flag racing, 57 minutes, I would say. And we've still got 7 cars on the lead lap, but the number 24 BMW is not anymore.
So Kiffin Simpson then coming out of turn 3, clipping the coming out of turn 1, excuse me, clipping the dirt, and that will have speared him across the track to the left-hand side. Yes, it did, and he ends up in a dust cloud between 1 and 2. Having spun the right-hand rear Michelin up on the exit of turn number 1. And to be honest, Jeremy, yes, he's got bodywork damage, but the wheels seem to be pointing roughly in the right direction. He's got away lightly from that, and I mean really lightly. There are big, big trenches behind the back of the blue and white curbs. And that speed through turn 1, that could have been much, much worse for Kiffin Simpson.
Yeah, it's his lucky day there, isn't it? Because, gosh, you can have a massive accident there. And if he's just got away with some damage to the front and the back, but nothing to the suspension, he'd be considered himself fortunate. That BMW, unfortunately, has ground to a halt on the back straight.
Oh. So close, right at the exit of what was the exit of the pits for the WEC yesterday. It's about as far as the Bicolors prototype got when it tried to go out, and that had an issue with the throttle ECU. It's all pretty much been, actually, I know that's not fair, it's a bit further down than that. It's at one of the cutouts. It's further down, much further down the pit lane than the exit from WEC pit lane. It's at the final cutout before turn 17. Can you see space there, Jeremy? Space there? No, no spaces down there from the overhead shot. Record crowd here. General admission parking on the infield sold out coming into this race. RV general admission sold out coming into this race. The overflow south and west parking lots opened up on advice of the local law enforcement. I have to say, by the way, excellent job by everyone concerned of getting people in and out. There was potential for some quite long delays on Friday and this morning, and the local sheriff's department and the Sebring police were out in force to open up extra lanes, double lane people coming into the track, particularly those who were being sectioned off because we had credentials. And this morning, absolutely no issue getting in at all. New procedures put in place overnight, and it took us about 30 minutes, 30 fewer minutes to get in this morning than it did yesterday. So congratulations to everyone for upping their game. Huge amount of people coming in yesterday during the WEC race. Joe Bradley was telling me when he was doing the formalities before the 1,000 miles of Sebring. People parking up their RVs to drivers left on the Ullman Straight, the back straight. It's the first time that's been opened for that type of access. And that filled up massively during the course of the WEC race and is, of course, absolutely packed for today. So what's this, the 5th or the 6th, Jeremy?
No, 5th, I think. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We've had 13 different lead changes, by my reckoning.
Full course yellow. The pits are open for prototype. Shea is waiting for the tower car to make it back. How many takers have you got, Shea?
Oh, all the GTP cars, but the pit exit light is on. Let's see who remembers to put the brakes on. So far, there is a nice, neat, orderly queue. Nobody's gone slamming into the back of it yet. And thankfully, the green light comes on, and there is no carnage. I was just having a flashback of Petit Le Mans from several years ago when the red light was on, and some people noticed the red light and others didn't, and then there was a giant pileup that took out a lot of the GT cars in the field. But I'm still waiting for that Tower Motorsport prototype to come into the pits. It has not yet come around. The good news, though, John, they have a new tail and they have a new nose for the number 8, so hopefully there's no damage beneath the surface and she can go back out.
I think they may have gotten away quite lightly with that, Shea. Well, the car's just pulling in now. We'll come back to you for that whilst we are under this 5th full course yellow behind the blue Cadillac V Series safety car. Welcome to the booth, the Director of Motorsport North America for Michelin, Jason Anzalone. Jason, welcome back to the broadcast centre. How are you?
Hey, John, I'm doing great. Happy to be down here in Sebring.
Now, are you sure you're doing great? Because you've got 27 million cars to put tyres on this week. And what was the final count in terms of cars that you had to service and tyres that you had to bring here?
So during the prologue weekend plus this week, there was 189 cars that we had to service, and we brought a staggering 17,800 tires to service it all.
I talked about the Michelin Tyre Centre in the paddock being a village, and I said it's a village with a greengrocer's, a small supermarket, a post office. I mean, how many people are working here, Jason?
Yeah, we brought quite the crew. So we had a total of 34 fitters for today, a little less for other days, but that's just from the U.S. staff, plus we had another 13 from the European staff. So a big group of people.
With it being Super Sebring, the WEC were here yesterday as well. What effect has convergence had on how you supply each of those championships? And did you have to be slightly careful to make sure everybody got the right tyres because they were all coming out of that same village?
Yeah, of course we have to be careful. In IMSA, we're running one spec in GTP. In WEC, they had 2 specs to choose from. But of course, the spec that we were running in IMSA and one spec in WEC being the same tire. So little less concern there, but of course we want to make sure that we're fitting the right tire on the right car.
The global supply issues that plagued everybody, are they flattening out a little bit now, Jason?
I would argue they are flattening out, John. We're seeing more consistent availability. Not to say we're not seeing less demand, but I think we've gotten smarter in how we're getting tires into the U.S. and how we can service our customers.
One of the big stories coming out of Daytona, of course, was the Brady effect, under pressure, tyre pressures here. Now, you work very closely with IMSA to set those tyre pressures, and that is about safety as much as it is anything else. What's the potential problem there with people not taking your advice and going underneath the tyre pressures?
Yeah, absolutely. We work very closely with IMSA around the pre-codes for the cars. We do a tremendous amount of testing to understand where the limits are, and based on all of that testing, we have recommendations for the cars to follow in order to go around the track safely and make sure that there's no tire failures, or at the end of the day, it's really about that safety effect for the drivers.
And you're, I mean, clearly you're quite keen on all of that. Are you monitoring the pressures yourselves, or does that go through IMSA?
So it goes through IMSA. Our team works closely with IMSA in order to understand and make sure people are following the pressure, but it goes into the IMSA data logger, and we are just monitoring in the paddock with the teams. I mean, excuse me, in the pits with the teams.
Right, okay. first 3 rounds of this year, Daytona on the high banks, 208 miles an hour at the top end of the field. The bumps here at Daytona, which have always been a challenge, and then the streets of Long Beach. You couldn't actually get 3 more different circuits.
Yeah, very, very different styles of racing for sure. But at the end of the day, with our tires will perform. Whether it's the high banking at Daytona or the streets of Long Beach, our tires are going to perform just fine.
The tyres we're using today, it seems to be absolutely critical for the GTPs at the front of the field, the LMDH cars, to look after them if they're going to double stint them. Look after them in the first part of that first stint. You've been asked by the sanctioning body, by IMSA, and it is a commitment by yourselves as well, to use fewer tyre sets through all of the races. You've always said you never want to be part of any kind of balancing performance or things like that. You want to have everybody have the same crack at performance. Are you happy with the way things are going in terms of this race in particular? Because there does seem to be a drop-off in the second half of the second stint. If people have been slightly overzealous in the first part of the first stint, shall we say?
Yeah, it's a good point. Our intent with this new tire was all about double stinting, reducing the amount of tires, and while delivering still great levels of performance. We are, of course, monitoring in the pits of seeing what's going on. Because we were only looking to bring 1 spec of tire to the track, we make a judgment call on what we think is going to be the best for the teams based upon what we know. Weather we can't control, so it's maybe a little bit warmer than we would have been.
I'm sorry, you can't control the weather. Are you sure?
I know, shocking, right? But at the, we try our best, but haven't been able to crack this one. But yeah, so there could have been a coin toss if we would have brought the MHT over the SHT to get that double stint. But I think, generally speaking, the teams are happy with the performance.
And what benefit do we get out of this as motorists, as car owners? I've got Pilot 4S Sports on one of my car, Cross Climate Pluses on another, and some Pilots 3s, I think, on another one of the cars. What benefit am I getting when I buy Michelin to put on my cars?
What we're trying to prove here is innovation and technology. When you think about what these cars are going through for a double stint, a tremendous amount of technology is going into those tires about longevity. And so we'll translate some of that technology, if not all that technology, into our street tires in order to create tires that are long-lasting and performance over time and mile after mile for the consumer.
Are these new GTPs are quite a bit heavier than the DPIs?
Yep.
The automotive market, particularly with battery electric vehicles, the cars are getting heavier. Does that help you in designing the BEV tyres that you've now got specific?
Absolutely. We would argue that this is actually a competitive advantage for Michelin. We have been creating tires for long-lasting performance as well as fuel mileage savings over the life of the tire. So this is really where we can show our competitive advantage versus our competitors. And of course, we're learning things every day based on what we're seeing here at the track about that longevity performance and then how we can take that technology and put it into our street tires.
It's an enormous commitment that you've made to the WEC and indeed to IMSA. I know this must be your busiest weekend of the year.
This is a very
in any form of motorsport.
Yeah, this is in fact our largest motorsports event for Michelin in history. With the amount of cars that we're servicing
in history
with WEC plus all the sports championships for IMSA plus WeatherTech, it is the most cars we've ever serviced in history in one paddock.
Well, congratulations. Thank all the team for us as well. There's been a lot of hard work going on in the background. And please come and see us again later on in the season when things are a little less hectic for you and the rest of the Michelin Motorsport team.
Yeah, appreciate it, John. Thanks for the time.
Jensen Anzalone, the Director of Motorsport North America for Michelin, joining us there. 17,800 tyres. Count every single one out and count every single one back. Shea Adam, some pit stops there and a significant couple in the GTs as well as the number 60 Acura in during that this yellow flag period?
It looked like a subsequent top off for the 60. They came in with everybody else as well, so that was interesting. But in honor of our late great actor who has just passed, the star of Fiddler on the Roof, Wonder of Wonder, Miracle of Miracles, for the number 8 Tower Motorsport machine, no broken suspension, no bits pointing in the wrong direction. And I did get on the ground to look underneath the car front and rear, try and make sure that all the arms were still straight as they should be. And they were. So they took the old wing off the back, put a new one on. They took the nose off the front, put a new one on with 2 functioning headlights, most importantly for Kiffin Simpson. And then they sent him straight back out with 4 new Michelins. So that was a big win for that team. They dodged a serious bullet on that.
Thank you very much, Shea. Jeremy Shaw was watching with interest there. So stretch. Shea, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I got so excited about
Paul Miller Racing?
No, it wasn't Paul Miller Racing. It was Turner. Turner
Another
Motorsport.
BMW.
Yes, for the number 96 machine, they did new front brakes. So
wow.
That was a very quick change for them as well. They got back out before the pit close light came on at the exit. And now they're at the back of the field. But hey, fresh brakes. That'll be a fun car to watch.
And the reason I said Paul Miller, because Brian Sellers, wasn't it, telling Joe Bradley earlier on that they had braking issues, and that was long before even half distance came around. Jeremy Shaw was watching those pit stops with interest, and I'm intrigued but not surprised about the number 60 Acura coming in for a little top off at the end, just stretching their potential fuel window a tiny bit more. And we are, what, 5.5 hours to go. That means in half an hour's time we'll have some more Michelin Endurance Cup points. Why do we think Tom Blomqvist was asked to come in again, Jeremy? What are you reading into that, if anything?
I'm not necessarily reading anything into it. I think it'll give him... That car's shown pretty good energy usage. It's able to go a little bit longer than some of the other cars on some of the stints earlier in the race. So this will give him just a little bit extra, another lap or two over the rest of the field. And who knows what sort of difference that could make at the end of the day. That last stint was kind of interesting for Colin Brown, because he started off losing some ground to the cars around it, but then turned it up and was running some very fast laps. So, whether he's just getting used to energy management here at Sebring, because he still doesn't have an awful lot of time in these cars. So, but he was doing a nice job in keeping pace with everybody else during that last stint. It's now Tom Blomqvist who's back at the wheel of that number 60 car. Actually, it's Blomqvist, wasn't he? He took over at this. At the last round.
Jason Anzalone from Michelin talking to us there. GT Cork tweeted at IMSA Radio, amazed at the stats that were coming out there. The largest motorsport event in Michelin's history, largest ever. And he says, all of that's great, but they do have the sexiest sidewalls in the business. I really wish that had come in whilst Jason's still been here, because I've never asked him about sexy sidewalls before. He says, P.S. Yes, you see, here we go. P.S. Flattery, he says, can you get him to send a pair of 255/40/17 Pilot Sport 4 to Ireland for the Boxster? Do they do them in that size? You'd need end tyres as well for your Porsche. End rated tyres as well, GT Cork. Well, I have to say, I can hardly recommend the PS4 Pilot Sport 4 Sports, the Hypersport tyres. They have transformed the car that I put them on. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who is in the pit lane in Turner BMW land.
I just want to find out if there's any difference at Turner BMW land and other BMW lands in the area. Robbie, how were your brakes on the 96?
They started to go south a little bit there. We have a little issue that we just sort of fixed with Michael under yellow here, so hopefully we're good to the end. For me, they were sort of okay, but I've been out of the car for a few hours, so we have a good car under us. Ultimately not the quickest, but if we can get some track position with strategy, I think we can take the fight to them.
So the pedal was going long on you, and So what did the team do to rectify that? Was it what exactly?
Yeah, it started to go a bit long, so we changed the fronts just out of precaution and topped up the fluid just to make sure everything was okay for Michael now, and he'll push hard and get us back up there.
And back to green flag racing with 5 hours, 26 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And a great restart from Philippe Albuquerque. The two Cadillacs, Renger van der Zande and Pipo Derani, following in his wheel tracks, but have dropped maybe 7 or 8 cars lengths. Then there's 2 or 3 lengths back to the Porsche of Dane Cameron. It's the number 6 car with the white pinstripes and flashes on the side. Side by side, the 2 and again, the 31 car allowed to go through down towards turn number 7. Well, that's twice we've seen it happen that has been managed, and once it happened after a lazy spin. Must ask what's going on here, because that's really interesting to me. They can't surely be favouring one over the other championship-wise this early in the season. 2 more penalties, by the way. The court of AMG will get a drive-through again, minimum refueling time, and the 23 Aston Martin. Both will take drive-throughs. Now we're back to green. There's a problem. There's a real problem for the gold-fronted Cadillac in getting up the pace here. He's very, very slow. Renger is very, very slow indeed. And he's going to get swamped by a Porsche and a BMW. Well, it cuts back in front of the BMW, but through the Jean de Bihan bends, it was like he was in a different class. The tyres just not coming up, or there's something more significant arriving with that car.
Is he just being particularly cautious in the early stages on this fresh set of tyres?
As we were talking about bringing the tyres in with Jason Anzalone, yes. Yeah. Absolutely. It does seem...
He lost a lot of ground to the other contenders, that's for sure.
Well, you know, Pipo is now nearly 4 seconds up the road, and he passed him at turn 7.
Yeah.
So, yes. And why is it that people who also got tyres last time around?
I think everybody got... did everybody get tyres?
I think so.
I would imagine so, and I think they will do from here on in.
Yeah, I think they've saved enough now. But he's been able to get away. The usual shenanigans going on, and the number 91 Porsche just being pushed wide, and also off the gradient NSX. That car's been so much in the wars this week, and barely ever of its own volition, to be honest.
It's actually still on the lead lap, remarkably, in GTD. Sheena Monk, but she's certainly going to lose some ground there, and there is the aerodynamics on that car have been severely compromised, of course. The lack of a right front headlight. So let's see, 1 minute 51.2 last time around for the race leader, 1:51.9 for Pipo Derani behind him. Everybody else behind that in the 54s, mainly, of course, because they were held up by Renger van der Zande on that restart lap. Coming across the line now, 50.4 for our race leaders, both of them. 51.0 for Dane Cameron in third position. 52.3 for Renger van der Zande in that 4th place Cadillac number 01. Interesting. That last stint, just before the halfway point in this race, John, the track was in really good condition.
It was. With
that cloud cover and cooler track temperatures, a lot of the drivers taking full advantage of that and setting some really, really good laps.
Yeah, and as soon as anybody got any space, it did seem as though they could do that. A bit of clean air, Jeremy, particularly if they'd kept their tyres in decent condition. Here's Renger van der Zande having to defend again down to turn 7. He was right on the right-hand side of the road on the inside, this time against the Porsche of Matt Campbell.
Yeah.
Dane Cameron's already gone through, so Renger restarted in second. He's down to fourth, and he's battling to hold on to that at the moment. If he's been cautious, but he's been ultra cautious as he comes through the sweepers now and down to the Jean de Bian bends. This is where he really struggles. It's the front end of the car and getting it turned in. And you can see the concertina effect with the cars behind all closing in as he has to be extremely conservative with his entry speed to those corners. We got the flashy lights going on with Matt Campbell. He'll come to the right-hand side, but he didn't have the overlap and therefore can't get the inside line to the first apex, never mind the second or third. That's a wicked bend, that turn 17, Sunset. Just checking on the number 70 machine of Inception. Got a few cars behind it as well. Is that still running all right? I think it is. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. P. Porterani now within a second and a half of Philippe Albuquerque. Didn't gain anything last time around. In fact, if anything, lost a couple of 3/10ths. But certainly putting pressure on. We're on lap 184. There's 5 hours and 20 minutes and 18, 17, 16, 15 seconds to go. The battle's going on right through the field, including in LMP2, where Nolan Siegel has stretched about 2 seconds away from Alex Quinn, the two youngsters battling in the 04 CrowdStrike and the 52 PR1 Matheson wins car. In LMP3, Gabby Chavis has 1.8 seconds in his Andretti Autosport Ligier over the Junior 3 Racing Ligier. The 30 machine of Garrett Grist and Felipe Fraga's another 4 seconds further back for the Riley 74, the orange and blue car. No, the Inception was going slow. I thought it was. It's a left front deflation on the tyre. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye and he's had to do about half a lap on that. Now both the Porsche and the BMW have got by Renger van der Zande. So van der Zande now down to 5th position. 6th position, actually, make that now. After restarting in second, and he's not going to hold on to that very much longer either, as Connor De Filippi, the BMW team RLL and the BMW M Hybrid V8. The number 25 car is right there.
He is, and number 60 car also passed Connor De Filippi on that last lap, so he went from 7th position up to 5th, and he's right on the tail now of Matty Campbell.
Just one tyre changed, the errant left front on the Inception McLaren. Joe Bradley was there watching it. They had a quick look at the front of the left-hand side of the car and then threw it back out on the track. It's already back out on the track. Corvette versus Lexus and GTD Pro. Tommy Milner restarted in the lead, but Jack Hawksworth, I think, has gone by him. Davide Rigon right there as well as they come to the stripe this time around. It is, no, it's still Milner from Hawksworth. That's the other Lexus ahead of him. So maybe the GTD green numbered car can help its teammate. John Edwards in 4th for Turner Motorsport with those new front brake pads and discs. Michael Grenier resets the fastest lap in the number 32. It's the Korthoff AMG. At the front of the field, the gap's opening up just a little bit as Dane Cameron's just put his car's fastest lap of the race in. A 1:49.4 for the number 6 Porsche and a 1:49.3 for the number 7. They're 3rd and 4th at the moment with Dane Cameron and Matt Campbell, and they're trying to close down on the Konica Minolta Acura and the Cadillac from Whelen Engineering that are 1st and 2nd. Nolan Siegel has done a really good job today every time he's been in the car. He's taken 3/4 of a second last time around out of Alex Quinn in the 52 PR Matheson car. We know that is a quick car. And he's just stretched his lead in LMP2 in that 04 CrowdStrike Racing by APR Orica 07 to 4.2.
The personal best laps for number 6 car, well, both of the Porsches actually on that last lap. 49.4 for Dane Cameron, 49.3 for Matt Campbell. Those cars running in 3rd and 4th at the moment, chasing after Albuquerque, but Albuquerque is once again in the 48s, 48.9 this lap, 49.0 for Pipo Derani. It's a torrid pace, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing between them, Jeremy, as you see it. The car that has the fastest lap of the race sinking slowly in the west, much as the sun will do later. 152.1 last time around for Renger van der Zande. Dame Cameron, another fastest lap for that car, a 49.4, and another fastest lap for his teammate, a 49.1. So Dane Cameron closing. Trying to close in on Pipo Derani, and Matt Campbell trying to close in on Dane Cameron.
Yeah, that's the good news is they've set their best laps. The bad news is they both lost time to the first 2 cars on that lap. Not much.
Yesterday, the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport machines didn't look quite as comfortable over the bumps as the rest of the top class cars. I think out of the LMDH cars, the Cadillac probably looked the best over the bumps. The Ferrari has always looked pretty good and unfussed is how I described it when I was watching it at the prologue. The Toyota, simply majestic. And I thought out of the IMSA rule set cars, the Cadillac looked better over the bumps, but it's an Acura that is leading now from a chasing Cadillac. Just 0.3 of a second taken out of the leader last time around, so Pipo Derani has got the gap down to 0.8 of a second. And as they chase around the circuit, they are in 17 now with a huge gaggle of GT cars ahead of them.
Yeah.
So here's a chance for Derani, perhaps, to make some ground. Albuquerque is very good and very decisive in traffic, but this amount of traffic, that's going to test anybody's skill. Side by side with the WeatherTech AMG going up the inside of the Macintosh BMW. And that was for 4th position. John Edwards just being eased out the way by Daniel Juncadella. Turner Motorsport, they're dropping to 5th. WeatherTech Racing going up to 4th. Tommy Milner for Corvette leads from Jack Hawksworth and Vasser Sullivan Lexus. Then Risi in 3rd for Ferrari. They're all in that group.
Yeah.
That's the battle for the lead, and the overall leaders have got to come through them here.
Yeah, that's going to be fun, isn't it? I mean, it's game on there in GTD.
A strange idea of fun, Jeremy.
I just love it.
If you said Philippe Albuquerque, that I'm not sure he'd describe it as fun, to be honest.
Well, yeah, well, no, not for him probably, but for us to watch, it's great. I mean, the Chevy out in front, then the Lexus, then the Ferrari, then the BMW, then the Mercedes, then the Porsche and Lamborghini. So 7 different manufacturers in GTD Pro, and are covered now at the moment by, we're around about 5 seconds, that top 7 cars. In GTD non-pro, Aston Martin, BMW, Porsche, Lexus, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari, Acura, and then Lamborghini. It's incredible, absolutely incredible how closely matched those cars appear to be at this juncture in the race.
And we've still got this fascinating run to the flag to go in through the darkness. Porsche keys to the race. Get to the darkness, react to what's going on. There's been some great changes of strategy, and we'll reflect that in our BDO Knows Strategy Award before the end of the race. Very few people perfect in the pits. A lot of fueling violations today, and I haven't really got to the bottom of that.
No.
Maybe that's something that Shea Joe can investigate with the IMSA pit lane team.
Yeah, we very rarely have those. And I seem to remember a few at Daytona, but certainly not.
No.
We'd had maybe half a dozen or more
And
today.
it's in classes that don't have the energy at, so it's not the GTP class. And we're talking about teams who generally know which way's up and should be able to count to 40 seconds, quite honestly. But, you know.
Yeah, but I don't think it's necessarily the 40 seconds, but it's how quickly that fuel went in. I mean, yes, well, yeah, that's the thing. If it's, I don't know.
Is the short answer to
Yes.
that. Well, we'll set the pit team a little bit of a bit of a challenge to see. There seemed to have been an inordinate amount of fuel time infringements, and I just wonder why we're seeing so many of them. Have they changed the way they're measuring it? Have they been asked specifically to look at it? Not sure. The two Porsches coming through that GTD battle. Paul Miller Racing with the number 7 Porsche 963 going past it. And that's a second place car. Marco Sorensen, Harter Racing Team for GTD, leading the class just a second further up the road.
Really impressive run this has been for Philip Albuquerque.
Yeah.
He took over this car after 136 laps, so he's done 53 laps now since getting aboard that number 10 car. He's the third driver in the rotation. Ricky Taylor started, did a double stint, then Louis Delatraz did a three stint run, and Albuquerque, I'm sure, will be getting out at the next round of pit stops, which is still a little ways away yet, because the last stint was fairly short because of that full cause caution. It's a good long stint for Albuquerque, and I would imagine it'll be Ricky Taylor getting in next time.
A couple of people asking who are watching the onboard cameras available at IMSA.tv if there's rain falling on the circuit. It's extremely humid here, but pit lane team saying no. Might have just been some detritus on a windscreen. It happens quickly here. When it happens, hello to Marcel Duke, who is still in the paddock of the Nürburgring, having had his team in the motorsport competing in NLS1 today. Packing up the car takes longer than expected, he says. Well, I hope we're entertaining you there in the Eifel region of Germany, where it's after 10 o'clock at night now. Surely time for a drink and something to eat.
Been a bit of shuffling at GTD, John.
Yes.
The number 57 car was leading at the restart. The Winwood Racing car, that's now down to all of a sudden to 6th position. Must have happened 2 or 3 laps ago. Didn't see what happened. But now Marco Sorensen leads that class in the Harter Racing Aston Martin, followed by Corey Lewis in the Paul Miller Racing BMW after that brake change. Then the Porsche of Zachary Robichon, that's for Wright Motorsports, and then the Lexus of Aaron Tielitz. And they're all separated by not very much. And right behind Aaron Tielitz is Spencer Papelli's Magnus Racing Aston Martin, car number 44, and then Russell Ward, followed by Antonio Fuoco, who's one of the stars of the WEC this weekend, having claimed that magnificent pole position for Ferrari.
We're hearing from race control that the BMW number 24 is now officially retired. He was a hero then a villain, Jeremy, because he caused the couple of drive-throughs that happened at such inopportune moments, just when they were trying to make up time. that's effectively cost them the 2 laps that they were behind the Toyotas at the end of the race. But that pole lap, I agree, was absolutely stunning. If you want to relive that, by the way, go over to radiolemans.com. All of the archive from the WEC is already there. That's every session this week, plus our 3 special programmes from the prologue from last weekend. And if you're a fan of endurance racing, particularly GT3, then next weekend we have World Feed TV plus our audio of the Mugello 12 Hours from Italy. Beautiful countryside there. Friday, Saturday and Sunday. See radiolemans.com for details. Joe Bradley has Ryan DL down in the pit lane.
He doesn't know yet, but when he turns around, he will. Yep. Ryan, it's turning into a bit of a character-building one for you guys.
Yeah, I would say that. It's been an interesting one. A couple of penalties that I think IMSA know they're wrong on, but we served them without arguing to try and make sure we clawed our way back. But yeah, it's just weird. Just every yellow doesn't seem to help us. Car's fast, so demolition derby out there. It's a little bit nuts.
What exactly were the penalties for?
The first penalty we got with Dwight on the second or third lap was they had contact with the 51 with Lux, and we spun into the gravel, and so we got a penalty for that. So I don't know. You could answer that one for me.
I don't know. I wouldn't dare. Still a chunk of race though, right? You know, you've got to keep pushing on. I would imagine that's what you guys are going to do.
Yeah, I mean, the car's got pace in it. We've been fast all weekend. Yeah, I mean, it's that thing where you go down early and you have to push everything to the limit, pit stops, and then we made a couple of mistakes ourselves. So it's like, man, if we didn't set ourselves up badly in the first hour, we probably wouldn't be in this position. But yeah, like I said, one way to go. As we see in racing, it only takes one yellow every 30 minutes to get your laps back. So we'll keep taking. Obviously, we're not giving up. So we'll see.
You said it's a bit crazy. It's not your first 12 hours of Sebring. Is it extra crazy today?
The worst one I've ever done.
Really? Worst one ever from Ryan DL?
Well, I'll just say that they didn't make it easy for us in a P2 car to stay out of the way of everybody. It's a lot of risky moves getting taken by P2 cars to try and pass traffic, and that's why there's, I think, so much attrition in P2 right now.
Thanks, Ryan. That's got a bit of clout behind it if Ryan DL's saying it's the craziest Sebring 12 hours he's been to. He's been to quite a few, hasn't he?
Oh, yes. Just hearing from Shea, by the way, as Renger van der Zande lost another position and now sits last, full course yellow. Let me finish the thought, and I'll get right to why we have it in a moment. Renger van der Zande, well, this has come at an opportune time. He's dropped to the back of the running GTP cars, did not take tyres last time around. This is for an off-track moment for Max Root in the Wright Motorsports, in the Performance Tech number 38. So it's Robert Mao, Robert Mao, whose name's been called rather too often. Now, where did he go off, and is that the cause of the full course yellow? But he is moving slowly around the circuit, according to the tracker. So continuing slowly. So this now is our 6th safety car moment. And this is for, we believe, for the Performance Tech number 38.
Jolly good news for number 01.
Oh, absolutely.
Cadillac,
I mean, exactly the first thing I said. This is so fortuitous. So confirmed no tyres for that car at the last stop. I mean, he was losing at times 3 and 4 seconds a lap, Jeremy.
Yeah, well,
even when there was no
actually
traffic.
More than that the last time around. I think it was even more than that.
Again, this seems so important as to how you bring those tyres in. Now, people might think that that's not very fair, but it's all part of the skill of what's going on out there at the moment. And Renger has dropped way back from the rest of. He's 30. I mean, even under the safety car, he's 30 seconds behind. And Philippe Albuquerque started slowing down. He started on the tail of the lead car some 8 laps ago. So he's lost 30 seconds in 8 laps. Debris on the circuit over at the Jean de Bian bends. Quite a big bit of debris. Looks like one of the rear legality panels, the cheese wedges maybe, from behind the rear wheels of a P2 or a P3. And that is what has brought the cars. Now, race controller asking all cars to pack up because they want everybody in the same place to give time for a corner worker or a marshal to go out and pick that up.
Racing on NBC Sports is brought to you by Mobil 1 Synthetic Motor Oil, official title sponsor of the 12 Hours of Sebring. Acura, precision crafted performance.
IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us.
Track to street,
David
Arrigo
in the
with legendary Michelin
he just snuck past Jack Hawksworth. I think might have been on that last lap, actually, coming up to the yellow, perhaps. So Rigon up to second position, the Ferrari to second position, ahead of Hawksworth, then Juncker in the Mercedes, then the BMW John Edwards, and Klaus Bachler, who'd fallen back a little bit in the FAF Porsche, and then Romain Grosjean, the last car on the lead lap, 7 cars on the lead lap in GTD Pro.
Under 5 hours to go. We've gone through another race hour. Let's take, whilst we're behind, the Cadillac V-Series IMSA Edition safety car. VP Racing Fuel update. Philippe Albuquerque leads for Konica Minolta Acura, the number 10, ahead of the 31 Whelen Engineering Racing Cadillac V-Series R. People Durrani on board there. Dan Cameron, the number 6 Porsche. That's the Porsche Penske Motorsports 963. His teammate, Matt Campbell, in the number 7, similar car. He's in 4th. Tom Blomqvist for Acura, and the number 60 team in 5th position. Conor De Filippi in 7th. BMW M-Team RLL in the remaining M Hybrid V8. Remember, the other car stopped out of the circuit as the number 24 and has been officially retired. Haven't had word from the team, actually, what's happened to that. So that's another thing to put on the list of questions to ask for our pit lane team. What happened to the number 24? Why did it stop? In LMP2, Nolan Siegel, CrowdStrike 04, Orica leads from Alex Quinn, PR1 Matheson, the 52 wins car in 2nd. Tower Motorsport, orange and black, number 6 in 3rd position. All of these are Orica LMP2 cars, the 07s. Rick Ware Racing, Pietro Fittipaldi in the 51. Anders Fjordbach, red, white and black, number 20. High Class Racing in 5th, and Mikkel Jensen in 6th rather, for TDS Racing, the 11, their team car. A lot of problems early on. Christian Rasmussen is the Aero Motorsport, mostly blue, number 18, in 7th position, and those are the ones still in contention, although there are laps from Anders Fjordbach is on the lead lap in class, but Jensen and Rasmussen have dropped laps away. In LMP3, the top 5 are on the lead lap. 36 Andretti Autosport, black and white car. Gabby Chavez from Garrett Grist for Junior 3 Racing in the 30. Felipe Fraga in the orange and blue, number 74. Riley, Run Ligier, top 3 Ligier. Then 2 Ducanes, JDC Miller, Dan Goldberg back in the number 85, the bright yellow car. Ori Fadani, the yellow and black AWA, number 13 Ducane. And they are all on the lead lap. Damage to the back of the number 6 Porsche. Now, how's that happened behind the safety car? Was that a bit of weaving? Oh, what was it? He's been run into. He's been absolutely nailed by a P3 car, getting a wave by. Dane Cameron did not veer one way or t'other, and the performance tech car that we think caused this by going off track, getting a wave by, Robert Mao, has not covered himself in glory this weekend. I think he will be called to have a word with race control after this stint, the team might be asked to take him out of the car here, because that was just lack of concentration, and he's still trying to pass cars with a broken machine on the pass around that is ongoing.
Oh dear, yeah, the Navy veteran there. Not done. This is his.
The pass around was called. Prepare for pass around was called. Pass around ongoing, and the pits have opened for prototypes just a moment or two ago. But that was particularly
bizarre.
Yes. Preventable, I was going to say, Jeremy. That is just basically not knowing the width of the car and not being prepared just to wait for a moment to make sure that you have plenty of room before hammering into the back of the number 6 Porsche. I have a feeling Dean Cameron will not be having Robert Mao on his Christmas card list. A little while ago, we asked Joe Bradley and Shea Adam to see what they could find out about all of these refuelling infringements, and Joe Bradley's fast as fingers first, so he has what he believes to be the answer. What do you know, Joe?
Yeah, I've just had a chat with Johnny Knox, the chief pit lane official, and there is an increase. It's the way that the minimum refueling time is being policed, especially in the emergency refueling. When it goes to yellow, you're allowed to pit, and you're only allowed a minimum amount of fuel to get you back round. It's 5 seconds. The way that was policed was it used to be policed by the pit lane officials. Now, because of a situation that happened at Road Atlanta, I forget the name of the driver that he mentioned. They've done something.
It's Chad Knaus.
It's Chad Knaus, yeah, of course. And it's now done. Chief. It's now done completely through tech, and it's done in a much more scientific, technical way.
Right.
Some sort of device that tells you when the fuel goes on and comes off is the best way that I can describe it. So that's why we're seeing an increase, because that system's new for this year.
New for this year, new for this race even, as they are policing it more heavily as far as the refueling rate goes, the flow rate, but the pits are open for the prototypes. And in are the GTP cars down on my end. So we have the number 10, Ricky Taylor, was sitting back semi-casually, and he sprung into action as soon as the FCY came out, because he realized his time to drive was up yet again. Already 3 hours of this race with him spent behind the wheel of the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura, and now he's climbing in for some more, which means we should be able to have a chat with Philippe Albuquerque in a couple of moments. Also, with a pit stop and a driver change, Renger van de Zande out of the 01. Sebastian Bourdais is back in. Fuel and new tires for Pipo Derani, a very short fuel load for him. And now he meets out the Konica Minolta Acura. Let's see if he picks up on the red light at the pit exit. Yes, he does. Big change up in the lead of the race during that pit sequence.
The 04 CrowdStrike Racing LMP2 leader, it seems that car seems to have been in the lead of LMP2 since the very start. I know it's ebbed and flowed a little, but that car's been in. It's been in, and it's taken on tyres and fuel, and I'm pretty sure they didn't change driver by the time we got here. Is it still the young man Nolan Siegel at the wheel?
I should tell you when he leaves the pit lane, which he'll do in just a moment.
I think he stayed in.
Yes,
There's
he
no
did.
sign of a sweaty driver anyway.
Now, the PR1 Matheson 52 car, Alex Quinn, has been the car that they've been battling with. That car did not pit, and so has picked up the lead. They've taken track position over the pit stop in LMP2. And by the way, Robert Mao got the wave by, drove into the number 6 Porsche, passed the safety car, and then drove into the pits. Now, the pits were open for prototype, but he has to join the back of the queue first before he goes into the pits. So effectively, he's entered a closed pits. He's going to get a penalty for that as well. I would say it's not been a banner afternoon. Swift work by the team down at Dane Cameron's pits for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Replaced the bodywork, and fortunately, I think it was only bodywork damage that Robert Mao caused there. And now it's cost them some real estate, but in terms of the race, with 4 hours and 52 minutes to go, Jeremy Shaw, it's not the worst thing that could happen. Yes, it'll be inconvenient, but thank goodness no worse damage was done.
Indeed, so if it is just cosmetic there, then yes, but it was a pretty stout hit because that bodywork kind of fell apart, didn't it? So one has to hope that the damage is no more significant than that. In the LMP2 ranks, number 52 car didn't come into the pits that time. Alex Quinn stayed out, so he will take over in the lead of that class. All of the other cars on the lead lap, which there are 4 others, that being the number 04, the number 8, number 51 and number 20, all did come into pit lane. Number 11 car and number 18 were a lap down, and I think with the 52 cars staying out there, they might still be a lap down, which would be annoying for them.
Yes, absolutely. Pits are open for the GTs. Don't forget, we were looking at strategy here, so team, remember things, write things down. Our BDO knows strategy. Award coming up at the end of the race. Joe Bradley is watching the BMW pit of Paul Miller for the number 1 car to come in, which it does right now.
We're going to take full advantage of this full course caution and change not just tyres and refuel, but change driver as well. I'm also trapped behind the number 78, the Arrow Lamborghini. That's changing drivers, tyres and everything else. But back to Paul Miller, this is the car that's in contention. We've had problems with BMW brakes all the way in this GTD field, and the number 1 gets going. The Lamborghini's been delayed.
Remember how I said something about drivers needing to not slow down when in the fast lane? Well, we almost had an issue because Jack Hawksworth in the 14 Lexus slammed on the brakes when the 79 of Danny Juncadeo was right up his tailpipes, and Danny jerked at the last possible second to move further over to the left to avoid barely scraping the back of the Lexus with his Mercedes. That could have been a lot worse. Driver changes for the WeatherTech Mercedes. It's Mauro Engel back aboard that car. It was also a driver change for the 14 Lexus. Jack Hawksworth got out. I think it was Kyle Kirkwood getting back in. Fuel and tires for the number 3 Corvette. And the red light at pit exit was on. A long line of cars waiting to go back out.
Thanks, Shea and Joe.
And the car that did not come into the pits, I believe, in GTD was number 96 Turner Motorsport BMW. Michael Dinan is the wheel of that car. They pitted under the most recent caution, which was not that long ago.
Yeah, changed brakes as well on the front of that car, didn't they?
Yeah, a little earlier on, didn't they? That's right. So they elected not to come in, and that will, I believe, vault that car to the lead in GTD by the time we get back to green flag racing with, what, 4 hours and 48 minutes remaining. So we passed the 7-hour mark. It was right after we went to yellow, actually.
Yeah.
So 1 more hour, there'll be another slew of points awarded for the Michelin Endurance Cup. So we'll keep our eyes on that one.
Coming up to 25 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. Hello to you if you are just joining us back in Europe. Just coming up to 25 past 9, 25 past 10. 25 past 9 in the UK, 25 past 10 in Europe. People perhaps getting home from a day out or settling in if there's nothing to watch on the telly, and tuning into our live free world feed on the video, imsaradio.com. Drop down menu on the top left hand side, and if you're outside the US and your country doesn't have a TV deal, you can watch without any interruption. Joe, we'll go down to Shea in a second after Jeremy.
Yeah, just very quickly, the number 31 car now then, as was described down the pit lane, is back in the lead of the race for the first time since lap 27.
Wow.
The end of its first stint in the race. We've now completed 196 laps, and that car, which has been really fast, is now where Pipo Derani wants it to be.
Yes, very good point. Shea, Adam.
Philippe Albuquerque, you just jumped out of the Konica Minolta Acura. You guys are doing long stints for each of the drivers. Does that make your life even more difficult considering how hard you were racing yesterday?
Yeah. At one point I was like really happy when this full course yellow came because I could rest my arms. Yeah, so far so good. I mean, I was lucky to inherit the lead because we just pitted just before the safety car. But then the car was really, really good, so we could control and keep on the lead. Unfortunately, on the driver change was a short one. Ricky going in, the buckle went down, and we lost the lead now. But again, there's still a lot of time to go. Many yellows, so we need to keep it calm.
How have you guys been handling this double stinting of the tires? And should you be good to the end now for new ones?
Yeah, actually, I think my teammates will be a bit upset with me because they were doing double stints. And when I got in, it was no need anymore to double stint, so I never double stinted. So I just put new tires all the time, so I was happy, man. So I was, trying to predict what it was coming and protecting the rears and the tires. And then he came to me, okay, there is no more double stint for it. And I just started to push.
So now we have official confirmation you are Wayne Taylor's favorite son.
Yeah, I think so. And we will have a battle between sons now.
Great job out there, Philippe. We'll look forward to seeing what you do the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Like that a lot. Well done, Chip. Thank you to Philippe for the information. So our Porsche keys to the race, Jeremy. The tyres, new sets for the end. Well, there's a car there then with 4 3/4 hours to go. The number 10 car, which will be new sets of tyres all the way to the checkered flag. So they've done their double stinting, Jeremy. They've taken the pain, and now it's all about performance. So
yeah,
that we know. I would think the other teams have done something similar. It was interesting, I thought, very interesting to see the difference in the tyre performance between the worn tyre performance between the different cars and indeed the different teams. So as we come back to the restart, here's our VP Racing Fuel in race update. Rattle through this quickly for those of you on Highlands ESPN 106.3. Whelen Engineering 31 Cadillac with the red front, leading the black and blue number 10 Acura from Konica Minolta Acura. Porsche Penske Motorsports number 7 with the black pinstripes, the 963 in third. Fourth, Helio Castro Neves back behind the wheel of the number 60, the white and purple car. All on the lead lap, as is Conor De Philippi in the 25 BMW Team RLL. Classic M Sport colours on that M Hybrid V8. Then we've got Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac Racing. That's the gold-fronted Cadillac, the 01. And Mathieu Jaminet spent a little bit more time in the pits for Porsche Penske Motorsports because of that somewhat bizarre incident where he was run into by a car on the pass around up at Mao in the Performance Tech number 38. In LMP2, the battle between the 52 Matheson Motorsports wins car and the 04 CrowdStrike by APR continues. Alex Quinn has just pitted in that 52 car. Now that's interesting. So he went around and didn't pit, and now he has pitted, so he's going to give up. And Joe Bradley tells me that Alex Quinn's getting out of that. Well, we'll have to find the thinking behind that, because he's going to drop all the way to the back of the cars that are on the lead lap. I think he'll drop to 5th place in the LMP2s. So now it's Nolan Siegel that leads for CrowdStrike from Scott McLaughlin in the number 8 Tower Motorsports car. So the red, white and black from the black and orange. Then Rick Ware's number 51, Pietro Fittipaldi, High Class Racing, the red, white and black number 20. And then I think the 52 PR1 Matheson car, the wins car, will come out. LMP3, all on the lead lap down to 5th position. So that's Riley, number 74, the orange and blue car. Andretti Autosport, the black and white 36. Junior 3, the 30. AWA, the 13. Matt Bell back behind the wheel of that car. And on that round of pit stops, the Riley number 74 Ranch car went from 3rd to 1st. Behind Matt Bell in 4th position in the black and yellow AWA, till Bechtelsheimer in the bright yellow number 85. Tony Kazimierz is a lap off the lead in the RV Motorsports number 4. In GTD Pro, it's the bright yellow number 3 Corvette. From Mauro Engel in the white with red and blue swooshes on the side, the WeatherTech Racing AMG GT3. Klaus Backler in the number 9 plaid Pfaff driveway Porsche. Risi Competizione, the dark red Ferrari 296, the 62 car. And then it's Bill Oberlin in the 95 Turner Motorsport BMW M4 GT3, Vasser Sullivan and their Lexus number 14, Carl Kirkwood, Jordan Pepper for Iron Lynx in the Lamborghini Huracan, the green number 63 car. And in GTD, Wright Motorsports have popped to the front. And they hold the point at the moment in that number 16 blue and black car from Madison Snow in the mainly white, blue and red. Paul Miller Racing number 1 BMW, Aston Martin Vantage Roman de Angelis, Heart of Racing 27, excuse me. Phil Ellis for Winward's Mercedes, the dark blue 57, Max Root the 77 Wright Motorsports Porsche, and Andy Lally makes up the top 6 for Magnus in the 44. Joe Bradley has some news from the pit lane on a question we posed earlier.
So Alex Quinn has just handed the 52 to Paul Lubchatin. You came in for that pit stop late in that yellow period. Any idea what that was?
Yeah, like you said to me before the interview, you're probably asking the wrong person.
Well, I know you're the racing driver.
I mean, I trust them. They know what they're doing. There is a battle here with when you come into the pits and timing and everything. But I was quite happy with my stint. Traffic management was hard, but yeah, it's a important thing that you get right here, and I think it went quite well in that one. The car felt good, so hopefully as the race goes on and maybe as it gets cooler, we'll be more competitive.
Okay, Alex, we'll see how it transpires.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane as we go back green. And Pipo Durrani then leads them across the line. The Cadillac V Series are Ricky Taylor trying to stay with him. Side by side through turn number 1. Castro Neves and Conor De Filippi were having a bit of a battle. Sebastian Porte right in there as well. Further back, I think Scott McLaughlin might have got past Nolan Siegel on the restart there. I'll have to see what's going on in LMP2 a little bit further back. And also, Glenn Van Berlo had a really good restart at the Andretti Autosport number 36 in LMP3. He restarted in 2nd position. It's a good restart by Pipo Durrani. He's not under any pressure at all. And there's underneath the Corvette bridge, more carbon fibre. Will be going back to full course yellow here. I think this might be the 74 Ranch Riley. I thought Felipe Fraga and Glenn Van Berlo were side by side there.
Wow.
Full course yellow. Yellows breed yellows. And pit lane violation, speeding for Ricky Taylor's Cunningham and Alder Acura. He can't take it now. We're under full course yellow. And more than emergency service in a closed pit for the number 38 Performance Tech. We knew that. I think they just wanted to get Robert Maher out of that car, to be honest. There will be no quote-unquote folder roll here. 93, Racers Edge NSX has lost the front end. So that's what it was. It was red, not orange. And I can see bits of tape all over the place, so maybe they'd had some issues earlier on, or had they just run into the back of someone in the restart. It's popped off on its own almost, and then comes down on the track and gets absolutely shattered by the cars following it. In the 91 Kalimos Riley Porsche just missed it, as did the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Our hard-working AMR safety crew are out to pick the bigger bits up. Need the old witch's brooms here, don't we, or a blower. So full course yellow, and
200 laps completed.
And penalty for the number 38. This is the performance tech car. Incident responsibility under yellow with the number 6 Porsche. That will be a stop plus 60. And they also have a stop plus 60 for more than emergency service. So they'll have to come in and take... Now, can they do that at the same time and do a stop plus 2 minutes? I think they've got to go out and come back round again, Shea, haven't they?
Yep, 2 separate trips down the pit lane for both of those. Hand across the throat for the 93. This is done. Unfortunately, there is damage well up into the nose of this car. Crew saying suspension as well, not looking great. There's just a lot of damage, and yep, they're going to take it back to the garage, but this car won't be coming back out.
Quick hello, Alan McNish.
Hello, Alan McNish.
Listening and watching in from back in Europe. An impressive fact that it's the biggest ever race weekend for Michelin Sport. He said, I did miss the number of tyres that Jason Anzalone mentioned. Can you repeat for those with less than perfect hearing? 17,800, I think, is what he said.
Something like that.
Yeah.
A number that hardly computed. It was so big.
It would keep me going for a while, I tell you that. It would even the sideways antics of Chris Harris would keep him going in tyres for quite a long time. Nice to know you tuned in, Alan. I hope Kelly and the family are well. Live across the world on RS2 as part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. And if, like Alan, you're outside of the United States, if you click on the homepage of IMSARadio.com, the little menu button at the top left, the first item on the drop-down menu is live video, and you can watch all the way through to the end without any interruption. So, a rather, again, fractious and fractured part of the race, but we'll be back underway fairly quickly. Just to reiterate what Shea said, that was the Racer's Edge car now out of the race. I presume, Shea, that was because the fixings for that clamshell bonnet on the NSX have been broken away. Actually, there's...
No, it's a lot more than that, John.
Yes.
The radiator is twisted and demented in a manner in which it shouldn't be. The hoses are kinked. The suspension is not looking all that great.
Was that all from the bonnet coming off?
No,
or did they hit
no, there
something?
had to have been
Must hit
contact.
something, yes.
Yeah. The nose is pushed in a manner like it had a very firm stop with somebody, and nobody from the team actually saw the incident. Kyle Marcelli is still up on the box. I'll yell if I can get him down.
Wow.
Yeah, there it is. That was a replay of it.
So coming through to turn number 3, he gets through. It was Ashton, was it? Ashton Henry was driving, ran into the back of Ashton Harrison, excuse me, who was driving. I think ran into the back of a Lexus, which must have done the damage, and then the air gets underneath, accelerating out of turn number 5 to 6, and goes, I mean,
12.
it's up almost at the height of the bottom of the drive over bridge, and a fantastic piece of driving and reactive driving for both the Inception, Frederick Schandorf, and the 32, Kenton Cook, for Team Cardiff Motorsport, who it seems like 5 minutes ago was relaxing here in the booth. Let's go to Shea Adam and see what we can find out about that. This is a car that is only doing the long races. It was the number 12 Lexus, I think, that took the brunt of that hit, yeah?
Yeah, and Kyle Marcelli, not really sure what happened to cause that issue that then caused the bonnet to come off, but there was some contact there. This, obviously, not the way you wanted to end the weekend, but you're still going to take away good feelings starting on pole position today?
Yeah, bittersweet. Really frustrating. I haven't seen a replay yet, so I can't, be real accurate on my thoughts, but it just seemed like a turn 3 stack up in the brake zone. I think maybe also the one Lexus was sort of letting by the sister car and just sort of caught us out. So tough, really tough. I mean, it's just sort of a racing incident. Really tough to predict those stack-ups, that's all. And it's just a real shame for the team. These guys have worked their butts off. And we had a good car putting it on the pole position. And we were just waiting for the track to cool down and temps to drop. And I think we would have been a little stronger this evening. But we'll see what happens. I don't know what the repair is like right now.
Well, and Danny Vermel here too. The good news, at least, the next race for you guys will be Watkins Glen. You raced there with Kyle. You guys have done very well there in the past in a Super Trofeo. You're looking forward to that, I'm sure. But did you enjoy your experience here today?
Well, first off, never want to end a race like this way. Like Kyle said, I'm not sure if the car's coming back out. Ashton did a fantastic job. Kyle did an incredible job yesterday in qualifying, also his first stint today. Yeah, it was fun for sure. My first 12-hour experience was great. The track was really, really greasy, really difficult to drive. It's frustrating. I feel so bad for the team, for everyone, for Ashton. She's probably all upset and understandable, right? But it's racing. We'll come up better the next time. And again, just so thankful to be here. Razor's Edge, WTR, Andretti, everyone here is giving me this opportunity. So Watkins Glen it is.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Thank you.
Big moment for Danny Formal as well at turn 1, where he was accurate for a little while. You could hear the disappointment in the voices there. That is the very definition of a racing incident, a bit of a stack up after a restart. And it didn't seem that big of a hit to have caused that much damage, to be honest. Another fabulous restart as we go back to green with 4 hours and 30 minutes on the nose to go, and Pipo Durrani's cleared off there. He's not risking anybody running into the back of him. Behind, the Biohaven car tries to go down the inside. Scott Huffaker, Paul-Loup Chatin and Christian Rasmussen all together there at the back of the LMP2 field. Rasmussen a lap down, I think, as is Scott Huffaker, unfortunately, in the TDS number 11 now.
Yeah, they're both 1 lap down. So Rasmussen did get a lap back,
correct,
during that recent caution period, but the number 11 car didn't, and that's as a result of the number 52 car not coming into the pits with the other LMP2 leaders.
And that car's dropped down to 5th, the last car on the lead lap for Paul-Loup Chatin. So the drive back for PLC starts right now. Pipo Durrani had 8/10 across the line, and he's made good use of that from the restart. And Ricky Taylor didn't stay with him this time, side by side for one of the Lexus with the, was that the Turner Motorsport BMW, I think it was, the number 95 car, as they were battling for position. Bill Oberlin and Kyle Kirkwood 5th and 6th out on the far side of the circuit. Durrani then leads by an increased margin down towards turn 17. There was some side-by-side action, Porsche on BMW at turn number 10. No, that must have been 13, excuse me. BMW. There was just about enough room there, Jeremy.
Yeah.
A BMW and a 10th.
Yeah.
Now here comes the second place car into the pit lane. This is the drive-through for pit lane speed limit violation. And straight after a full course caution, that is awful. Absolutely awful. There's going to be a huge amount of cars for Ricky Taylor to pass. And he's followed through. As off has gone the JDC 85 car. This is the LMP2 machine, the LMP3 machine, Till Bechtelsheimer on the far side of the circuit. If he's touched the wall, it's very gently. It's over on the airfield side of things. There's no dive planes missing. He found reverse. Now, again, did he jump, or was he pushed? No, I'd tell a lie, it's turn 1, my apologies. He's, maybe didn't even touch it. Great save. Great save. Hard on the brakes, reversed the lock and spun the car round. Was left facing the wall, took a deep breath, remembered how to find reverse, and then got himself out, so we stay green. So there was some side-by-side earlier on in GT, and now we've got the 23 car moving slowly. So it was the other Aston Martin Heart of Racing team, and Alex Riberas moving slowly. I said I thought I'd seen some side-by-side with Bill Oberlin, so maybe it was. No, that would have been right. So that car has continued. My goodness, every single restart, every single lap, as if it was the last lap of the last race of the season and the championship was on the line. Ricky Taylor carving his way back through after stopping in the pits. Has got a huge amount of traffic. He's passing cars left and right in that number 10 Konica Minolta Acura from WTR with Andretti Autosport. At the front of the GT Pro field, Mauro Engel must be getting a bit bored of looking at the back of the Corvette number 3. If he follows it much longer, he'll be able to draw it from memory.
Up at the front, meanwhile, on board with Sebastian Bourdais, who made a great restart. Well, the previous restart, he made up a couple of positions, managed to get past both number 60 and the number 25, and now he's tracking behind Matty Campbell, who is into second place with that pit stop for the number 10, the penalty, I should say, for number 10.
At the front, Pipo Derani with 1.7 seconds of a lead. 12 Hours of Sebring for 2023. Round 2 for most, but not all of the championships. And the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring yet to go into its decisive phase. The sun goes down just after 7:30 tonight. So in about a couple of hours, we'll be talking about the headlights making a difference. And by 8 o'clock, it's going to be dark. Siegel, good restart too. Scott McLaughlin challenged on the restart in the Tower Motorsport number 8, but couldn't get by. Ed Jones for High Class Racing is right with McLaughlin now, as they're battling. And in LMP3, Felipe Fraga for the number 74 Riley has got his hands full of Garrett Grist, the number 30 Junior 3 Racing, and they've pulled about 4 seconds away from Glenn van Berlo, who's now under pressure from the AWA number 13, the black and yellow car. And that's Matt Bell behind the wheel of that one. 3 of the 5 classes coming across the start-finish line now, and into the first corner at turn 1. Still to come, we have to deliberate on the BDO Nose Strategy Award. We'll revisit the next set of points. That comes in 23 minutes for the Michelin Endurance Cup. And don't forget, when the checkered flag drops in 4 hours and 23 minutes, that ends the race, but starts the conversation for post-race tech. Michelin post-race tech is the hashtag. Hashtag Michelin PRT, should I say, at IMSA Radio. Heart of Racing 27, Aston Martin, right up behind now. The Porsche deals with that fairly easily. That was the Porsche. Was that the Kelly Moss car? No, it wasn't. It was the bright yellow car. There it is in front as they go through Tower Turn. Roman De Angelis trying to hunt down that machine. Chris Allen has taken out the number 38 Performance Tech Motorsport car after its several penalties, stop and hold penalties. Down into turn 17, Faf Plaid Porsche, the driveway machine, Risi Competizione Ferrari. We've seen this before, Porsche versus Ferrari, out of turn 17, with prototype traffic coming through as well. They cross the line down into turn 1. 2007 all over again. Well, we've still got 4 hours and 20 minutes or so before we can start getting that excited. The Plaid Porsche then sitting in second position with Davide Rigon in third behind Klaus Bachler. This Klaus Bachler's first go at the Sebring 12 Hours. His first full season of IMSA. His previous 7 starts in IMSA competition were all at the Rolex Daytona 24.
And he's lost a second a lap each of the last 2 or 3 laps in at number 9 covered. He is still holding on to third place just from the Risi Ferrari, the Macintosh Turner Motorsport BMW, and then Andy Lally, who is running 4th in GTD non-pro.
Yes.
And into the 48s there for our race leader, Pipo Derani, 48.86 for him. That's not hanging around, is it? That's really good at this stage in the game.
That's just 0.4 of a second or so away from that car's best lap of the race. The gold fronted Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais has Matt Campbell to aim at ahead of him. He's in the red, white and black number 7. It's the car with the black pinstripes and swooshes on the side. All of these cars looking a bit battle scarred and race weary now, which is how they're meant to look. Love it at this time of the race. They'll get a wee bit more dirt on them, a wee bit more dust on them before the end of tonight. The cloud, by the way, that was looking slightly threatening earlier on has cleared. Air temperature 29 Celsius, track 28. That's 82 Fahrenheit on the track and 84 in the air. I think Bourdais is just closing in a little bit on Matt Campbell. Not by much, as they go past the Heart of Racing Aston Martin down into turn 17. I'd say that's just about a second now, maybe a little less. Leader crosses the line. Derani, that's the end of lap 208 for him. 2 seconds the gap. Yeah, it's 8/10 now from Campbell to Bourdais. Elio Castroneves 2 seconds further back. Fastest lap of the race for Mathieu Jaminet in that car, and that car is the number 6. That was the car that was run into, the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, run into some significant body damage, actually. Lucky they didn't get any suspension damage on that car.
Incredible, really, how much damage there was to the bodywork, and he seems to have got away with it, and as you said, just turned his best lap of the race, so hasn't affected too much at all.
How's the car, Matthew? I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at the times.
Also, a new fastest lap of the class in LMP2 there for Nolan Siegel out in front in that CrowdStrike by APR entry. He's pulled out about 5 seconds over Scotty McLaughlin. That's a pretty darn good effort.
Alexander Sims, I owe you full credit. You were standing on the pit wall when that first caution came out, when it was damage to your car, courtesy of an LMP3, and I looked at you and said, it's your car, and you said, I know, I trust my crew. Well, you certainly should trust your crew out leading the race. Has the damage affected the handling of the Cadillac at all?
No, I think since we replaced the nose, the car's working well. Pace seems to be sensible. Yeah, conditions have changed quite a bit since I was last in the car when the sun was out, so looking forward to getting back in now and driving it in anger.
Do you get the honor of taking it into the sunset?
Yeah, I guess it probably will be. I haven't worked out times, but yeah, I'm in for the next bit after Pipo's stint now.
What's it been like working with this Whelen Engineering crew?
It's been lovely. Obviously still quite new to the team, to be honest, having just done Daytona. But we did a decent amount of testing as well, so feeling at home here, and yeah, really enjoying driving these GTB cars.
Has it been extra special for you with the WEC here this week as well, having so many friends, extra friends, to cheer you on and will you on to this potential first Sebring 12-hour win?
Yeah, I mean, it's lovely to have the two paddocks together and see a lot of friends that you normally wouldn't come across until Le Mans. So that's been very way to go. But yeah, I mean, so far it seems like we're in the mix.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And being in the mix is all you can ask for. After that, it's how you execute. Nico Pinot, Sean Creech Motorsport, number 33. An incident with the number 85, I think, race control has said. And that's been ruled inconclusive. So that was how Till Bechtelsheimer ended up in the, or near to the wall for the JDC Miller Motorsports. Inconclusive. So Till has got that car moving again, but at least it's been looked at.
Yeah, and did stay on the lead lap as well.
Yeah. So coming up to 6 o'clock local time, Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM, and of course around the world on RS2. Take us with you wherever you go if you're having to move around at this time of the night here in the continental USA. And that Sirius XM channel will be perfect for you if you are so equipped, or Bluetooth your phone or your device to the car. And if you're outside the US, you can be watching live and free. No sign up, no subscription. IMSARadio.com. The drop-down menu on the top left of the front page, and live video is the first item. Now, how about a battle for second place? Yes, please. Right in the middle of the GTD battle for the lead, GTD Pro battle for the leading spots, and the red and black number 7, the one with the black pin stripes, that is the Porsche 963 of Matt Campbell, carves his way past Bill Oberlin. I mean, Jeremy, you said this was his 100th WeatherTech weekend for Bill Oberlin?
Yeah, the first driver to accomplish that milestone. He has more starts than anybody else in the field.
So Seb Bourdais right up behind Matt Campbell when they came across the line, and now Davide Rigon is the next target for Matt Campbell, and he dispatches the Risi Competizione Ferrari, but he's lost ground and goes off the track at turn number 13, dropping the left-hand side Michelin's into that ever-growing trench before he has to commit to the fast series of sweepers with dirty left-hand side tyres, and a huge dive towards the back of him from Bourdais. He came from nowhere and went miles off the track, and here comes Elio Castro Neves going, okay boys, let me have a go, I'll have a play as well, thanks very much. He probably says it far more elegantly than me because he's got a nicer accent. Coming down to turn 17. Now, was that over-ambitious for Bourdais, or did Matt Campbell have to over-slow because of the traffic and the dirt on his Michelin tyres, on the left-hand side tyres, the loaded side tyres? It's 3 wide across the track. Here comes Castro Neves down the inside. That's a fantastic manoeuvre by Elio Castro Neves. Quality, class stuff, using the traffic. But here comes Seabass back up the inside at turn 3.
Wow.
That's feisty, just the way we like it in IMSA. So 2 position changes, 1 at turn 1, 1 at turn 3, and that is the battle for 3rd overall. Mathieu Jaminet is only a 2.5 seconds further back, and once again we've seen it all race long, as soon as you start fighting, it all starts to get a little bit tight. I think maybe Bourdais just did get a little bit too close to the back of the Porsche.
There was a bit of a lock-up, wasn't there, on the rear brakes on that car, and it sort of stepped sideways. He elected to go straight on there, make sure he didn't hit the back of the Porsche,
which was held up then onto the Ullman straight a little bit because of the BMW. It's the Paul Miller car. The corner before, though, was the dust-throwing moment, and I just wonder if there was a little bit of dirt and therefore lack of grip as the Porsche turned in. It just seemed to the right hand, it just seemed to catch Seabass slightly out of kilter and by surprise. But then the pass into turn 1 from Elio chopped across the track. after as they were going past the slower cars. That was quality stuff.
It was, but it cost him on the exit, didn't it? He was slow off the corner, and Sebastian Bourdais comes back, does the over-under, and gets him on the inside into turn 3. Great racing between two great drivers.
Does that just not show exactly the character and the mindset of those two drivers? Because it's slightly different. Elio will go for a gap anytime you want, and Sebastian Bourdais just sort of thinking to himself, no, you know, a bit more considered, more professorial with his glasses. Look over the top of my glasses at you. I'll have you back at turn 3.
The two oldest drivers, of course, in the GTP field. Elio's 47 years old nowadays, hard to believe, and Sebastian's 44. So they are the elder statesmen of the GTP class, but clearly have lost none of their abilities or their desire.
Yeah. And their enjoyment as well.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, super enthusiastic.
It really is. They're seriously enjoying it. It doesn't matter what happens for Elio. Every time you talk to him, if the car comes back on the back of a flatbed, he'll find something positive to say about it, and he'll have a smile on his face. I've had a drive of a car today. I'm happy. You know, I've had a good time. I've been at the racetrack.
Yeah.
Right, Porsche in a battle here with the number 57 Winward car, and they're battling in GTD.
Yeah, as he'd taken the lead, because he'd lost the lead, Zachary Robichon to Philippe Ellis, but he's back ahead again of him now. So they've been back and forth a few times over the last few laps.
Sorry, Jeremy. Madison Snow about 2 seconds off this. And then Andy Lally 6 seconds behind the top 3. This is another cracker, isn't it? Madison Snow will see those 2 cars ahead of him. Remember, that BMW has not got pristine brakes. The car in 3rd position. They were struggling even before half distance with the brakes, and Brian Sellers sounded a little bit dejected. BMW caught off number 32, Kenton Cook, trying to get on terms with Andy Lally. He's about 2 seconds up the road. He's got Roman De Angelis in the 27 Aston behind him. Lally in the Aston Martin Vantage for Magnus, of course, the 44.
Yeah, had a great run again at Daytona in the opening race of the season for that Magnus racing car. Came away with a
spin for the right car. I think there was a little touch. That's going to hit the wall. Oh, almost avoided that. Now, is there steering damage, or have they got away with that? See if we can get a gear. Taken off the left wing end plate. Has to wait for the traffic. And the 57 car's gone around as well. Wow. That'll be damage, side-by-side damage with that from Phil Ellis and the Winward Racing car. So Zachary Robichon and Phil Ellis getting too comfy and cosy, and they have dropped a huge amount of positions. Ellis goes round the outside of the stricken AMG. Coming down to turn 1, line astern. Ellis is going to dive to the inside, the left-hand side of the track. He's alongside. They're side by side. I'm not sure. Was there a touch? That might have just been a touch on the front right of the AMG to the front left of the Porsche, and then Ellis spins with a puncture.
Yeah.
So puncture was on the wrong side. Was it not? No, it's on the right-hand side. That's fine. Meantime, the remaining TDS car has decided to change the aerodynamic profile on the front of the car. In fact, no, that's the 11 car. Yes, it is. The 35's had a heck of a lot of troubles, hasn't it? So this is the 6th place Scott Huffaker-driven TDS, man doing double duty this weekend. Going to need to do a stop and hope it falls off. He's picked up the VP Racing fuel banner. I think that's a pit stop there for Scott.
Yeah, that's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
It just won't fall off. It's kind of, I think the dive plane has kind of wedged its way through there, and it's not going to let go.
He's going to have to come into the pit lane because he'll be overheating all sorts. I mean, it's broken front suspension.
Yeah.
That is very bad luck. There was no intent there at all. Broken front suspension on the 57. That's Philip Ellis. And broken front suspension and steering arm as well. He's trying to get the TechMet 57 car back to the pit. No intention there at all. That was clean racing. They were side by side, but the bumps do move you around, and the slightest of touches between those two cars. But the camber, that's the amount difference between where the top of the tyre is and the bottom of the tyre is. They lean out from underneath the wheel arches. A lot of people coming in to the pits anticipating a full course yellow, which has come, as we are 6 minutes away from handing out Michelin Endurance Cup points. Now, does that mean that some people are going to stay out here, Jeremy?
Yes, I think it probably does. 6 minutes away, so there'll be a couple of laps under caution. It'll be around about then, though, that the pits are open. So I think the hour mark will elapse before the pits are opened, just about. That's a really unfortunate. I tell you what, though, Pipo Derani, he'd been flying at the front of the field, really turning some quick laps there. A couple of 48s in there, and the other guy who was turning some good laps was Ricky Taylor.
Yeah.
He clearly was annoyed after that pit stop, and he was flying along there. He made up about.
Oh yes, because they had the pit stop penalty for overspeed.
He was making up a second a lap on those cars ahead of him.
I'll do a quick VP racing rundown in a moment or two. Quick update on the 24 BMW. We said it had retired. It was cooling issues on that particular car. And we're coming up to the 4 hour mark. 4 hour to go. So that's more points, as we said, for Michelin Endurance Cup. So we have as follows in our VP Racing Fuel in-race update. Pipo Derani for Whelen Engineering leading, having completed 215 laps. Matt Campbell, Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7 in second. Seb Bourdais, Cadillac Racing, that's the gold-fronted car, the 01 in third. The 60, Elio Castro Neves, after a great battle between he and Sebastian Bourdais in the number 60 Acura ARX 06. It's the white, purple and blue car. Second of the Porsche Penske Motorsports, the car with the white stripes and flashes down the side, is the number 6. That's in 5th position for Mathieu Jaminet. And rounding up the top 7, all on the lead lap in GTP, Conor De Filippi for BMW Team RLL. The remaining car is the number 25, ahead of Ricky Taylor, who'd been doing a cracking job trying to close back in after that pit lane speeding penalty, put him well down the field and in the midst of all of the midfield traffic. But he will be back on the back of the top 6 when the class split is done. So this brings him right back into it. In LMP2, what a brilliant battle we've had all the way through. The CrowdStrike Racing by APR has been leading for quite a long time now. Nolan Siegel in the 04. High Class Racing have been there or thereabouts, certainly in the top 3 or 4 for the whole race, as has Tower Motorsports in the number 8, Scott McLaughlin behind the wheel of that. The PR1 Matheson Motorsports machine has been disputing the lead. Started on pole position, remember. It's number 52 Wins car. And is now back into 4th place ahead of Rick Ware Racing's Pietro Fittipaldi in the 51. They are all on the same lead lap, with Christian Rasmussen in the 18 Era Motorsport, the mainly blue car, and the red and yellow TDS racing machine of Scott Huffaker just out of the pits. He is 1 lap off the lead as well. In LMP2, leading class that is, excuse me. LMP3, the number 74 blue and orange Riley entered Ligier leads it as the pass around is ongoing. Garrett Griss for Junior 3 Racing in second, and the top 3 made up by another Ligier, so 3 Ligiers. The 13 Matt Bell black and yellow AWA car. Then it's the bright yellow car of Till Bechtelsheimer, who was shown off the lead lap there.
No, I think he was just catching up to the field, John.
Okay.
Because remember that incident he had earlier on,
so it dropped him
he was
way
quite
back.
a long way back. Yeah, so he's just catching up.
Let's see. Yes, thank you, Jeremy. I said that with a slight questioning note in my voice. But Seth Lucas and Wayne Boyd, I think, are off the lead lap by 1 and 2 laps.
1 and 3 laps,
1 and 3 laps, okay. That's RV, the number 4, and AWA, the 17 car. The GT Pro battle has been between Corvette Racing in their Chevrolet Corvette, the number 3, and the 79 WeatherTech Racing, Mauro Engel driven for the last few stints. Mercedes AMG with Davide Arrigo and recent competition in that achingly beautiful Ferrari 296 GT3, the number 62 car. Then the dark blue Turner Motorsport M4 GT3 Bill Oberlin in the 95 car. Iron Lynx Lamborghini Huracan in 5th position. Lawrence Vanto for Pfaff Motorsport, the plaid car, even after that little bump, down in 6th, and he's closed back up again as well. And the top 7 in GT Pro.
That car just came in the pits.
Thank you.
As did the number 14.
Which is in 7th for Vasser Sullivan.
They ducked in right before that caution period.
Oh. So that means they could cycle even further forward from that if the cars ahead of them stop. In GTD, Madison Snow for Paul Miller Racing is at the head of GTD, having dealt with Magnus Racing's Andy Lally in the Aston Martin Vantage. And Kenton Cook for Team Cortus Motorsport is in 3rd. 144 and 32, BMW, Aston and AMG GT3. Then Roman De Angelis in the 27 Heart of Racing, Aston. Robbie Foley for Turner Motorsport in the M4 GT3 number 96. Top 6 is Inception and the McLaren right back in it again after a trying first half of the race, shall we say. Frankie Montecalvo for Vasser Sullivan in the GTD number 12, that is the Lexus RCF GT3, and the top 10 made up by Max Root for Wright Motorsport 77, Jackson Evans for Kelly Moss with Riley and their team car Alec Udell in the 92, so 91 and 92 in 9th and 10th. And that is how it stands with 216 laps completed by Pipo Derani, who leads under our 7th. No,
8th.
8th.
Yeah.
Now, safety car. And that's our VP Racing in-race update. And we are just on 4 hours to go. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindorf in the booth. We're live from Sebring International Raceway. Joe Bradley down in the pit. You're down at the GTP end of things there, Joe, to see who is likely to come in, and what's it looking like? Are they all up on the wall like Olympic athletes?
Yeah, we're all ready. We're all poised like coiled springs. You know, this is where the magic wand's waved, isn't it? To bring that number 10 Konica Minolta Acura back into play. And you guys mentioned after this phase, that penalty really bit them hard, and that could have really hurt them. They're on pit road now.
Right.
Durrani leading the field. I can't really tell because there's headlights blazing.
Joe, just a second. I want to make a point that Shay's just said in my ear. I know she's gone off for something to eat, but she's kept her cans on, and she makes a great point. 4 hours elapsed whilst they were on that lap.
Yeah.
This is going across the line. You have to be on the track, not in the pit lane, to get the points for Michelin Endurance Cup. I'm just going to say that right now because that might affect certain people staying out. Joe, what's going on with you in the GTPs?
It's a pit stop race. The 31 Whelen car is out, the Cadillac with Pipo Derani. You'll be able to tell me. I don't think there's anyone going to risk changing drivers here. They want to get back in this fight. And the number 10 gets out ahead of the number 6 Porsche. So the number 10 Acura beats the Porsche number 6 out, and there's the number 30 out behind him. So it's the number 60 is at the tail of the trail. Now then, no, sorry, I panicked there. I saw a red light. I thought that was going to be half of those GTPs held up. It's not. It went green immediately, so that's not going to affect anything.
As they get back underway. And the last car out is the BMW number 25.
So all of the GTP cars came in, so it'll be next time around, once they're back on the racetrack, that they will get their their points,
Good point.
presumably.
So nobody worked out if they'd stayed out one lap more, they would have got all they would have done was drop down to 7th. It would have been...
Well, because the pits, they're past start-finish line, it probably wouldn't have made any difference because most of the GTP cars are past the start-finish line, I think. So, but for LMP2, number 8 and number 52 did not come in, and therefore went from 3rd and 4th to 1st and 2nd. So they will get maximum points.
Yeah.
Number 8 car, Tower Motorsport, will get maximum points, I believe. Then the PR1 Matheson car, number 52, and then the car that was leading, the number 04, came into the pits in 3rd position. In LMP3, similar sort of thing. The number 74 car was leading in any case, but stayed out to guarantee those maximum points at the 8-hour mark for Michelin Endurance Challenge. The other 4 cars on the lead lap in LMP3 did come in. That's number 30, 36, 13, and 85.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Go ahead.
Yeah, we were just speculating there as to why wouldn't the number 10 have stayed out and took the points. I think it's quite easy to answer that one. Everybody wants to win the Sebring 12 hours. I think
well, they've got a handy lead.
Afterthought.
They have got a handy lead in the championship because, of course, the Meyer-Shank racing car lost all of its points from Daytona, and those points weren't redistributed elsewhere. It is a championship in its own right, the Michelin Endurance Cup, and therefore you do get a trophy and a presentation at the end of season Night of Champions, and the trophy is absolutely outstanding. It is really big and smaller and solid. Really good piece of silverware. So this time around the pits are open for GT, and I would think most of the cars will come in here as well. They've crossed the line already on the track, so yes, the Corvette brings everybody in, and Joe Bradley can see just a whole load of headlights coming towards him.
Absolutely, I couldn't tell you who's at the front of the train. I think it's a Corvette. Yes, it is. I can see it's yellow. I'm just in front of the WeatherTech pit. We'll see the Mercedes. So the Corvette peels off first, and then just in front of it, almost contacting the left front corner there, the WeatherTech Mercedes was really close. There's a pit box between them. So as the Mercedes Marengel took the car to the right, the Corvette was already in its box. That was very, very close. So the WeatherTech boys and girls are done with their tyre stop. Now it's the fuel. We've talked about the fuel being the limiting factor to pit stops. The car's already peeling off. The WeatherTech car leaves, and the WeatherTech car, the Mercedes, has actually overtaken the Corvette. The Corvette looks like it might have a problem.
No, I think they're doing brakes, Joe.
Are they? Right, I'll have a walk down there.
I'm not sure. Well, no, it's just left front that's causing...
It's on the rear. They're on the rear.
Oh, right, rear.
Left rear. There's a tension on the left rear.
Are they doing rear brakes?
The car is still on its jacks. Change of springs. There's a damper come out. There's a broken damper or something, or they're not happy with the damper. Left rear.
This car has been leading for such a long time. Meantime, the right Porsche, number 16, is also getting some remedial work, but this time that is under the front. Something caught on the steering. Something caught on the steering maybe for the right Porsche. It's not brakes that they're doing there either. This will cost places, but not necessarily anything other than that, because we're still under yellow. They've got to get the cars out before the safety car comes back around. And we saw earlier on, Jeremy, didn't we, that when Antonio Garcia had to take emergency service when the yellows came out at an inappropriate time for them, that they were able to pull their way back through. But Joe Bradley, this is quite major work going on the left rear.
Yeah, we brought out some tie rods for the rear suspension as well, so I'm not actually sure what the problem is. They brought out a new damper. That's the first thing I spotted. So it's a spring damper unit in one. It's all very fiddly in there, and of course that rear brake disc is absolutely scalding hot. You need about 4 blokes in there, but you can't. You could only fit, well, they've managed to fit 2. I think if actually they got another one in there, that'd be a world record, but that's another story altogether. So it is very fiddly, very restricted, very hot, very, very harsh environment trying to do this. The suspension tie rods have gone back. They're not needed, it seems. So I'm just going to hang fire and see if that damper unit is going to be, yeah, it is. It's just a change of the damper, left rear damper.
The old one is sitting on a tyre to the left.
No, that's the new one.
Oh, that's the new one.
Yeah, that's the new one. We haven't got the old one out yet. Gosh. So this is costing them. This is absolutely costing them.
Safety car is coming to 17. They're going to drop off the lead lap if that car doesn't go.
No, it's not going anywhere for now. They can't get the damper
this
out.
This is going to be costly, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, it's already cost them, hasn't it?
Drama here in the pit lane as the number 3 Corvette, which has been the long-time leader, pole sitter for Antonio Garcia, who's a maestro in qualifying here at Sebring International Raceway, and it has led for so much of the race. 25 BMW coming back in as well for a top-up, it would seem. Their pit board is down, and there they lose the lead lap in GTD Pro as Pfaff Motorsports will go through. And Joe Bradley is watching this. It's painful, Joe, in some respects. They're working as fast as they can. And, you know, this would be a job that if you were doing yourself or you took to your local dealer, they'd book you in for, what, 4 or 5 hours of labour on this one?
Well, you drop it off at 9 o'clock and pick it up at 5, wouldn't you? And it'll probably take a good couple of hours to actually do it. They've finally got to the bottom of it. They've got the new damper in. I'm going to try and confirm that is a new left rear damper that's gone on there. Very, very harsh environment, of course, to get in there. Whilst you've got people pit stopping around you. The 25 BMW, for instance, come in just behind the car. And that car is in, taking on fuel. We've already changed the tyres on the 25. Door shut, so we're just waiting for the fuel to jump off. He does.
That's the second time that car's been
so that car moving off on electric power. Very sinister.
So, all of the GTPs came in the first time round when they could, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And then the BMW in again. I think that's worth a chat with the BMW and with the number 60 Acura team, Joe, because they had come in at the first opportunity when the pits opened for prototypes, and then they've come back in again. And you said they changed tyres on the BMW again.
Yeah. So definitely saw tyres going back over the wall. Fuel and tyres.
Right.
Well, the number 01 car made up a position during that round of pit stops at the expense of the number 7 Porsche. So it's number 01 car now in second position. The Porsche of Felipe Nasser down to third. Next up is Ricky Taylor, who vaulted up 3 positions during that round of stops.
They changed the driver in the 60. Colin Brown got into that Acura. They took Elio out, but I still... why didn't they do that the first time? Let's find out what was going on with the Corvette first of all. Long stop, left rear problem. Tommy Milner's with Joe Bradley.
Tommy, we just watched that contention just ebb away there. What was the problem? I saw a damper going in there. Is that the issue?
Yeah, I replaced the damper there in the left rear. I noticed something on my last stint there where the car was worse over the bumps in 17 and 1. You could kind of manage it, but I had a feeling there was something not quite right. So I just told the guys before we came in there to take a look, and it was pretty obvious when they took the wheel off that there was something wrong. So it's the right thing to do to change it for sure, because that could be a bigger problem later on. At least we have the problem fixed now, and I think we've lost 1 lap here, so we'll have to be a little smart here with strategy if we can to try to get the lap back. But disappointing for sure. The car was very good. The race is definitely not over yet, but yeah, it's a bummer to race that hard for so long, to be up the front that long, and now we have to fight hard. But we have 2 fantastic guys in the car up next, Jordan now and then Antonio at the end, so those 2 guys will do everything they can to make that happen.
Very, very bad look indeed, and it was painful watching it from here. not having any connection to the team. Pipo Derani, another copy boot start ahead of Sebastian Bourdais with a gold fronted car down the inside. Ricky Taylor, the magic wand, said Joe, has been raved, and they're back in it, and they certainly are. And Taylor goes up to third position from the start. Up the inside of Felipe Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsport. And that Acura rejuvenated to dropping way back after the pit lane speeding penalty. And now immediately goes to work on Sebastian Bourdais down towards turn 7. We know how fast this Acura is in a straight line, and we know that the number 01 Cadillac takes a wee while to get its temperatures and pressures up on its Michelin tyres. Derani trying to make a break for freedom here. Can be no mistakes from Bourdais. Oh, slams the ground as he goes over the bumps into turn 10. That tells you that they're not up to pressure, because they're running a slightly lower ride height until the tyres come up to pressure. That looked painful as the sparks flew from the skid plate underneath the car on Bourdais' machine. Huge move up the inside into turn 1, very late indeed by Ricky Taylor, and Felipe Nasr did well to avoid him, but had to lift out of it and loses positions because of it. Mathieu Jaminet and Colin Brown right there as well. So Derani, Bourdais, Taylor, your top 3 down the back straight. And now heads into turn 17, down the inside. Bourdais has found a new lease of life. Releases the brake after the first apex and slides through on Derani. Now, we've seen the Cadillac swapping places before, but that didn't look like it was planned across the line. Bourdais now leads for Cadillac Racing from Whelen Engineering, the 31 in second. Then the 2 Acuras have got by Felipe Nasr after that restart first corner. Ricky Taylor in the 10, Colin Brown in the 60. Then the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. And then Sheldon van der Linde in the remaining BMW. Glenn van Berlo for Andretti Autosport is into the pits. And that is for drive-through, ran over some pit equipment. Meantime, the red, white and black number 20 is going to have to come in as well. That's another minimum fuel time penalty for high-class racing, and unsafe free entry to the track for the 57. That'll be a drive-through, but that's the Winward car. That car hasn't reappeared on the pit lane yet, but will have to serve a penalty when it does. So Bourdais leads to Cadillac 1-2.
Big shuffle around there, wasn't there, at that restart, and now we'll see whether these Cadillacs can pull away from the rest, although no, it's still Ricky Taylor's in second position, isn't he? How do you get back past? Did you get back past the number 31 car?
Good question. Well, that's what the timing screen says. Let's see what we can actually see out of the window. Taylor had a great restart, no doubt about it. Bourdais went past Derani, and Ricky Taylor, yes, has been scored in second position now. The timing screen just taking a wee moment.
No, he made the pass on that lap.
He made a pass on that lap, correct. Derani lost first position coming into 17 last time around, as described, to the 01. And then Ricky Taylor's just gone through as well. Pipo Derani dropping into the clutches of the Acura of Colin Brown. That caution could not have been better time for that number 10 car. Fighting through all the traffic. In comes the number 13, Matt Bell. Now, if they had a penalty as well, this is the AWA car. Can't see a penalty for that car. Catherine Legg just come out of the pit lane as well in the gradient number 66. They're just fighting for points now. They've had a really unfortunate run this weekend, being driven into a couple of times.
Number 74 car came in out of the lead on that restart lap as well, so he got the maximum points, and then has made its pit stop as we went back to green. So it's cost us some track position, but did get those MEC points.
36 coming through again. So that's consecutive laps for a drive-through for the 36 Glenn van Berlo car. Okay. Meantime, Corvette fighting back, lap down, goes side by side with Reese. Turn 10, gets through.
Yeah, that's the good news. The bad news is the 62 car is at the back of that train. Actually, you did get past Romain Grosjean, but other than that, it's still a lap down to the entire GTD Pro leading contenders.
Let's go to Joe Bradley with some news on the 63 Lamborghini, the Iron Lynx car.
Jordan, you mouthed the word frustrating there as you were just getting out of the car.
Yeah, it's so hard to fight here when it's quite clear now. Daytona, we were just way too slow in a straight line. But granted, it was the first race of the car and everything like that. And you know, IMSA is known for their great BOP and great close racing between all the cars. And again, this weekend we're just struggling in a straight line. It's just the team's done an incredible job. The car is really hooked up. We're really taking leaps and bounds, but unfortunately in clean air we can sort of be there on pace, half a second to 7/10 off, but as soon as we're in the fight, it's like we're GD4 with the handbrake on. So it's tough right now, but you know, it's IMSA racing, anything can happen, and that's why we love it.
Clean air at Sebring is very scarce. It's been absolutely frantic out there all day.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, we're pushing hard, we're doing our best. You know, credits to Lamborghini, like giving us such a strong car. Honestly, we can't complain. At the end of the day, we have what we have right now, and yeah, we'll just continue to fight, push on, because we saw in Daytona it got edgy at the end, and yeah, again, we know Sebring from past experiences it could get quite crazy. So let's see what happens. Driving standards also out there is getting a bit crazy at the minute. Drivers pushing you off track at the moment was also frustrating, but keeping our nose clean and doing the best we can.
Jordan Pepper with Joe Bradley.
And in GTD, Kenton Cook has made some passes at the restart.
Yes, he has.
He took the green flag in 4th position. It was number 1 car that led from number 12 and number 27. Now it's number 32 in the lead from number 1, 27, and then the 12.
Cars coming in, Aero Motorsport into the pit lane now with Christian Rasmussen. It'll be a drive down the pit lane for Mathieu Jaminet. They ran through some pit equipment as well. So that will be a drive-through for the 6th place Porsche Penske Motorsports 963. I thought I saw a bit of argy-bargy behind the Lexus, maybe a Ferrari getting some contact there a moment or two ago. And I haven't seen any consequences from that. Cars moving slowly, etc. So much going on, I honestly don't know where to look at the moment. No. Under 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM. Sirius XM. And we'll have Sirius XM coverage for every single WeatherTech sports car race this season, as we have for the past few years here on IMSA Radio. And sound and vision on IMSARadio.com if you want to watch the live world feed without any breaks, full action, no interruptions. Then go to IMSARadio.com, and the drop-down menu on the top left, live video, is the first option for you. With Bourdais being gently reeled in by Ricky Taylor, 0-1 from 1-0. Mathieu Jaminet drops to 7th position in GTP as he comes in to serve that drive-through penalty, and there's been a shake-up in LMP3, Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, there has, with the various pit stops since we went back to green for the number 74 car and the 13 and the number 36. It was now the number 30 car, the Junior 3 Racing entry that is leading the class. Number 30, Dakota Dickerson at the wheel. Got a handy lead over Till Bechtelsheimer, and then closing in on him will be Matthew Bell in a number 13 AWA car. Behind him, there's a fair gap back to Glenn Van Berlo in number 36 car that made that stop just a few moments ago.
At IMSA Radio, don't forget hashtag Michelin PRT for our listener-driven post-race tech show. Hashtag Michelin PRT. And we're still looking for our BDO Knows Strategy Award as well. Everyone, and I mean everyone, on the pit wall have had to think very, very quickly and react very, very quickly in the first part of this race. 8.5 hours nearly completed now. So 225 laps. So Three hours 36 to go. And Jeremy Shaw, this is by no means over yet. By no means over yet.
Isn't that right? And this GTD battle is just fantastic. We've got 12 cars, I think, on the lead lap. The last one, of course, Jan Halen, number 16 car that survived that incident with the number 57. It's a 57 car that came off a lot worse, obviously. So he has made those extra stops and is still going. He's a ways behind the rest, but he's actually just gone a personal best Sector 1 in that Porsche. So Jan Halen struggling to make up that ground a little bit, and Kenton Cook, as I say, he's been absolutely flying. He's got a little bit of a margin all of a sudden over Roman DeAndres, about 3.5 seconds in the number 27 Harter Racing Aston Martin, who has moved past Brian Sellers' BMW in the last lap or two. And then right behind Sellers, well, there's a long train of cars. There is Ollie Milroy in number 70 McLaren. That car's back in the mix again, having had problems early on. The Lexus of Frankie Montecalvo, Alec Udell and Trent Hinman in 2 Porsches, 92 and 77. Also Patrick Gallagher in the Turner Motorsport BMW 96. The Magnus Aston Martin Spencer Pumpelly, number 44. Loris Spinelli, he is a little bit farther back, but down to Spencer Pumpelly, it is nose to tail.
3 wide across the start-finish line right in front of us, and the middle car was getting squeezed just a little bit there. It was one of the Lexus. How did that not end up in shards of carbon fibre? I'm not sure. Wow, literally held my breath there as I was looking out the window at just the right time. God. Maro Engel, a new fastest lap in GTD Pro for the number 79 AMG GT3, sits in 3rd position, about 3 seconds away from the lead at the moment. And TDS Racing, Scott Huffaker, 1 lap off the lead in that number 11 car. He's just put the fastest lap in LMP2. That is a stout effort from young Scott. 150.758, car a lap off the lead, but not clearly out of contention.
No, and it's a bit frustrating for that team because they haven't been able to get the lap back on either of the last 2 caution periods, because one of the leading cars on the lead lap didn't come into the pits, and they were still ahead of the number 11 car, so it hasn't been able to get those laps back. So a little bit frustrating, but they got the pace clearly in that car.
66 NSX, Catherine Legg in 15th position at the moment for Gradient Racing, been run into twice during the race now. Once by Nick Tandy, I seem to remember early on, when it took the front end off the car. Joe Bradley in the pits for this part of the session. Shea Adam will rejoin us shortly. 57 and 16, that get-together that we saw earlier on, reviewed. No action, and the Performance Tech number 38 has just come back out from behind the wall. Now that's still got a penalty hanging over it, if I remember. So that car, I think, too many people working on it, and maybe too much work going on in emergency service as well. So I think that might have to come back into the pit lane. So the Windward and Wright Motorsport come together. No action taken by race control there. Down to 0.8 of a second between Pfaff and Vasser Sullivan, Porsche and Lexus. Another 2 seconds back to the AMG GT3 of WeatherTech. We're talking GTD Pro. And Jeremy's right. Ollie Milroy is right there with Brian Sellers now, who's about 2 seconds behind Roman De Angelis in GTD. That's the battle for 4th, 3rd and 2nd. But Kenton Cook has cleared off. Catch me if you can in that 32-team Korthoff Motorsport AMG GT3. The Inception car. Can see Brian Sellers in that Total Quartz liveried BMW M4 at the front of the field. The battle of the GTPs goes on. We've only lost one of the GTPs. The 24 BMW went out with cooling issues about an hour or so ago. So it's the 01 gold-fronted Cadillac for Cadillac Racing. Chip Ganassi running that team, half a second back. Ricky Taylor right back in the mix. Almost a lap down, and the car couldn't make speed. They were really struggling. And then the safety car comes out and they're right back in it. Pipo Derani, another 4 seconds further back. Kenton Cook in with the GTD Pros now. Problem is, of course, he's a lap behind all of those after that split earlier on. Seth Lucas pits the RV Motorsports Ligier from 6th place in LMP3. He's the first car off the lead lap in LMP3. New fastest lap for the car. Tower Motorsports number 8, Scott McLaughlin. Scott McLaughlin can drive anything. 151.302, that's a good lap for that car.
I think that's the fastest lap of the race.
For him, yeah, for that car, yeah.
True, for that car,
Scott
yeah.
Huffaker's done a 50.424.
Absolutely right, wow, yeah.
And Christian Rasmussen's just done a 50.4.
You're right, he did that on the last lap, didn't he, Huffaker?
Yeah.
So,
last lap but
track
one,
conditions are, again, really, really good right now, considering, pretty remarkable, really, considering how far we are into this race.
Seth Lucas from RV Motorsport, then just going down the pits. CrowdStrike getting ready for a stop in the 04. Leader, Ben Hanley in LMP2. They're just checking the tyre pressures. So Catherine Legg, I said she was in and out of the pit. She had to have more damage repaired to the left-hand side rear. It's now been tied up with a bungee cord. Some left front damage as well to add to the right front damage. I'll just balance up the aero. And that was annoying because she just managed to get past the 2 cars ahead of her, but that's now a lap down for the 66 Gradient car. As I said, they have had a, what can only be described as a character building weekend.
Yeah.
With it.
Another great lap there from Sebastian Bourdais, 148.452. That's only a 1/10 of a second away from the fastest lap of the race by that car, which was actually set by Renger van der Zande back on lap 165. Got 230 laps now in the books. And he pulled out a better part of a second, extended his lead over Ricky Taylor by the better part of a second on that last lap. And he, in turn, is edging away now from Pipo Derani. Isn't it interesting how things ebb and flow?
Oh, absolutely. And that's why we like the long races, Jeremy. Because it's not over until it's over. And even then, sometimes it's not over. WP73 at IMSA Radio. What's the future for LMP3 racing in IMSA? Is it on its way out with all the changes, or is it here to stay? We had John Doonan, president of IMSA, in earlier in the race. They've made the announcement to extend the eligibility of LMP2 to 2025. And he said announcements coming about LMP3 live here in this booth.
I think by June 1st, I think is when they're planning to make that announcement on LMP3.
It's been popular, Jeremy, and they sound great.
Yeah, and it's relatively affordable too. And it has provided some tremendous racing. I mean, right now we've got 5 cars on the lead lap in LMP3. And it's been a really good battle all the way through. We've had a bunch of different leaders. Dakota Dickerson leads the way right now. He's pulling away from Till Bechtolsheimer in second position, doing a nice job in that JDC Miller car in second. Matt Bell is closing in on Till, but not that quickly. He was about a second quicker on that last lap.
Just jumping in on that conversation, guys, about LMP3 and its future. I'd be amazed if the series does away with it as a part of this series, because I've never known a race series get rid of a grid that has got great numbers, well-funded teams, very professionally, the way that the teams present themselves, all top level stuff, and the cars are great, and they're a great training formula, aren't they?
That's the point, Joe.
Yes.
That is the point. Now, the VP...
For teams and drivers,
correct.
John,
the VP Racing Challenge has taken on some of that because they're in multi-class racing, sprint racing rather than endurance, though, with GT4 cars, or GSX as they're called. But I think multi-class, multi-driver, LMP3, I do think it's very good. I might have a t-shirt made with this. You can only learn multi-class racing by doing multi-class racing. And you can't jump up from single make into the WeatherTech Championship and into a prototype car, even into a GT car, and have the GTPs going flying past you if you're not attuned to that. So we know that P2 is going to continue. We've got 7 P2s still running, 7 P3s still running, 7 GTD Pros, a whole bunch of GTD AMs, and 7 GDPs, actually.
Yeah, and on lap before last, Dakota Dickerson, who's leading that class for Junior 3 racing in car number 30, he just turned a 157.3, which is only just over 0.2 of a second away from Garrett Grist's fastest lap in that car. Well into a stint. The race leader there, he's regularly now in the 49s and even the occasional 48 for Sebastian Bourdais. But Ricky Taylor, he's holding pace. He's about 3.5 seconds behind. Also lapping consistently well below the 1:50 mark. Unlike Pipo Derani, who's just over the 150s most recently.
Joe Bradley down in the pits.
Yeah, we've got the number 18, the Era car. We were talking to Ryan DL a little earlier, and you know, it's a character building event for them, and they are in the pit lane now, all alone, all by themselves, and they're so sort of out of sync with the rest of the LMP2 field, and they're needing and having to go about their business and trying to get the car back into contention with a little bit of tricky strategy here and there. But at the moment, it's totally out of balance with the rest of the field.
Under 3.5 to go. Down into turn 1 a moment or two. Actually, a little while ago now, there was an incident, just a slightest touch between the 57 Windward car and the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. Wright Motorsport Porsche lost the wing end plate as it pulled out of the tyres, broken front steering and suspension for the 57 Windward car. But right now, that's number 16 car still running, and running in GT. Very distinctive blue, black and white colours. I don't even think it lost a lap after that, if I'm honest.
Who was that?
The 16.
No, it didn't.
No.
It managed to stay on the lead lap, which was very impressive.
Jan Halen behind the wheel of that car now, running in 12th position in GTD. Seemingly, even without that left rear end plate, it is still running nicely. Bourdais by a second now.
Yeah, it's come down. It was sort of stabilising around about 3.5. It appeared for 3 or 4 laps, but then some traffic on that last lap for Sebastian Bourdais. His lap time of 1:51.9. Ricky Taylor didn't get the traffic on that particular lap. It was in the 49s, and this time around he's even closer. Less than a second now between the two leaders heading in to turn 1.
It's nothing, really nothing, between what's going on at the front of the field. Eight-tenths of a second now, Jeremy. Ricky Taylor's got the bit between his teeth. He's coming. We saw right from the restart, didn't he? He looked pretty feisty. Dealt with Pipo Derani after Pipo had lost the lead to his Cadillac stablemate. And now they are 8.7 seconds ahead of Derani, who's 4.2 ahead of Colin Brown. But the battle for the lead is back on with 3 hours and 20 to go.
Wow. Do we have a look at the MEC points, the Michelin Endurance Cup points?
Yes, because we did them in 4 hours, didn't we? They've just come through.
Yep, the 8th hour was a little while ago. The results, the unofficial results, obviously at this stage. But in GTP, it was the Whelen Engineering Cadillac car number 31 was out front ahead of the number 7 Penske Porsche, and then the Cadillac Racing 01 car. So the points now have 20 for Konica Minolta Acura. That's car number 10 that's currently in 2nd position. They got 20 points. Tied on 19 will be that number 31 car that was leading at the 8-hour mark, and the number 01 Cadillac. So 1 point covering the top 3 in GTP.
Yeah.
In LMP2, it remains ridiculously close. It was the Tower Motorsport car was ahead at the 8-hour mark, so we'll score maximum points for the first time this season. The PR1 Matheson car was in 2nd place, as it was at the 4-hour mark, and the 04 CrowdStrike Racing entry was 3rd, as it was a 4-hour mark. So now the points have unofficially PR1 Matheson Motorsports then on 19 to the 18 of both the 04 CrowdStrike Racing entry and the TDS number 11. 17 points for TDS Racing car number 35, and 15 for the car that was out front at this 8-hour mark, Tower Motorsport in car number 8. In LMP3, it was Riley Motorsports that, for the first time this season, also scored maximum points, but they're not quite yet in the overall record. It's still Sean Creech Motorsports that will lead the way on 22 from the 19 of AWA number 17 car, and 18 points for Andretti Autosport in car number 36. GTD Pro. For the 2nd time in this race, the Corvette scores maximum points, and that will close the gap to WeatherTech Racing, which was in 2nd position at the 8-hour mark. That's car number 79, the Mercedes. That will now have 26 points to the Corvette's 23. 3rd position out of the top 4 at the 8-hour mark is Harder Racing on 18 points. Finally, in GTD, Chetlar Racing stayed out. Yes. At that point to get those maximum points. Again, a first for that team this season. They're now on 15 points. But leading the way is Harder Racing Team, car number 27, on 23 points to the 20 of Team Korthoff Motorsports number 32. And then back from there.
In the battle at the head of LMP2, Ben Handley It's just got away a little bit here for CrowdStrike by APR. 10.5 seconds, but Ed Jones and Scott McLaughlin are having a cracking scrap for second. High Class Racing number 20. Oh, being given a mechanical black flag and a penalty for minimum fuel time. That'll be a stop and 10. That's been reviewed. So whilst this is a battle on track, what somebody has to tell the driver of the black, orange and white car, Scott McLaughlin, don't fight too hard there, because that car's going to have to pit. This is 2-0. The High Class Racing red, white and black machine goes past the Iron Dames Lamborghini into turn number 1. Just starting to get a little darker out there at the moment. The lights around the circuit. The turn 4 Respect the Palms camp, they've been turned on, and I can see them. Bit of cloud covering the sun, and that's making it just a little darker. Still very humid out there. Oh, door open on the 85 car. Till Bechtelsheimer's driver's door, I think, has just popped open down at turn 7. This is the bright yellow number 85, and this is the second place car in LMP3. Now, let's have a look. Did he manage to catch it and pull it back down again? He's just coming through to turn the right-hander at turn 13. I'll try and get a look at it as he comes through. No, it's still open. I think he's holding it down with a hand. Coming to where he was knocked off the track earlier in the piece. Just past a Ferrari there that's got a different coloured door. Mark that one out for later. I think that's the number 21 machine of Simon Mann for AF Corsa. Got a plain black door on the right-hand side, which I have to say I hadn't noticed before now. So apologies for that. So Scott McLaughlin not necessarily pushing too hard to get by Ed Jones at the moment. Another black flag for the 20. It's the meatball flag, as they call it here. Black flag with a orange circle in the middle. That means you've got a mechanical issue that needs sorting immediately. They've also got a penalty for minimum fuel time breach. A warning to, stewards have been busy. A warning being issued for blocking as well. Now that is for the number 78. So that's just a warning at the moment. And Joe Bradley, one of the reasons, may have found out one of the reasons why that number 20 is not coming in.
Yeah, they've got all-style notice board, and it's kind of been mocked up very, very quickly with a Sharpie with the words drive-through, big orange arrow pointing towards the pit lane. Drive-through +10 is what they've scrolled on there with a big Sharpie. The team, the high-class team, are on the pit wall waiting for the car. I'm not sure. If they've got that, they mustn't be confident the driver is receiving any comms. We're going to wait and see any moment, aren't we?
He's just gone past the start-finish line, and it is a stop and 10. They've got to get him into the pit lane shortly. McLaughlin's right with him, and ostensibly it's a pass. He's pulled out and pulled back again in that number 20, Ed Jones. Is that the note to Scott that he's going into the pit lane? I think it is. He was showing McLaughlin. Yes, it was. That was really smart driving by Ed Jones. Got a rear light out as well. Now, he can stop at his pit and have the mechanical black flag attended to, but he'll have to come down the pit lane again for the stop and 10. Joe Bradley, is he stopping at his pit?
Yeah, he is. He's stopping at his box. He's stopped. Crew opens the door. Not sure what the crew member's doing. Obviously nothing's going on. They're not refueling, they're not changing tyres. The car has just come to a halt. Now the made-up makeshift board said +10. taking an instruction verbally.
Two separate things, Joe. He's got a mechanical black flag, and he's got a stop plus 10 for a minimum fuel breach. I presume that the mechanical black flag is for the radio.
I'm going to ask Johnny Knox now, and then basically the communication about the plus 10 drive-through was conversation going on now with Johnny Knott, and I'm going to clarify that this number 20 has been given this black flag because of the radio not working. I'm not sure.
We'll leave you to that, Joe. Coming up to another clock hour. It's RS2, IMSA Radio, live from Sebring. Let's get back down to Joe Bradley and see if we can find out what's going on with that number 20 car.
No, not yet.
Okay.
I think what Johnny Knott's waiting for is for it to actually sort this penalty out. So he's just kind of had a conversation.
You can't serve the penalty in your box. He would have had to go down the penalty box, Joe. So the first thing they've got to do is presumably fix the mechanical black flag that they got the black and orange flag for. There's two separate issues with this car, Joe.
He owes us a stop plus 10. However, they can't communicate with the driver because of the radio issue. We're bringing the car in to repair the radio. Then he'll come in now and do his stop plus 10.
Right. Is the regulation the radio must be working?
Yes.
There you go, guys.
Yeah, so just frustration upon frustration for that number 20 team. They've had a really strong run, and Ed Jones running in second position there before having to make that stop, and are now probably falling off the lead lap, I think probably already, as number 51 car comes into the pits out of third position in the class. It's still Ben Handley who leads the way in that crowd strike by APR car number 04. Leads by about 17 seconds now over Scotty McLaughlin in car number 8 for Tower Motorsport, and then behind, or about to pass, the number 51 Rick Ware Racing Engine is now leaving its pit box, having taken on service. Devlin DiFrancesco at the wheel of that car. And next up in the road is Paul-Luc Chatin, has probably, I think, already gone through into what will now be, at least briefly, third place.
Let me have a look. That is the number 20. That is the, sorry, number 52 car, isn't it? 51. Just going into turn 1 now.
Yeah, exactly. So he just, stop is completed. He will rejoin on his own there.
And the 52, which is the car that you thought might have gone through. Yeah, that's coming into turn 10 now, so that's long gone.
Yeah.
Coming down to another race hour having been completed.
Yeah, and interesting now that Bourdais is still turning some really fast laps at the front of the field. Ricky Taylor's sort of matching him. He's only within a couple of seconds. Pipo Derani, though, is a full 12 seconds behind now. So just gradually losing ground to those two leaders. But look, there's still over 3 hours to go. He won't be too worried about that.
Drama here. I think there's a fire at the back of this car as it comes into the pit lane. There is underneath the rear deck. This was the leader, Cadillac number 01. The golden car is smoking as shit. Adam is down in that pit.
I've just come back into the pit lane, John, and I was not expecting a barbecue. Sebastian Bourdais bringing in the 01 Cadillac. He is still aboard it. Yes, I'm not crazy in thinking that. But the car with fire under the middle, it was coming out of the engine bay. The crew going to work with fire extinguishers. They were not expecting to see the car down the pit lane yet, but indeed it has arrived, and there is a big plume of smoke down from their pit box. This is disaster and heartbreak for Chip Ganassi's Cadillac team. Most importantly, though, Sebastian Bourdais is out of the car.
And frustrated beyond description, he slaps his hand down on his thigh, as much as to say, how has this happened? Turning some fabulous laps just before this happened. 3 hours and 8 minutes or thereabouts to go. Having a cracking scrap and holding off Ricky Taylor, certainly holding their own in that gold-fronted Cadillac, Jeremy Shaw, and this is heartbreak.
Yeah, it really is. He just that was a tremendous stint that Sebastian Bourdais drove there. Turned a whole bunch of really quick laps there, but Ricky Taylor was staying right with him, wasn't he? So it's but there's still, as I said just before that, still 3 hours to go, and Pipo Derani, that'll move up into second position, and he's been kind of keeping his powder dry, I think, through this stint. And he's still got a lot of way to do. There's Sebastian commiserating with his father there. Good to see Patrick here as well.
Yeah, very good. Other cars in trouble in the pit lane, Shea Adam, including a crowd favourite.
Rexy is a one-eyed dinosaur at the moment, John. The 804AO, not at all confusing to try and say, has had the bodywork off the front of the car, and they have been doing some comprehensive work in the right front suspension area, to the point where they actually took the headlight off to try and get in and do more adjustments. We just had the 16 right Motorsport Porsche into the pit lane. They did a driver change. Zach Robichon taking back over for Jan Halen. I think they're cognizant of the 4 and any 6 hour rule, and they want to have Jan Halen into that car for the end of the race. We also had the leader in from LMP2. That was the 04 CrowdStrike racing car. It was still Ben Hanley staying aboard there, but they did do fuel and tires, and I'm sorry to report the 01 has gone back behind the wall.
Completely and utterly disconsolate, Sebastian Bourdais takes his helmet and his balaclava off. He's left his custom in-ears. He doesn't want to talk to anybody. Puts his glasses back on. Wisps of smoke coming from the exhaust pipes, and fire, just flame gently licking underneath the engine cover at the back of that Cadillac. And the team saw it coming down the pit lane. I presume Bourdais had told them he had a loss of power or something like that. It's not trailing any liquid, but there's certainly vapor or something coming out of the right-hand side exhaust pipe. The team went to work very, very quickly to get Sebastian out once they realised that there were lick of flame coming from underneath the engine cover, and made sure that they gave it a good dousing with extinguishing before they decided to take off the rear clip. It's behind the wall now, and they're still looking at it. They haven't taken it all the way back to the paddock. Glenn van Berlo in from the sharp end of LMP3. Shea Adam, that car's been battling all the way through this race.
And now it's battling some kind of engine issue, John. It is in the pit lane, the engine cover is off, and the engine is silent. The crew working with absolutely zero freneticness. There is no urgency to get this car back out.
Scott McLaughlin leads for Tower Motorsport in the number 8. Ben Hanley in second now for CrowdStrike Racing after that pit stop for Ben about 4 minutes ago, and that leaves Paul-Loup Chatham back to third for the wins car, another second or so back. Leader of the race, Ricky Taylor, all the luck in the world started to change for this car. Didn't have any pace on one of the second stints and dropped down through the field. Then in a pit stop, had to have a drive through right on the end of the lead lap. Still struggling to find the pace, and then out comes the yellow flag. They get back onto the back of the train of cars in GTP, made a pit stop, changed the tyres, slapped Ricky Taylor around with a bit of red meat, I think, when they put him in for the restart, and he has done the job. He's pulled out 20 seconds now, and Colin Brown in second place.
Yeah.
Acura first and second.
Colin Brown in second place, exactly right, Johnny. He's just got past Felipe Nasser on the previous lap, I think that was. So change for what became second and third after the retirement, apparently, of the number 01 car.
And Andretti Autosport behind the wall as well. So that looks like, if not a retirement straight away, certainly it will be nothing better than 7th place points as they start to lose laps. And that is an absolute disaster for them as well, and that's rather heartbreaking too, as they've been at the sharp end of the LMP3 field, battling with Junior 3 and AWA for most of this race. Ed Jones just returns to the fray in the high-class racing number 20 after all of its penalties and problems, as the 01 gold-fronted Cadillac is on the end of a tow rope with one of the little tyre trucks taking it back into the paddock. Let's quickly go to Shea with Scotty Mack down in the pit lane. Scott McLaughlin.
Well, Scotty, this is just a little bit different than Daytona, eh?
It is. I mean, that's a workout. I've just looked at my little workout strain. I've done like 1,600 calories in like an hour. So it's kind of crazy, but you know, the car's really feeling good. You know, we luckily got out of that crash unscathed, and yeah, I feel I'm more and more comfortable every lap I do around here. I just feel more comfortable, so feel really good.
The leader is in the pits, the number 10, Konica Minolta Acura, but we'll let you know if anything happens there. But for you, this is a brand new experience. You're going to get in the car for the first time at night, in the night. It'll be another new track.
Yeah, it will be. But, you know, I did a little bit of a run the other night and what was a practice, but a big hyphenated, you know, practice because it was just crazy out there. But hopefully we stay out of the carnage and can bring this car home well, because it's been good. The pit stops have been great all day. The team have been unreal getting the car back out after that crash. So Kiffin's doing well, John did well. So yeah, we'll just see what we can do.
It's a lot nicer when you're in the fight, isn't it?
It is. It's a lot more motivating. I'll give you the tip. So, yeah, getting laps back at the Daytona was fun, but this is more fun being in the fight.
Good job so far.
Thank you.
And for that leading pit stop, it was scrubbed tires and a driver change.
Lights come on as it comes off the pit lane speed limiter back into the fight. And it's, well, that's interesting. I didn't see the driver change. I must have looked away at an inopportune time, but I've got Louis Delatraz listed in that number 10 now. Ricky Taylor must have got out. Colin Brown. Let's just check to see when that car's gone. Maybe knocked the driver. The driver. Actually, they're on the radio cords now, aren't they? Not serving a penalty within 4 start-finish crossings. The number 20 is going to have to come through the pit lane again. More penalties than a European Cup final for the number 20 high-class racing car. So Colin Brown now listed as leading the race by 7.2 seconds, but owing us a pit stop, Sheldon von der Linde, 7.2 seconds behind for the remaining BMW. Felipe Nasser's just pitted in the Porsche Penske number 7. That's the one with the blue running lights in the pit lane and the black pinstripes. And that's a new set of Michelins. They were very shiny. Felipe Nasser then, I think, staying in that car and a tear off. Wow, they are setting him on stun. Mathieu Jaminet coming into the pit lane as well. Will come in behind. That's the purple running lights in the pit lane and the white stripes as the 7 goes out. The service starts on the number 6 and Shea Adam can watch that.
And congratulations to the Tandy family, because now you need to pay attention to this race a little bit closer. Nick has climbed aboard once again. Mathieu Jaminet out of the car. They are doing new tires. Let me make sure that they are all nice and shiny as the crew for the 7 is still out on the wall. Oh yes, those are the striations on them that I saw on the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac earlier. These are brand new, fresh out of the mold. So for Nick, he's getting in, he's getting to drive into the sunset, and he's getting new rubber to boot.
New boots to rubber as he heads out the pit lane. Just under 3 hours to go now. So we went through another race hour 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, once again at number 60 car, John, the Meyer Shank Acura getting good energy usage here. It's once again going longer than everybody else and stays out again, does Colin Brown this time around. So he's getting longer stints out of this car, which, if things carry on as they are, might mean he will need a little bit less fuel than everybody else on his final stop of the evening.
Yes.
So still, as you say, still over, still more than a regular IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race to go. There's been 2 hours and 40 minutes. We've got 2 hours and 56 remaining right now, and it's still getting, it's getting, the sun's going down, isn't it?
Look, just a
it's
little
getting
bit
a little bit cooler.
Yeah, the cloud cover has come across. Track temperatures dropped now down to 27 Celsius. Air temperatures remain pretty much the same. It got up into, I think, to 29 or 30, but not much further than that in the air. And it's now 28 Celsius, which is 82 Fahrenheit, 81 on the track. But that track temperature has come down quite a lot from the heat of the day. And that's because the sun has been behind cloud and there's not the direct solar energy on the track. With the cloud coming in from the west, that will mean the sun is behind cloud even before it goes down. In official sunset is in 20 minutes. So we might get dark a little bit quicker. At IMSA Radio, excuse me. IMSA Radio is our Twitter handle, at IMSA Radio. Hashtag Michelin PRT for questions, points arising, or clarifications that you might need. Maybe you've just noticed something that you want to point out. The original listener-driven radio show, and good to have your company wherever you are around the world, watching or listening, or here at the track as well. 100.9 and Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM, and around the world at RS2, the home of IMSA Radio. Don't forget that live World Feed TV with no blocks, with no breaks. Blocked here in the US because you've got the NBC team to look after you. But if there's no network TV in your country, then you can get onto IMSA Radio, the drop-down menu on the top left, and that's the first option. So Colin Brown into the pits from the lead. Shea Adam is waiting for the number 60 to come to a halt.
Fuel and tires for Colin as the number 60 is getting going and moving once again. It does still look like Colin Selman. I must admit I didn't quite see if they did a driver change. As the 70 Inception Racing McLaren goes rolling back by me as well, they just did a full pit stop. The rear brakes on that car are mightily aglow, so that's something to keep an eye on because they should have cooled off, well, just slightly, having been stopped at the pit stop. And I also had the 14 Lexus in for Vassar Sullivan. This car is missing a chunk of its right front bumper, including both of the dive planes. So Ben Bartickett staying aboard. He did get new Michelin tires. It's that time of the evening, John, where we're seeing a lot of the windshield tear-offs, but where the teams might just want to think about start using some scrub rubber because, well, as you mentioned, the temperature should be dropping.
I thought it was interesting that it was Philippe Albuquerque who told Shea that they can go new rubber all the way to the end, and that was some time ago. So they'd taken their pain in double stinting early on. And the number 10, Koenig Minolta Acura WTR with Andretti Autosport machine in the hands of Louis Delatraz at the moment, will have gone back into the lead. As Colin Brown's out of the pit lane. Louis just on the back straight at the moment, whilst Colin is just coming into the Jean de Bihan bends. So I'm guessing there's round about maybe 7-8 seconds between them. But it's, again, don't write those headlines. Philippe Nasser, as Louis Delatraz crosses the line in front of me and goes into turn 1. Colin Brown is just coming through the middle of turn 17. Leader now in turn 3. Colin Brown crossing the line. And Colin's dropped down to 3rd actually after that pit stop. So it's Philippe Nasr for Porsche with that car's fastest lap of the race, Jeremy, now in 2nd place. 1:48.6. The gap between 1st and 2nd is now 14.5 seconds, but it's Acura from Peugeot number 7, and then another 5 seconds back to Colin Brown in the number 60 in 3rd. He's just 1.6 seconds ahead of Alexander Sims in the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and he's 7 seconds ahead of Sheldon van der Linde, the BMW M Team RLL. Under 30 seconds between the top 5 in that VP Racing Fuel in-race update.
Really interesting, as you say, 48.668 there for Felipe Nasr. That's faster than either of the Acuras. So, and it's getting cooler now. Is the Penske Porsche coming into its own when we get down to the critical stage of this race? When it gets dark in about, what, half an hour or so's time, probably a little bit less than that.
It's super brave, isn't it, to give up the performance during the most part of the race, to know that you've got a car to fight with at the end of the race. Shea Adam is picking off some drivers who have got out of the cars recently. Shea, where are you?
I'm still down at Lexus, but this time I found Jack Hawksworth. And Jack, it's been an eventful race. I mean, we've seen some onboard footage from you. Goodness, this traffic, it seems even more Sebring than normal.
Yeah, it's been mad. I don't think I've, it just feels like you're in traffic the whole time when you're out there, especially with the way the pass-around rule's been today with the GTD Pros. Usually restarting behind the GTDs, you're just stuck in it. Seems like you're always having a fight with somebody, so yeah, it's been absolutely wild.
In terms of the competition, there's only one car per manufacturer in GTD Pro, but you still have the other Lexus and GTD. How has that been able to help you so far in the race to work with the sister car?
I mean, leading up to the race, it helps a lot because we can work together on setup and all that kind of stuff. And the 12-car guys are really, really good to work with. We're one big team, so we really utilise both cars, and it's good.
Having your former car teammate, Aaron Thielitz, out there probably for the end of this one, you feel like maybe you guys can work together, make some magic happen?
I hope so. That's the plan. There's some fast cars out there, but everyone on both sides of the garages, the 12 to 14, we're in position here to go to the end of the race and have a go at it. So just going to give it everything we got, get his elbows out, and make it happen.
You've got new tires all the way to the end of the race, I'm presuming?
Yeah, we're good on tires, so we'll try and make them work. Looking forward to it.
Good luck, Jack.
Cheers.
Another character. We are replete with them in this paddock. Officially now, the Andretti Autosport number 36 has been retired. So that will add to the BMW team RLL number 24. Ooh, big amount of smoke coming out of the number 60 Acura turn 10 last time around.
Yeah.
And Colin Brown, and was that just a little lock-up, or was that something coming off the brake rotors and pads? Not sure about that. Let me quickly...
It was only his 2nd lap after making the pit stop.
Wow. Well, he's holding on in front of Alexander Sims. Fast lap for Sheldon van der Linde, a 48.399 time before last, but then he hit a bit of traffic, 51.4 last time around, but that 48.399 was that car's fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
We are sort of into happy hour now, aren't we?
Yeah. Conditions are really, really good. The track is surprisingly clean, given all the action that's taken place over the last...
You're right.
What, 9 hours and...
11 minutes.
11 minutes, yeah, crikey.
Cars...
But during that round of stops, number 31 car was running in 2nd place before this round of pit stops. It's now in 4th. But Alexander Sims is now going to try and close down that gap. He does seem to be doing... She didn't last time around, to Colin Brown in 3rd place, but it was Felipe Nasr who jumped both of them in number 7 Porsche.
Cars that are not taking part anymore, the 296 Ferrari number 023, the Triasi Competizioni team from up at Orlando. They had a alternator pulley problem. They thought they'd fixed it, but then they went back behind the wall. We've not seen them for a very long time. TDS Racing's number 35. How long have you got? The BMW team RLL number 24 is out. Ashton Harrison and the 93 Acura NSX GT3. Little bump and then lost the front end of the car in terms of the what would be the bonnet. It's a clamshell across the front of there. That did a lot of damage. We've not seen that for a while. Winward Racing is officially retired, as is the 01. Now we're hearing from race control, and we just told you the number 36 Andretti machine also out there has been retired. So one of the major leading lights, the Sebastian Bourdais Cadillac Racing, if not in control of the race totally, was certainly doing very nicely. And Sebastian was having a fantastic run. That car dropping down through the timing and scoring. It will finish in, I suppose it will finish in 7th position, won't it? In GTP, because the BMW went out before it.
But that other BMW, you just mentioned a few minutes ago, that stunning lap from Sheldon van der Linde, 148.399. I mean, that's only fractions away from the fastest lap of the race. That's quicker than the Porsches, it's quicker than the Acuras. Wow.
Yeah, that is very impressive. And that will be doing hearts good at Team RLL. BMW M with that hybrid V8. Sheldon van der Linde then trying to chase down Alexander Sims, who's trying to chase down Colin Brown, who's only 6 seconds behind Felipe Nasr, who's 15 seconds away from the leader, Louis Delatraz. 51.4 last time around in traffic for Louis Delatraz. Doesn't have to push too hard at the moment. He's just going to cross the line in front of our global broadcast centre and down towards turn number 1. 253 laps completed. Waiting for Felipe Nasr in the number 7 Porsche to come through. And there he goes. 15 seconds between Nasr and Delatraz. Colin Brown 1.8 seconds away from second place in the third place, number 60 Acura. Then 2 seconds further back, Alexander Sims, and 5 seconds further back, Sheldon van der Linde. And they're all lapping incredibly closely, Jeremy. 150.4, 150.5, 49.6, 49.7, 50 flat, 50.7. I mean, it's very, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, we thought the race pace was going to be kind of 50s, but and it was for a while. But now the race pace is definitely 49s, and more than the occasional 48s as well. So they're really getting on with the program here. And as we get towards the sharp end of the race, it's just getting more and more intense. It really is a tremendous race. In the Alec Udell, Kelly Moss with Riley Porsche had just made a pit stop in the GTD category, out of the lead for the number 92 car. I think that was the last car of the leaders to pit in GTD, so that will hand the lead back to Mike Skeen, who's driving the team Courthoff Motorsports Mercedes car number 32. He's got a gap of about 7 seconds at the moment over Marco Sorensen's Heart of Racing Aston Martin car number 27. Then a similar gap back to Ollie Milroy in the Inception McLaren car number 17, well, will be third position. And then the BMW of Brian Sellers, who's maybe 4 or 5 seconds behind him in car number 1. That's the BMW for Paul Miller Racing. And then the Vasta Sullivan Lexus, car number 12 of Parker Thompson, who's been chased, as he seems to be for quite some time, by Spencer Pumpelly in the Magnus Aston Martin car number 44.
Samagi has asked about the penalties for minimum fuel refueling times, full refueling times. New way of measuring that. It's all done automatically, brought in at this race. 2 teams have fired me some private notes to say that they feel that the fueling is getting quicker as they go through the race, and they don't really understand same tower height and restrictor here, but the fuel fill is massively different to what it was at Daytona. Temperature dependent is the question mark, and as it got into the heat of the day, it seemed the fill time was quicker, and now that it's measured exactly by sensor, that's why we saw all of those penalties. Now, as it gets cooler, maybe, just maybe, we'll see that those penalties become fewer and further between. Thank you for tweeting that, Sumeragi at IMSA Radio. And FIA WEC Fanatic, limited 80 Porsche in GTD, no right front light. So that'll be going into the pits before the night breaks out. Well, actually, so long as you start with 2 lights at the front and 2 at the rear, you can continue if you lose 1 front or 1 rear, or 1 front and 1 rear, actually. The issue with that, of course, is as soon as you lose the other one, if you do, you've immediately got to come in. Whereas if you've got 1, you can choose to come in and maybe swap a headlamp unit, or in the prototypes case, you would just swap the front end, wouldn't you? The nose cone section or the tail section of that. At IMSA Radio. And don't forget, hashtag Michelin PRT. When the checkered flag drops, we'll have some interviews. The race is over, but the conversation begins, and you drive it with Michelin Post-Race Tech, exclusively live after our race broadcast here on RS2 IMSA Radio. We'll also be announcing our BDO Knows Strategy Award. Who's played it right? That is a big question. Really nice spread of cars around the track at the moment. Looking on the tracker, if you're following along at livetiming.alcamelsystems.com, you can see the dancing ants, as our colleague Brian Till always calls them. I find it very restful watching those going round. It's like a trail of M&Ms, just following them around, the multicoloured dots. Delatraz stretching away, Jeremy. He's pulled a couple of seconds out of Felipe Manasseh. And Nasser is being caught by Colin Brown. Just starting to squeeze. It's 27 seconds between the top 5 now. So von der Linde is getting closer to the leader. Sims is getting closer to Colin Brown. Colin Brown is definitely closing on Felipe Manasseh, but he's dropping away a little bit from Louis Delatraz at the front of the field as the leader goes through to complete lap 2:56.
Yeah, and lap times at the moment, yeah, they're doing 50s at the moment. Most of the leaders. Sheldon van der Linde once again was the fastest car on the track last time around, a 50.0 to the 50.4 Louis Delatraz out front. So that BMW really has stepped up in the last the recent stages of this race, as of course, as we talked about a little while ago, also has perhaps the Porsche.
Hello to Kelly McNish, who's listening in as well. Had a little note from Alan earlier on. And also to the founder of dailysportscar.com, Malcolm Cracknell, always tuned in for these races. Malcolm, I know how much you love this race. Nice to know that you're watching and listening back in the UK, where it is 11:30 UK time, midnight midnight in Europe. Hope you're enjoying this one, crackers. There's plenty still to go. There's been some good drives here as Delatraz once again carves his way through traffic onto the back straight. The remnants of the WEC pit and paddock still there from yesterday's nearly 900 miles of battling in that 8 hours. Through turn number 17, and here comes the 27 Harter Racing car as well. The Aston Martin's still running out there. That's a second place for Marco Sorensen. He's trying to chase down Mike Skeen in the tin court off Mercedes, the number 32, 7.6 seconds between those two in GTD. Lawrence Vantol leads by just 1.5 seconds over Jules Gounon. That's the number 9 Pfaff Plaid Porsche and the 79 WeatherTech Racing AMG GT3 and GTD Pro Dakota Dickinson has a 40-second lead over Lars Kern. 30, Junior 3 racing in the AWA number 13. LMP2, Ben Hanley with 26 seconds over Kevin Simpson for Tower Motorsport, the 04 crowd-striking red, white and black car. And the number 8, orange and black machine at the front of the field. The top 5 separated by 28 seconds. And Nick Tandy finding a bit of pace now. 150.466 last time around, but he's 41 seconds away from the lead.
Yeah, and he's actually been kind of losing a little bit of ground. Yeah, I know, it's pretty stable from him to Sheldon van der Linde, who's, as we talked about a while ago, is been going pretty quickly. Actually, no, the gap between us 41 seconds this time around, and it was about 10 laps ago, it was 31 seconds, so it's gone out quite a chunk in those last few laps. From Sheldon van der Linde in 5th position, car number 25, to number 6 car of Nick Tandy in 6th. But interesting to note the pace of Colin Brown in that number 60 car for Meyershank Racing. He's pretty much running the same lap times on a regular basis as Felipe Nasser. But the race leader, Louis Deltras, definitely inching out just a little bit each lap. But by and large, that's the ebb and flow of traffic. And all of the cars on the lead lap in GTP appear to be capable, at least, of running very, very similar lap times. And that's 2 Acuras, 2 Porsches, a BMW and a Cadillac.
The question coming in from a number of sources, Jeremy, and I don't know how to answer this, is the Konica Minolta Acura is Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Autosport. They're doing what we kind of expect them to do. Porsche Penske keeping them honest, 17 seconds behind at the moment and matching them 10th for 10th. I'm closing but not losing much either. Lost a couple of seconds a wee while ago, but it's stabilised about 17 seconds. Then the second of the Acuras. What about these Cadillacs? Are we going to see that 31 car? Are they pacing themselves? Is there something left? Alexander Sims.
Fortunately, it's not a they anymore, of course, is there?
It is a it. One bullet in the gun for Cadillac. I know there's 2 different teams, but they are stable mates, as I described them early on in terms of the manufacturer. And there did seem to be some working together earlier on when they were on completely different tyre strategies.
It did seem that way, didn't it? It was very interesting to note that, because in the past they've not exactly been working particularly hard together, I don't think. I mean, there was always a close technical liaison between them, but not much more than that. But yeah, they swapped position a couple of times, didn't they, in the sort of middle stages of this race.
63 Iron Lynx Lamborghini still in the mix, the green car.
Yeah, and battling away with the Turner Motorsport BMW car number 95. John Edwards driving that car at the moment.
That's for 6th and 5th in GTD Pro. Frank Pereira back behind the wheel of the Iron Lynx car. He got pinged earlier on for blocking. That car been a bit up and down. They say the Lamborghini still isn't fast enough in a straight line. Certainly on the restart, Frank did look a little bit hamstrung, and he didn't do his cause any good by weaving around in the braking area. That cost him a penalty in some position. Seth Lucas comes into the pits from 5th in LMP3, and Trenton Estep has taken that car out. They are just off the lead by a couple or 3 laps in that LMP3 category. It's not a fire in the front of the number 32 Korthoff Mercedes-Benz, or should I say AMG GT3. Mike Skeen driving that dark grey and green car. The Mercedes teams do like a bit of light bar in there to illuminate the Mercedes trefoil, the 3-pointed star. So don't panic if you're out on the circuit and you see some orange light in there just behind the grille. Sun Energy One used to do that as well, didn't they? Scare the life out of me when I forgot. Big flash of the lights as the BMW, the remaining BMW, goes through. Sheldon van der Linde. It's been a good run for the team called off Motorsport machine. 10 seconds to the good ahead of Marco Sorensen, and Mike Skeen took a bit of time out of Marco Sorensen last time around.
Yeah.
All of that team have done their part in the driving duties. Everybody has to do 3 hours, isn't it, in those cars, and they've all done their bit. And Mike Skeen leading, sitting in behind one of the Lexus at the moment as they go across the line. That'll be the number 14 car of Ben Barnicat, who is third in GTD Pro. Yep, it is. Red number panels on the side of that. And Mike not trying to get past, but he is gaining on that Pro car with Ben Barnicat in it now. He will want to be through now. 77 Volt car coming to the line now. That's the Porsche. It's running in 9th with Max Root behind the wheel, and he's got Zach Robertson right behind him. They're battling for 9th and 10th in both of the Wright Motorsports Porsches. And those guys know each other very well, competed in Porsche Cup together against each other. Maxwell Root and Zachary Robertson made the career step up into the big show here for those two young drivers. And staying with Porsche, Volt Racing number 77, always a reasonably easy car to spot. Just ahead, actually, I think is Jackson Evans in the number 91 Kenny Motts with Riley 91 car, the dark grey car. Yes, it is.
Yeah, there's 3 Porsches in the train there, aren't there?
Yeah, so we have a bit of a Porsche Cup theme going on there with Jackson Evans, a Porsche Cup champion from the other side of the world.
Yeah, and Alec Udell's only a couple of seconds farther up the road ahead of them, running in the 6th position in car number 92. So 2 Kelly Moss cars, 6th and 8th, sandwiching Parker Thompson's Vassar Sullivan Lexus car number 12.
In the LMP3 category, it has been Junior 3 racing. Now, Garrett Grist, it's a familiar place at the front of the field because you guys ran up here last year during the 12-hour. What's going to be the difference to take you from that second step to the top step this year?
Yeah, I think last year was a lot just reliability and a great job by a crew, but I think this year we have a bit more pace to go along with it, which is always nice because, Riley's going to have pace as well. So I think that's a big difference, I think, between last year and this year is the pace we have.
Has the racing felt different for you this year as well?
It's pretty crazy out there, to be honest. There's been a couple moves where I've shaken my head a bit, but yeah, for the most part, not bad, but there's been some interesting ones.
You and Dakota to the end?
Yeah, Dakota, this is his last stint, and then I'm in for a double at the end.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Just a point to make, Jeremy, and it's been tweeted by the team recently as well. Forgot to mention this, but on the last the last pit stop for Corvette, during the last pit stop, they got back on the lead lap after that damper change on the left rear. They'll be hoping for a full course yellow to close things up.
Yeah.
Jordan Taylor about a minute behind Frank Pereira, but crucially back on the lead lap in GTD Pro at the moment.
Very good point. Very good point. Because that car has been fast. It qualified on the pole position with Antonio Garcia, and it's been fast all the way through this race with Jordan Taylor, the regular season co-driver, and also Tommy Milner stepping in for the Michelin Endurance Cup races as well.
I suspect we'll see a little more Antonio Garcia to take that car to the end, and if it could be from a restart from a safety car, they would be very happy indeed. Nice to see Doug Feehan here again, Corvette ambassador. Doug, always good entertainment. Still looking after, working with the car corrals, etc. Well, that lead's just gone out again a tiny little bit from 17 to 18 to nearly 19 seconds. Louis Delatraz just chipping away there. 6/10 last time around from Felipe Nasr, but he's stabilised the charge from Colin Brown. In fact, he's moved back out to over 6 seconds away now. So the 10 blue and black Konica Minolta machine as the third and fourth cars in LMP2 come in, Rick Ware Racing and TDS Racing. And in fact, Mikkel Jensen and Devlin DiFrancesco in those two cars head down the pit lane, the 11 and 31. At the front, it's 10, which is the blue and black Konica Minolta car. It's going to start to get more difficult to see the cars now. We're 10 minutes past sunset. It's not dark yet. But remember, this is not a lit track, and we've got a bit of cloud cover over to the west, which is going to make it get darker quicker. Colin Brown is the number 60. That's the mostly white with pink Acura ARX06, the number 60. Alexander Sims in the BMW M Sport, in the Wheel and Engineering red and grey Cadillac, the number 31. Then Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW M Sport coloured M Hybrid V8, the number 25. Nick Tandy in another red and white Porsche in 6th position, 33 seconds away from the lead. Chickens have not been counted yet in any way, shape or form. No tallying of the foul, if you don't mind. 2 hours and 25, call it 26 minutes. 2:26 still to go in the gathering darkness. Strange things happen in the darkness here at Sebring, because it is very, very dark indeed out at the back of the circuit. There's big patches of inky blackness.
And the brigands sat in the cave. My grandfather used to say to me just a few years ago. I tell you what, the pace at the front though, it's just tremendous. Again, 49s, low 49.0 for Louis Delatraz. Felipe Nasr 49.3 in second position, doing its best to hang on there in that Porsche, separating those two Acuras on the racetrack.
I'm going to have to crunch some numbers after this, but the average lap times have been outstanding. When you consider we started 53 cars, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Around 3 3/4 miles, and all bar probably 5, maybe 6 cars are still running. As Mikkel Jensen for TDS rejoins, it's Pietro Fittipaldi in the Rick Ware Racing Biohaven sponsored 51 car.
Yeah.
And they've dropped, actually they won't have dropped, will they, because they were laps ahead, so they're still battling for 4th and 5th. At IMSA Radio, don't forget hashtag Michelin PRT for the wrap-up from this week's Super Sebring. Could be points about WEC or Porsche Deluxe Carrera Cup, Michelin Pilot Challenge, or indeed VP Racing Fuels, or the prologue. Have you been here all week? What did you think of it?
If you didn't think it was sensational,
yeah,
I'd be surprised.
Still waiting to find out if WEC will come back and do the double header again.
I thought it was decided that WEC was going somewhere else.
Hasn't been announced one way or t'other at the moment. Pierre Fillon did indicate that he felt it didn't. Pierre Fillon is the president of the ACO. Indicated that it didn't quite work for their partners, as he said. Particularly, I think, racing on a Friday.
Yeah.
However, he did say he would like to stay with something IMSA. So whether that would be some IMSA support races to go with the World Championship rather than racing with the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, who knows? I'm speculating. Where else? Here's a good one for Post Race Tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Where else would you have the WEC go in the USA? Bearing in mind that they like to go to Class 1 circuits if they can. No, that's not the case here. So where would you like to see the WEC go if it's not going to be here? And what IMSA series as support? Idemitsu Mazda MX-5. Yes, everybody's just voted for that.
Okay, so there's the first of the leaders, the GTP cars to come into the pits. Car number 25 is into the pits. Sheldon van der Linde out of the 5th position, and he was just doing exactly the same lap times pretty much as Alexander Sims in that number 31 car ahead of him.
Yeah, this is a really impressive run for that BMW. Team car went down with overheating issues.
It's definitely early by my reckoning. So whether they're looking toward even
left?
from here to the end of the race, 2 hours 20 minutes remaining, slightly odd time to be making a stop.
1:40 minutes. Yes. And what are they getting? About 50 minutes?
Yeah, 55 or so, generally speaking, 50, 55, and this was only 34 minutes, so that's way early.
How's Sheldon's drive time? He must be all right, surely. 2 more stops from here, though, isn't it, really? The 55 minutes would take them down to 1 hour and 15. Make them have a relatively short, either a short next stop or a short final stop.
Yeah, it's going to be, yeah, exactly. Not equidistant, that's for
In
sure
comes Alexander Sims for Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Into the pit lane for the number 31. Now, and see what is going on down there. Can't quite see out of the window. There they are, just looking around the front end of that car. Tyres have been changed. Car goes down, waiting for the fuel. Tear off. Waiting. Just a little impatient tap of the thumb from the driver. This is
a long stop. What's going on?
Yeah, what is this? The energy. This is the energy. Yeah, this is the energy usage time that they add on to the end. And so it's now rolling again. The pit stop is this. There's a sliding scale on how much energy you've used during the.
True. And because it's so complicated by the fact it's not a full stint.
Correct.
That he's just turned.
So was that a short stint as well for the 31?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
It was 43 minutes for number 31 car, by my reckoning. He did 23 laps, so definitely shorter than they are capable of going. Although they generally be coming in every 25 laps or so for the BMW. That's interesting, because the number 60 car was going as long as 30 laps on a stint.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is interesting. We're getting 31 and 32 laps in the WEC yesterday for the LMDH versions of in the hypercar class. Time to join us. Tell your friends to join us if they're away from the track for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes or thereabouts, coming down to that sort of time. Traffic on the front straight. Going down to turn number 1, it's just a blaze of headlights. The sun dropped below the horizon about 20 minutes ago, and it's almost full dark here. Louis Delatraz. Obviously been eating his carrots. He's pulled out to 19 seconds over Felipe Nasr now for Porsche. As the gap between Colin Brown and Felipe Nasr for second and third, or third and second I should say, having mentioned that way, is 10 seconds now.
Yes, I mean 15 laps ago the gap from first to second was around about 16 seconds. It's now 19 seconds, so it's changed very little over the course of the last half an hour.
This is where concentration, though, Jeremy, begins to wane. These drivers have been here since early morning. If you did warm up this morning, you were probably up at somewhere near 6 a.m. to get to the track, get yourself ready. And that was 6 o'clock this morning.
Only a second now between the two leaders in GTD Pro. Lons Vanthoor in that Pfaff Porsche. He had that big crash yesterday. He's only a second ahead of Jules Gounon in the number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes. That's the car that, of course, won at Daytona. Ben Barnicoat, he's about 12 seconds farther back in the third position for Vasser Sullivan in the Lexus. And then a similar margin back to Davide Rigon for Risi Competizione.
Christopher Alpha B said, could the WEC be the main endurance race at Indy with IMSA racing a standard 240 on the Saturday?
No.
WeatherTech SportsCar Championship want to do a long race into the evening on Saturday night, and that would be the main race of that weekend. I think the problem that Pierre Fillon was talking about was two main races over a weekend is not working for them. And whilst they'd like to keep an association with IMSA, that would suggest to me that it would be support races. So possibly Deluxe Porsche Carrera Cup, Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Challenge, VP Racing, who were here during the prologue, possibly even Michelin Pilot Challenge. The IMSA WeatherTech run to Indy this year will have a pilot challenge race, 4-hour race into the darkness on Saturday night as a test event for a network televised WeatherTech race in 2024. And when I look at things like the lighting, etc., and I suspect that that will be one of the Michelin Endurance Cup races, so it will be a longer than standard race. And I don't think the WEC are part of those plans. But I wouldn't put it past WEC going to Indy as a standalone, with, as I say, maybe a couple of IMSA support races. There's not a huge amount of other places that they could go, really. They've tried COTA. I enjoyed the double headers at COTA, I have to say. I thought it was disappointing that in a city that's so easy to get to as Austin, with such great places to stay and to eat, that the fans didn't support that. But
can we just try
2 hours and 13 minutes to go. Still to go. So we're coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening. Thanks for your company. Porsche keys to the race, get to the darkness. Hello, we're here. React and have strategy that is flexible. Well, we've seen plenty of that. Not that much perfection in the pits, rather too many mistakes have been made. People running over equipment. speeding in the pits. That nearly cost the number 10 very dearly, but fought back to lead the race now for WTR Andretti Autosport. The Michelin Endurance Cup points have been awarded 4 and 8 hours, and now it's just the ones at the end. And the teams, particularly in GTP, have managed their tyre allocation very nicely indeed. It's live, it's IMSA Radio, and it's the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship for the 71st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. So 8 o'clock, 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. That gap just creeping up towards 20 seconds between first and second. Still a bit of strategy to play. 51 from the leader last time, a 150.8 for Felipe Nasr, 52.5 for Colin Brown in third, 51.8 from Nick Tandy, now in fourth position. What's interesting to me is that whatever else is happening, Nick Tandy was about 30 seconds back when he was in sixth position. He's now in fourth position, and he's still 29 seconds back, so that hasn't really changed that much. What have Porsche got, if anything? Felipe Nasr pacing himself, pushing himself. Don't know the answer to that one.
I forgot what we were going to say now. Oh yeah, the gap from first to second really hasn't altered much at all over the last 15-20 laps. The gap from second to third though has gone out. It was on lap 255, let's say, we just done 272. It was only 3 seconds. It's now 13 seconds. So over the course of the last 17-18 laps, he's pulled out 10 seconds. Nasser has over Colin Brown. The gap back to Nick Tandy behind him, yeah, that has gone out as well. It's over 50 seconds now, 51 seconds between third and fourth, the second of the Acuras to the second of the Porsches. And then Sheldon van der Linde, of course, and the number 31 car, they've both out of sequence slightly on everybody else because they made that stop 5 or 6 laps ago, earlier than the other GTP leaders, John.
Loving the atmosphere at this time of night. Turn 4, palms illuminated, you can see them now, and it is so much a part of this circuit that the Turn 4 illuminated palms did make the iRacing version of Sebring.
That's all right, brilliant.
Which is brilliant. And fair play to iRacing for including that. Looking at the other classes in our VP Racing update. Actually, we'll hold that for a little while because we're coming round to another 2 hours completed, and it'll just be 2 hours to go then. So we'll hold that for about 10 minutes before we do our next VP Racing update. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhaugh in the booth. In comes the leader. And I think that's Joe Bradley's end of the pit lane. Oh no, it's Shea, sorry, down at that end of the pit lane. Rumbles past us very quietly. It's the only car in the pit lane, Shea. You'll see the headlights now.
Yep, and now I see the tail lights as Louis Delatraz is going to the last pit stall on the lane, but a pit lane honor that they earned by dint of leaving Daytona International Speedway with the most amount of points for the number 10 Konica Minolta Acura. And guess what? There's a driver change going on, and it is, drumroll please, Philippe Albuquerque, who is getting aboard this car. I'd imagine it'll be Philippe till the end of the race. And as he told us, he is Wayne Taylor's favorite son because he only gets new Michelin tires. So they are waiting on the fuel at this point, and Philippe has been fully belted in, just waiting on the energy probe to be pulled out. I'm going to call it energy probe now because either way, it is energy that is being converted into speed. let's see.
It's actually just an amount of time. It's not necessarily anything going in there.
That's an energy replenishment, though.
Okay.
I mean, that's what the time is being used for. And he is out and away. So Philippe Albuquerque getting his first taste of Daytona darkness in, about 24 hours, because he was the finishing driver for the WEC race last night for United Autosport.
That time after fuel, there doesn't actually have to be anything happening. They just have to have that time.
Yeah.
They measure within each pit out to pit in. They measure in terms of fuel and electrical energy used, and there's a certain amount then of pit stop time that you have to have depending on how much energy it's calculated. So quite interestingly, if you've cruised and you haven't used that much electrical energy, then you'll take the fuel hose off and probably go. If not, and you've used lots more electrical energy, therefore perhaps you've saved fuel, you'll have to wait a little bit before they let you go. It's all about balancing the energy, because these cars, remember, are using, the clever bit of these cars is you can only have a certain amount of power, 700 kilowatts. That can come from the electric motor or the ICE motor or a combination of the both, but you don't get the boost. So you can't have, say, it's not like you've got 700 horsepower out of the engine and you get another 200 horsepower out the electric motor. No, it's only ever 700 horsepower, let's say. So that's how it works. Yeah. And it's how that split comes, so that you don't get a super advantage of short filling your car and firing it off in the distance. Another pit stop while we were unraveling that, Adam.
There was one Mr. Nick Taney into the pit lane, fuel and scrubbed Michelin tires for him, as well as the windshield tear off.
Hello to Moni Elysium.
Well, John, before you do that, let me just note that with Felipe Nasser now taking the lead with the pit stop for number 10 car, that becomes the 6th different leader in this race, because that's the first time the number 7 car has actually led. We've had 2 Cadillacs leading, 2 Acuras, a BMW, and now a Porsche.
Wow.
So that's exactly what IMSA wants to know.
6 of the 8 cars have led.
All 4 manufacturers.
And all 4 manufacturers.
And those last stints, by the way, for the number 10 car, it was 28 laps and 52 minutes for Louis Delatraz. For the Porsche that just came into the pits, it was 27 laps and also 52 minutes for Nick Tandy.
Hello to Moni Elysium, who has just got back from work, missing the Turn 2 racing family, and to Tom Marshalak, who's been listening all day to RS2 and will be with us right to the end. Thanks very much for your time today. Got a feeling you will be rewarded before the end of this race. Felipe Nasser leading the motor race, comes into the pit lane for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
I got that for you, John. I can still say it after all these hours by some miracle. And yes, it is new, shiny rubber, and you could actually see the reflection of the flashlights that the mechanics had on the rubber of the new tires. So very nice Michelins for Felipe Nasser. It's just a couple laps short than what we were expecting, but they're waiting on the fuel, and as soon as that happens, Felipe Nasser's going back out. So no driver change for either of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s.
So we've got the 85 car in that came in for what seemed like a regular stop. However, the JDC Miller car remains sitting there. It was in contention. It wasn't a podium slot in the LMP3 class, and now it's sitting on still on the jacks. Tires have been replenished, but there's work going on at the rear deck, right where the diffuser is. They haven't took the engine cover off or anything. I'm just going to see if I can get my self to have any sort of clue as to what is going on there. I think they might have a problem with lighting on the left. It's the left-hand side lighting, so the officials will not like that. It's obviously taken a knock, and right now this car is losing time massively. By car. They're trying to get some lights working on the left-hand side of the rear of the car.
Thank you, Joe. That's a shame for them. In comes the number 60, Colin Brown. Don't think he'll be scored as the leader there unless he crosses the line in the pit lane before Philippe Albuquerque comes through. Yeah, he might do that because Philippe's about a minute behind. He's just coming through turn 15 now in that number 10 car. Colin Brown did rejoin, by the way. So Albuquerque getting out at this stop, Shea.
No, this is Colin Brown getting out on the stop for the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura. Yes,
and Philippe Nasr had rejoined. My
correct,
apologies.
Philippe Nasr. There's too many Philippes in the class. Felipe Nasr out on the racetrack. I'll keep an eye for when he comes by, but it is Tom Blomqvist who's taking over this number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, and it looks like, yep, they are doing new tires for Tom as well, and that seems to be a fairly clean stop.
Thank you, Shea. Just cleaning out the side pods of the car. Coming down to 2 hours. Here's our VP Racing Fuel update in race for this hour. And we'll start with GTD, where Mike Skeen has a 3.6 second lead in the 32, caught off Mercedes AMG GT3. It's grey and green, if you can still see it in the darkness. Heart of Racing, dark blue. Aston Martin, 27 is second, and Ollie Milroy for Inception. The red and black 720S GT3 Evo. McLaren, the number 70, is running third. In GTD Pro, Pfaff Motorsports, the plaid Porsche, number 9, leads by 3.5 seconds from the WeatherTech all white, with the WeatherTech swoosh on the side in blue and red. The 79 car is 3.5 seconds back, but 13 seconds ahead of the bright yellow and black Lexus RCF GT3. That's got the red number markings on the side and the number 14. That's your top three there. LMP3, Dakota Dickinson leads for Junior 3 Racing in the number 30 Ligier. Riley, number 74 in second. That's the orange and blue Ligier, and that's 24 seconds. Lars Kearns just emerged from the pit lane. I reckon he's going to come out in third here because Dan Goldberg still hasn't moved. That'll be the AWA yellow and black car, the number 13. In LMP2, Nolan Siegel still leading, 25.5 seconds in the 04 red, white and black crowd strike machine. In second place, Kiffin Simpson for Tower Motorsports in the orange and black number 8 Oregon, 25.5 seconds back, and then a minute and 13 further back, TDS, the remaining TDS car, the number 11. It's the red and yellow car. Mikkel Jensen behind the wheel there. And at the top of the shop, Philippe Albuquerque leads, having completed 277 laps, as the JDC Miller car now does come out with Tijmen van der Helm behind the wheel, with one headlight at the... Was that the front light or the back light, Joe?
Rear lights.
Oh,
rear lights. So it must have had no lights when it came in.
Must have had no lights, yeah.
They've got the left-hand side working.
Always bring a battery-powered light that you can clip on or zip tie onto the back of a car. You only need one. So at the front of the field, 277 laps completed for Albuquerque. So two Philippes at the front of the field. Number 10 leads, and that's the 21st lead change. Jeremy's just told me in my ear, by 24 seconds near enough from the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7. That's the one with the black stripes and side swooshes. BMW Team RLL M Hybrid V8, 8, call it 9 seconds further back in third. Then 10, 11 seconds back to the 60 of Tom Blomqvist. Alexander Sims, the Whelen Engineering Racing Cadillac number 31, the red fronted car, another 9 seconds further back. And Nick Tandy has dropped another, well, he's about half a minute back.
Yeah,
so he's 90 seconds away from the leader. Needs a full course yellow to put that number 6 car back into contention. And that's how it stands here at Sebring International Raceway for the 71st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. That's your VP Racing Fuel update. So, Jeremy, 2 hours to go. An hour and 58 minutes, actually. And at the front of the field, the pit stops are a little bit ragged in terms of where they are, but ultimately they all need the same amount of pit stops now to get to the end in GTP.
Yeah, they can. Well, do they? That's the question mark, because they will need most of them will need 2 stops. If there's a caution, they might be able to make it on 1, but certainly the number 31 car is going to be, and the number 25 car, they're kind of out of sequence with everybody else. They're sort of not even quite halfway through a stint at the moment. So they're going to need 2 more stops from here for sure. And the cars that just come into the pits will need 1 stop and a bit. So 278 now laps completed. 1 minute 50.7 last time around for our race leader, Philip Albuquerque, with that 21st lead change. And the gap from first to second before the round of pit stops was around about 19 seconds, and that hadn't really changed much for quite a long time. But after that round of pit stops, it's now 23 seconds between them. So that stop sequence saw the Penske Porsche lose 3 or 4 seconds compared to the number 10 car, as we see the number 14 Vasser Sullivan Lexus into the pit lane. That's out of the 3rd position in GTD Pro. It's number 9 car that still leads. It's Lawrence Vantor who's doing a bit of a marathon stint there in that FAF Motorsports Porsche. He's leading by about 5 seconds over the number 79, which now is Jules Gounon driving the WeatherTech car. And Ben Barnicat has just pitted out of 3rd position in that Ford Vasser Sullivan Lexus. It's car number 14. There's pit stops also taking place in GTD. That category is still led by number 32, Team Korthoff Mercedes. Car number 32, Team Korthoff. 258 laps completed. And that car shouldn't be due in the pits just yet, I don't think. But it leads from Marco Sorensen. The lead over Marco Sorensen in the Aston Martin for Harter Racing is down to just over a second. So that's come down over the course of the last 10 laps or so by, well, about 4 seconds. It's reduced from about 6 to less than 2 now. And then there's a big gap back to the number 70 car, which is, well, that's mainly because it's just come into the pit lane. So that's the Inception McLaren pits out of 3rd position in the class. That'll hand that position for now to the Paul Miller Racing BMW. That's car number 1. That runs in 3rd position. Brian Sellers is driving that car at the moment. Here is a pit stop now for the 2nd place car in GTD Pro. Fuel and tyres and a driver change for the Proton Run Mercedes car number 79. Car that won at Daytona, so leads the championship coming into this weekend. And that looks like absolutely routine service for that number 79 team. Adjusts the steering column, fires up the engine, with a bit of luck waits for the signal to go, and he does exactly that. So driver change completed there. That'll leave the number 9 car, Lawrence Vantor, still out in the lead of this race. Jules Gounon got out of that number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes, and it is Daniel Juncadella who takes over at the wheel of that car, and he will be in the 3rd position for right now, behind David Arrigon in the Risi Competizione Ferrari car number 62, which will be owing us a pit stop reasonably soon.
So, coming down to an hour and 50 minutes as the Korthoff AMG still having to make passes in its run at the front of the field. And he's being closed down on, Mike Skeen, by Marco Sorensen. It's down to 1.8 seconds. So Mike Skeen's done a good job, but he's going to have to start looking in the mirror shortly. We'll keep an eye on that. Shea Adam brings us more from the pit lane.
Ollie Milroy, you've got a McLaren that could potentially win the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. What's that feel like?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, you know, when you're out there, you don't really. I came in, I was like, where are we? You got no idea. Are we like leading? Are we 10th? You know, you're just doing your job. I had like a fuel target to hit and stuff like that, so I was just doing what the boys were asking me to do. that when the temperature drops, it tends to come to us a bit with the McLaren. You know, the car always prefers these lower temperatures. So, you know, the last couple of hours, things really come alive. So, yeah, it feels great. But you know what this game's like. We could have an FCY soon, and then it's anyone's.
What's it like actually taking the car from the daylight into the darkness?
It was really hard. It was particularly hard because Frederick had a bit of contact earlier in the race, so we've damaged both headlights, and they're pointing at the floor and bouncing. So it's pretty horrendous. Like, you can't see much at all. So that made it really tough once it got dark. But it is what it is. We can't do anything about it, and we just have to crack on.
Frederick's into the end now?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan. So I'll be on standby in case anything changes. But yeah, the plan is to run Frederick to the end.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
One more stop for them to the end. Charnoff will be staying in that car, as you heard Ollie Milroy. They've done a good job. They were bounced into the wall and almost picked up by the field on the second restart, weren't they? Early on.
Hey, there aren't many cars in this race that haven't had an eventful time.
It's a fair point.
But, as you were talking about before, we've had only just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 retirements in this race.
Yeah, officially, yeah.
Yeah, which is pretty remarkable. It's been a fast pace and wow.
So not running here. The Triazzi competition 023 Ferrari 296. They had a alternator pulley problem. I don't think they really got around there. Swapped the belt and then had to swap the pulley itself. But that car has been out for a while. Francois Areau for TDS Racing, a tale of woe for both TDS cars actually, but the 35 has been missing for a long time. Augusta Farfus retired the number 24 BMW with overheating issues. Phil Ellis broken suspension after contact with the right Porsche at turn 1 for the 57 Winwood car. Andretti Autosport went out with, what was the problem with that? Actually, I'm not sure.
Well, no, I was just going to point that out because that's fairly recent, and that was a car
that was about an hour and a half ago.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. It was retired about an hour and a half ago. Shea, what was the
number 36 car?
Andretti car. Yeah,
engine related, I believe.
Engine related, yeah. That was at the same time as the 01 went out. They were behind the wall together, weren't they?
Big pardon. Pit stop then for the third place car in GTD. Number 1 car onto pit lane, the Paul Miller Racing BMW, and the Magnus Racing Aston Martin, that comes out of second position.
It looks like a driver change down there for the number 1 car.
Yes, it is. I think that's Brian Sellers getting out. That looked like Madison Snow. It should be shade down here. You should be able to tell. Bottom. Side of Brian Sellers getting out of the car now. The pit stop is pretty much done and dusted. We're still waiting for the fueler. I wouldn't mind talking to Brian and seeing just how they're doing. They're clearly doing a cracking job with nursing that brake pedal. You remember, I mean, was that like half distance?
It wasn't even half distance.
It wasn't even half distance.
It was about 5 hours and 20, maybe 5 hours and 30.
Yeah, they've been running a long pedal that reluctantly did not want to change brakes. They knew that would put them right out of contention, and I suppose they were right, because the Robbie Foley Turner car had the same issue. They went and changed brakes, brake discs and park calipers, and that car's out of contention.
Let's go down to Shea, who's with another team who've had a bit of a tale of woe this week, and certainly through the race, clobbered twice out there on the circuit. Gradient Racing in the 66 Acura.
And this is a very frustrating stop for Gradient, because they did fuel tires and now they are having to use zip ties to put flashlights with tape over the front of them to signify different colors to the chassis, so that the little bits that are missing are illuminated, if you will, and there is something acting as a secondary light on the right-hand side of the car to try and indicate where the edge of the car is for the competitors. They do have a light bar in the middle of the hood as well, so it's not as if they're having trouble seeing necessarily, but IMSA wanting to make sure that they are very well seen on the racetrack.
So marker lights, effectively.
Correct.
Side marker lights, yeah. Understood. Thank you, Shea Adam, and before that, Joe Bradley. at IMSA Radio. Keep the tweets coming in, and remember the hashtag Michelin PRT for our post-race tech show, driven by you, the listener. Let's have a chat with Brian Sellers and see how they've been managing that brake issue for what, something like 3 hours now, maybe a little bit more, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's been quite a while. Brian, I just want to know how you guys are managing with that brake issue. It doesn't seem to relate to what I'm seeing on the timing screens.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they don't get better as time goes. It seems to be our biggest problem right now, to be honest. It's very difficult to manage the brake balance throughout the brake zone. The problem with once the pedal starts to go long, the brake migration changes, and what that means is the brake balance changes from the beginning of the brake zone to the end of the brake zone. So it's very difficult because at the beginning of the brake zone you have quite a lot of rear activation, and then at the end you have a lot of front activation, which is not the best of either world, really, because you start to chase the rear on the way in, and then the ABS overactivates as you approach the apex and creates a lot of understeer. So it's very tricky. It's very tricky, especially in traffic. When you're by yourself, you can manage it quite a bit better. But as soon as you start to get other cars dictating what you do, then it becomes very hard.
Yeah, and just let's add in a bit of darkness and those reference points disappear. The braking reference that you had in daylight's gone in the dark, I would imagine.
Yeah, I just thought it was because I was getting older, but I guess it is a little bit darker. It's tough tonight. I mean, it's ever evolving, the nighttime here as the series goes. You know, remember my first Sebring, I think the headlights were more dim than the jumbotrons out in the infield. You know, but now the tail lights, before they're even illuminated on the GTP cars, are brighter than the headlights. So it's tough when they go past you. It really is difficult on your eyes, difficult on markers, but that's the same for everybody.
Thank you, Brian.
Lawrence Vantor, welcome home. Back with Fab Motorsport, running around Sebring at night. Last time you did that with them, you won the race. So it's got to feel very familiar to be back here wearing the plaid.
Yeah, I mean, I always love being with those guys. I came here this morning because I was busy with the WEC race, and they gave me a briefing at 7 o'clock what the target is, what the goal is, and jumped in a warm-up, and here we are. And it went surprisingly well. Obviously, I know the car, I know the team, but I really felt well in the car now. The car was coming to life at night, and that's what we're hoping for. That was my last double stint, and I'm done. I need a McDonald's or something now. I slept 4 hours last night after the WEC race, and that was already pretty exhausting, so 24 hours almost of Sebring, that's once a year is enough.
Yeah, that is extra torture. Now, this Porsche, yes, it's one that you raced with them at Daytona, but it's a brand new car for you at Sebring. Did it still feel familiar, comfortable, like the Porsche that you know and love kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different car, but I always say, even with the MDH cars, you know, it's a car with 4 black wheels, an engine, a steering wheel, and pedals. You need to figure out how it works. Afterwards, there's a lot more details, of course, but no, I felt at home. I had some practice on this track the last couple of days, and with the FAF guys, it's always easy to jump in and do the job.
Don't quite go and get an ice cream yet. You still might be needed down at the podium at the end of this one. Fingers crossed for you.
I found a really good, nice gluten-free bakery in St. Pete tomorrow. I'm going to order everything on the menu twice, I think.
See if you can get the address of that, Shay, will you? That's like the sound of that. Drama out in the dark. We've said it before. Strange things happen when it gets to nighttime here. And Tom Blomqvist in the Acura ARX 06, the number 60 car, has lost a wheel and tyre. He was due in.
No, he wasn't. It was 10 laps only since he made the stop.
They were on the wall waiting for him. He must have told them that they had a problem. A Michelin tyre and wheel has gone missing. It's the left rear, and that car's not coming back, and this will be a full course yellow. And Nick Tandy's right back in it if that happens. And then there were 5. Everyone diving for the pit lane as quickly as they can. Albuquerque's come in from the lead. Felipe Nasser's come in from the lead. The BMW, where's the BMW 25 coming out to turn 17 now? Needs to get into the pit lane. Porsche in the pit lane. That's Nasser. So first and second into the pit lane. Van der Linde's gone through. The BMW's gone through. Where then is the 31 of Alexander Sims? He is in the pit lane now. Yes, he is. Sims has come through into the pits. Nick Tandy will be the next one by. I think they're waiting to give all of the leaders a chance to pit. He's on the back straight now. Tandy on the back straight now. So first, second and fourth in the pit lane. Sheldon van der Linde's gone through into the lead, I believe, but did not stop. Here comes Tandy round the final corner at turn 17. Now surely pits this car. Porsche Penske Motorsport, are they splitting their strategy? He's gone through. So pits have been closed now that the leaders have all gone past the pit entry. Well, interesting. BMW only have one car and they sent Sheldon van der Linde around, even though they must have known there was a yellow flag coming. Porsche have pitted the second place car and left Nick Tandy out. So Tandy has now got track position, but also a pit stop. When was Tandy last in, Jeremy?
He was in on lap 273. We've now done 286.
Okay.
So slightly surprised he didn't come in because that was one of the cars. He was one of the first cars to come in under the last sequence, other than the fact that 25 and number 31 stopped 7 or 8 laps before he did. And that was very much out of sequence then.
So Albuquerque stayed in the number 10 and is out of the pit lane. Felipe Nasser stayed in the number 7. And Alexander Sims stayed in the 31. Still scored in that car, Alexander Sims, as he's gone out, he's back on the track. So Sheldon van der Linde leads the motor race, having completed 287 laps completed. And drama for the Acura number 60. Parted company. The left rear wheel has parted company with the car. So BMW Team RLL, why didn't they come in?
That's another leader. So that means then that 7 different cars had led this race. The other BMW led for a couple of laps very early on, lap 86 and 87. But this is the first time number 25 car has been in the lead of the race, and it's shown really good pace lately.
I don't understand. They both drove by the pit lane. They had a chance to pit before the yellows.
Yeah, the question is how many tyres do they have left, I think, for everybody right now, because with this caution period, I would suggest that it's quite likely that all bar the number 31 car, which is just pit, that needed to pit, but the number 25 car, I would have thought would have needed to make a pit stop. Now, the other guys, I think, can quite likely go to the end on just one more pit stop from here. But I think that's unlikely for that number 25 car. So it is strange that they wouldn't have brought that car into the pits, from my perspective.
Shea Adam, does it look like they're going to leave Sheldon out there or bring him in, and Tandy for that matter?
No, both of the cars are coming in. The 25, the BMW, is going to do a driver change to Nick Yellowly. They have new Michelins on the wall ready to go on that car as well. I see 2 Michelins for them. For the Porsche, for Penske Motorsport, there's 4 tires on the wall and Mathieu Jaminet.
I honestly don't understand why they didn't do that.
I think there's probably a slight miscue, to be honest.
Yeah. Alexander Sims still shown in the 31, by the way. Well, he's sitting on the pit box now, and so that hasn't quite changed over. Race control very fair there, Jeremy. They allowed all of the remaining 5 GTPs to go past the pit entrance before they activated the full course yellow, and I do not know why Team RLL and Porsche Penske Motorsport, they might be splitting their strategy, but then if they bring them both in here, I suppose then in some ways they're no worse off, because they'll get back to the back of the field. Instead of being first and fourth, they'll be fourth and fifth, won't they? And they will have pitted later and therefore be able to go a bit longer, and their tyres will be in better condition, I suppose you could argue. I suppose you could argue. How much have we got left time-wise? 96 minutes, 97 minutes. So, pit now, and you are in the window for just one more stop, aren't you? For GTP, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're giving themselves... OK, so here's the answer. I'm answering my own question here. By staying out another couple of laps behind the safety car, the 25 BMW and the number 6 Porsche are just giving themselves a little bit more leeway and a little bit more fuel to give them strategic flexibility, which was one of our Porsche keys to the race, for when you take your last pit stop. And potentially it could mean slightly less fuel for your last pit stop as well, which means sort of less stationary time. But then with the energy addition, I don't really know about that anymore. Two things that would really help us understand it and therefore explain it to you is if we had some indication of how long the cars have got to add energy, quote unquote, because there isn't. It's not as if there's an electrical cable plugged in, and also the RFID data from the tyres, so we know when tyres are double stinting. And that could be made available, because that is available. It's there, and it's made available to the broadcasters in the WEC, for example. Campaigned for a long time to get that. So here comes the flatbed, and the number 60 Acura is being held up, and now will be lowered gently onto the flatbed. No need to put the roll back down. So just slide that underneath. Thank you very much indeed. Pass around is happening at the moment.
Yes, well, that was a run of 2 hours and 5 minutes from green to our 9th caution period of the day. And we've had 22 lead changes amongst 7 different cars. So the only car that hasn't led overall is which? Second of the Porsches, car number 6. It's the only car that hasn't led, and that's currently running in the 4th position. Nick Tandy is driving it, so I wouldn't put that beyond the realm of possibility, particularly if you look at the well, actually, that's one that it has not set quite as fast a time as the other contenders. That car's best lap is a 149.0. Most, as coincidentally, was the Tom Blomqvist number 60 car, but of course that seems to be out. It was very much out of the reckoning now for the win, no question about it.
So we are still waiting to open the pit lane for prototypes, which will, we believe, see Sheldon von der Linde and Nick Tandy dive into the pit lane. You might actually see all of the GTPs come in. I wouldn't be surprised to see all of the GTPs come in and the cars that came in before the yellow actually go in and top up so that they're on the same fuel strategy, because they'll get out before the other two because they'll be stationary less time.
Yeah, so for their final stop they would need less fuel than they would otherwise need. Exactly right, John.
At least it's not going to disadvantage them.
Correct.
And it means that it takes away a possible advantage for the number 25 BMW and the Nick Tandy number 6 Porsche. It puts them all on a level playing field for that last pit stop, effectively.
That's right, and even if they all come onto the pit lane now, number 25 car, yes, it comes in the lead, but its stop will be much longer because it needs a lot more fuel than everybody else, so almost certainly will drop to the back of that train.
Just before that yellow came out, Joe Bradley just telling me that the CrowdStrike Racing by APR LMP2 came into the pit lane and got in and out. Nolan Siegel stayed on, took a full load of fuel, or took a top up to full on his fuel, and new Michelin tyres. Kiffin Simpson leads for Tower Motorsport, and in that category we'll reset the order for you with the VP Racing Fuel in race update. The pits will be open, well, all cars have been asked to pack up, and pits are open for prototypes. So 25 will come in at the BMW, and so will Nick Tandy, so that's first and fourth in GTP at the moment. The question is, will anybody else come in to cover them off? I do not think there'll be anybody other than the fueler and the lollipop over the wall for the cars that stopped just before this. They're taking a calculated risk because although we've been going slowly, it's 5, 6, 10 minutes ago, whatever it was, since we went to yellow. And yeah, maybe it's only a lap, maybe it's only a lap or two of fuel, but that could be a couple or 3 seconds stationary on pit lane at your last pit stop, with 90 minutes to go. The drama continues to unfold.
Yeah, and I think in GTD, I reckon we're going to have 12 cars on the lead lap for the restart. The last of those being that Turner Motorsport BMW, number 96, had the brake change, well, a couple of hours ago now, probably. The first car lap down is Rahel Frey in the Iron Dames Lamborghini, car number 83, the pink car, and then Catherine Legg, she's another couple of laps back in a gradient racing car. 66 has had all sorts of dramas during this race.
All right, here come the prototypes, and everyone except Jack Aitken for Whelen Engineering has come in, and Philippe Albuquerque stayed out as well. So, okay. Jack Aitken now shown in that car, and in fact he has come into the pits. He is into the pit lane, so only Philippe Albuquerque has stayed out. Shea Adam.
That's right, and the 7 already in and out for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Just a top off of fuel, waiting on the top off of fuel for Jack Aitken as well. I'm shocked they didn't put Pit Votarani back in for the run to this race. That tells you the confidence they have in their new young find. But it was 8 seconds for the 31, and the pit exit light is on. So that means that there is now a queue of cars waiting at the pit exit. Service nearly done for the 25 BMW. This is the last car. Ooh, they are doing some work in the left rear. Is that a brake change that they're doing on the BMW? It looks like it. Yes, I do believe it is. They're doing, at the very least, pads on this 25 BMW. So the left and right rear, both of the rear brakes for the 25 BMW, new brakes for Nick Yellowly.
It's interesting. Tower LMP2 car comes out of the pit lane. It's number 8 car, Scott McLaughlin, put back in that machine. that will hand the lead back to Nolan Siegel, who pitted just before that yellow. So has the track position. Still one stop for those guys as well to go before the end.
And the number 52 and the number 11 also on the lead lap in LMP2. And then one lap down are both the number 18 and the number 51 has just come into the pits now. Pietro Fittipaldi driving the Ware Racing entry.
Quite a lot of work going on that BMW rear end. Brakes and around the hub. Yeah, they've taken...
They're changing the whole thing, are they? Wow.
Yeah. So discs are off. The caliper is... Problem is, they've taken the caliper off the rotor before they split open the pads. And
keep going,
now they can't get the pads, the pistons back in the calipers to take the pads out. So I wonder if that was dragging a little bit. And that's...
Where are the leaders?
On goes the
safety car.
Disc.
Safety car?
Safety car's coming out of turn 16 now. They're going to have to go. They're going to have to go. Oh dear, I'm not sure this is going to be back on in time. They could be struggling. New pads are on there. Did they do both sides, Shay, of the brake change, or just the left?
Yeah, they did both sides.
Yeah, okay.
Both of the rear brakes, and the pneumatic drill is now being fired up. I'm looking for the safety car in the exit of turn 17.
Halfway down the back straight at the moment.
Yep, they might get this done, but it's going to be a problem for Corvette Racing if they don't, because they are blocking the entrance into Corvette Racing's pit box, and they are doing 4 new tires.
Side brake, Shay?
Have they finished? I can't see the right side because I'm standing on the pit wall looking at the left-hand side.
Okay, I can see them working away. Here comes the safety car. They're going to go a lap down.
Yep.
They are going to go a lap down. Wow. They're just fastening up the caliper now, and the BMW number 25, Sheldon van der Linde, drops off the lead lap. Here comes the GT cars, 32 Korthoff already standing still. There's a driver change there. It's the car that's been leading for such a long time in the GTD category. Antonio Garcia is in the pits. This is great news for them, exactly what they needed to get them back into contention, and they're going to have to pull in right behind the BMW, Shay, Adam.
Yeah, they're blocked. Oh, drama for the 14 Lexus, which left with the fuel hose still attached. They did left side tires only, trying to jump some of their competition. But for Corvette Racing, it's exactly what I predicted. They could not get into their box, and now they're having to roll the car forward and backwards to maneuver it into a position where they can get the air hose attached. This is disaster. Everyone else has come and gone from the pit lane as Andy Lally is side by side with the 92 Porsche and has to fall in line behind. So Magnus Racing losing a couple of spots on that stop as well. Now the BMW is being rolled backwards. The brake change is complete. They're telling Nick Yellowly, pump the brake, make sure that there is something there, fire it up, and then go. So now it is Nick Yellowly to the end, 1 lap down. Now Corvette gets going once again too. Corvette has 4 new boots. The 14 Lexus has 2 left sides, but watch for that car to get called for the penalty for leaving with the fuel nozzle attached.
Well, that didn't perhaps go quite as well as BMW had hoped. The brake-by-wire system works on the back brakes. Maybe it hasn't been. And they've used up their rear pads and discs rather more than they were expecting. And that shifted the brake bias. We heard Kenton Cook eloquently explaining how all that works earlier on. We could have something like an hour and 15-minute sprint here with 1 pit stop for pretty much everybody now. Nick Yellowly in the BMW. All right, let's give you a quick VP Racing Fuel in-race update as the field is resetting itself behind the safety car. We'll get the GT MTP class split after the final wave by, which is starting now. But this is how they should be lined up behind the safety car, I reckon. Philippe Albuquerque in the number 10 Konica Minolta did not top off the tanks. Elected to stay out.
Track position.
Track position, exactly so. Felipe Nasr did come in and top off. Literally a splash of fuel, maybe 3 seconds. Will be second in line. Third, and also electing to stay out, Whelen Engineering Cadillac.
No, that did come in, John.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes, it did. It did, yes, yeah.
It was at the tail end of the group, that's why
Correct.
it didn't show up initially.
It didn't come up straight away, yeah, absolutely. Acura, Porsche, Cadillac in the first three, 10, 7 and 31. Then the second of the Porsches with Mathieu Jaminet behind the wheel.
Right, and the 31 car did get ahead of the number 6 car then during that
correct
last splash.
Yeah, it was always going to do that because it had stopped previous to the yellow, whereas the 6 car hadn't. So that was all by dint of how much fuel was going in.
Yep.
Nick Yellowly with new brakes at the back has dropped off the lead lap, but at least we'll be on the end of the queue when we restart. He will be 5th in line. In LMP2, Christstrike Racing back in the lead, courtesy of Nolan Siegel getting into the pit just before the yellow flag came out for Tom Blomqvist's Acura, losing a wheel out on the airport side of Sebring International Raceway. In second, Scott Huffaker for TDS Racing in the red and yellow number 11 Oregon. Tower Motorsport, Scott McLaughlin in third in the number 8. The orange and black car. Paul-Loup Chatin in the Wins car, which has speed. That was the pole sitter. He's in 4th. All of those top 4 on the lead lap. In P3, Garrett Grist has been installed in the Junior 3 Racing number 30, which will lead to the green flag from Felipe Fraga for Riley in the 74 orange and blue car. Lars Kern in the black and yellow number 13 is third, but is a lap off the lead, is he?
2 laps, actually. Oh no, maybe he's just getting away around now.
He's got one lap. He's got 1 lap back, and he's come straight into the pits, as has Tymon van der Helm in the JDC Miller Motorsports number 85.
Yeah.
In GTD Pro, Patrick Pilet for Pfaff Porsche will lead to their green flag in the number 9 from WeatherTech Racing in the white number 79. AMG GT3, Daniel Juncadella. Risi Competizione, number 62. Pennzoil Risi Competizione car. Lexus RCF. Vassar Sullivan. Another black and yellow, number 14, that one is. Then the pink Iron Lynx, the green Iron Lynx, number 63, Lamborghini, still in with a shout. Antonio Garcia, as predicted, reinstalled behind the wheel of the number 3. This is Antonio's favourite place. He's quick here. The king of Sebring, as Shays just said in my ear. Bill Oberlin is a lap off the GTD Pro lead in the Turner Motorsport car. In GTD, leading Marco Sorensen now for Harter Racing Aston Martin. The number 27, the dark blue car, Kai van Berlo.
Yeah.
In a dark grey, number 91, Kelly Moss with Riley Porsche 992.
Impressive how that car's
That's just, it's stealth grey, and it's stealthed its way back up into contention. Madison Snow in the number 1 Paul Miller Racing car, maybe not with quite the braking performance that they would like. He will restart third ahead of Trent Hinman for the bright yellow Volt number 77 Wright Motorsports Porsche. Then the Lamborghini Huracan of Forte Racing, another green car, Loris Spinelli in the 78. Turner Motorsports Robbie Foley is in 6th place as we come back to green. But there are, I think, 12 GTD cars on the lead lap. The headlights head down towards turn 1 in a shimmering mass of light for those standing on the outside. Difficult to pick the cars out, but it is Albuquerque that leads from Nasser and Aitken and Jaminet and Yellowly. Yellowly, remember, that BMW wants to get through and get back on the lead lap. So watch that BMW. They'll be turned up to the max, trying to pick their way through in case there's another yellow. Because you can bet your bottom dollar that if there is another yellow, Albuquerque won't pit because he won't want Yellowly to get back on the lead lap. Side by side into the braking area at turn 10, and the Porsche makes up a position there. That was the number 6 car, I think, of Mathieu Jaminet going round Jack Aitken. Yes, it. Do we have another prototype mixed in there? We had the final wave by. Coming down to Jean de Bian Benz. 3 Porsches wide going through turn number 11, and that could get very expensive very quickly. 3 very distinctive Porsche tail lights spread across the track. Albuquerque going down into turn 17. It's the GTD battle with the Corvette of Antonio Garcia right in behind Jordan Pepper and Jack Hawksworth and Daniel Surrey. They're all there. There's damage to the number 12 car. That's the GTD. That's from where they had the trouble with of the Acura hit the Lexus. So that was the AM car that the Corvette had to go around, all mixed up there after the pit stops. 9/10 of a second, Albuquerque from Nasser, from Jaminet, another 1.7 back from Aitken. This Rick Ware racing car, Pietro Fittipaldi, is off at turn 1, I think.
This is outlap, I think, isn't it?
Was in 5th position for the Biohaven car. You can see his head moving in the car, but there's damage to the front, and also there's been contact with the number 30 as well.
Yeah, okay, because on that lap, the number 74 car came through in the lead. The 30 car had been leading, but damage there for Garrett Grist.
It's a close full course yellow.
Yeah.
That is very annoying for Junior 3. They've been there or thereabouts all the way through. Short yellow. It was confirmed as turn 1, by the way, for Pietro Fittipaldi. And he just lost it himself through turn 1. That's a big impact for Pietro. On the bump at turn 1, about half a car's width away from that apex. Oh, the tyre. It was the tyre that was bouncing in the middle of the road, the tyre and the wheel. How unlucky can you get?
Goodness me.
Wow, that could have been much worse. If that had gone into the windscreen, it was bouncing in the middle of the track there, having come off the Pietro Fittipaldi car. Just what Kenton Cook was telling us earlier on. Yeah, that was pulled off. Went 10, 15 feet
Did that
high.
cause it?
Well, there's a good point, Jeremy. There was a couple of cars that just missed it, and unfortunately, the number 30 did not. Do you know what? I think the reason that he didn't avoid it was because it bounced so high, he didn't pick it up.
I think he'd lost the lead in any case to the number 74 car, Felipe Fraga, in the Ryder Motorsports car. I think had got past Garrett on that restart lap.
I think that was Felipe Fraga who had to dodge the
probably was
the tyre first with the purple marker light in the front of that car.
And then Garrett was completely unsighted.
Well, it was coming down.
Yeah.
It was coming down out of a black night sky. You're not looking for that, are you? You're not looking to swerve in 3 dimensions.
On that opening lap, by the way, Mathieu Jaminet did get past Jack Aitken. So up into third place, and Porsche's then second and third, and the Cadillac, how favoured were they to win this race at the beginning of the day? There's only one remaining. It's down in fourth position right now, so Jack Aitken's got a lot of work to do.
Let's just get a chance to say one more. The car goes around.
There comes the wheel off.
The wheel comes off from the right rear. Very fortunate not to go actually out of the track surface. And as it's bouncing around, was that the Carl Robinson car? Well, yeah, it was already shown in second place, Jeremy. You were absolutely right. Must have lost that coming to the green. Joe Bradley has got that car with the evidence of striking that wheel and tyre combination clear on the left front.
Yeah, it's very badly damaged. They're trying to get the front section off, and they've got a brand new nose section ready to put on. It doesn't look like any of the clips where it attaches to have been affected. In fact, they're just pulling it off now. In fact, one of the clips is just caught. So this is the car that was second in LMP3. So this is not what they want. If they can get this car out before... Oh, it's leading now. It's showing number 2.
It was
so it was in the lead. It's lost the lead because of this incident, and hopefully we can get it out. So the new nose section is offered to the car. It should clip nicely in. It's a couple of spring clips either side, and then a couple of bolts right in the middle section. So this car is going to get out well before the safety car comes round.
Safety car is on the back straight now, Joe. It will...
It should do. Actually, now that you've said that, this is going to be pretty tight. They've just got the front plate that covers where the front suspension is, where the number plate is. Four little spring clips.
It can only drop to fourth. If they get it out now, it will only drop to fourth.
Now. It's off the tracks. Well done, boys. GR3 Racing knew exactly what they were going to be presented with, and they had everything ready when it did present itself. Cracking job.
So that car will only drop to fourth. It'll stay on the lead lap. They're looking for the win. I think, that's not a full season entry, that car, is it?
Correct. They missed Daytona. Dakota Dickerson, one of their drivers, did do Daytona with a different team. Yep. He is still eligible for the Michelin Endurance Cup points that he can score on his own without Ari Beilug and Garrett Grist. But this is a crew that very much came here with one goal in mind.
No, it's a full season car.
But they weren't at Daytona.
They weren't at Daytona because that's not a full season race.
Good point, Jeremy.
That's
Good point.
For LMP2 and LMP3, that only counts for the Michelin Endurance Cup. But no, the number 30 car will do the remainder of the season.
Well, they did get it out. Shall we see if we can grab an interview down there with Joe Bradley? And as the cars come through, it's going to be a relatively lengthy recovery. The wheel did stay inside the bounds. Wheel and tyre stayed within the bounds of the circuit, by the way. Really hard to say whether that was cause or effect. The car pitched sideways. The wheel was still on until it went off the track sideways, and then it got pulled off. But it could have been loose before then, which is what caused the spin in the first place. And unfortunately, in the darkness, that was impossible to see.
Yeah.
Pietro Fittipaldi has had a fairly... Well, he's had his bell rung there, I would say.
Yeah, that's a scary impact. It's not much fun at the best of times. At night time, it's probably even more scary because you're really you don't have quite the same spatial awareness as you do during the...
Maybe it was better he didn't see the barrier.
That's a good point, actually. That's a good point.
Depth perception, Gus.
Yeah.
All difference. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Gunnar Jeanette, AO Racing, Rexy.
Gunnar, this is your home track, effectively, isn't it? I mean, you've been here so many times. What was the first... How old were you when you first raced here in the 12 hours?
First 12 hour, I was 17. Yeah. The year previous, maybe I shouldn't be saying this over the air, the year previous when I was 16, I actually fueled a car in the 12 hour.
I'm not sure. It's the standard limitations, isn't it?
Yeah. It's been over 20 years, so I'm sure it's fine now.
Double duty for you and PJ Hyatt sitting next to you. The WEC yesterday, the 12 Hours of Sebring today. Firstly, let's start with just what challenge does that bring? Because they're completely different cars, aren't they? GTD, GT3 spec, and the GTE ARM car.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it was a bigger challenge than I expected. You know, with both of them being Porsches, they are similar in a lot of ways and look pretty similar in the cockpit. But one is rear engine and one is mid engine. One is customer Michelin tires and the other is confidential Michelin tires. Two different pit lanes, two different sets of rules.
Did it kind of feel like being in a different track then?
Yeah. I mean, the cars definitely react differently. You have to drive them differently, and you have to sort of do a full reset and shift. And you know, I told the engineers on both sides, like, treat us like we're toddlers, and literally like tell us everything, because you look down at the steering wheel and the steering wheel is completely different, and buttons are on the opposite side and stuff. And you're like, you have a moment of brain lock. But I mean, it's absolutely awesome to be able to do the double here. I'm feeling it a little bit now. Unfortunately, neither of the races have gone the way that we wanted them to. But yeah, the AO racing crew has done an awesome job to get Rexy back in order, and you know, give the fans a chance to see him running around at night.
On a kind of I think you may have answered that. I wanted to know just how advanced this new 992 GT3 spec car has become.
Yeah, it's you know, they incorporated a lot of the RSR 19 sort of development and sort of theory behind it. We've got a number of our guys from the crew were on the American factory program, and so they have, you know, quite a bit of knowledge with the RSR 19, and so when they first went over to Germany in October, November to get training on this car, a lot of the comments were, you know, how similar it was. Obviously the engine isn't flipped around, but yeah, you know, the development has definitely been towards that direction.
It's got a 4.2 though. Does that make a difference? It's not supposed to have any more power, but how does it feel?
I mean, with the 4.2 or 4 liter, you know, the biggest difference was getting that 38 mil restrictor from the 33s that we had at Daytona, and we were just so far out of the window at Daytona, and now we're in a place where we can actually race with cars. Which
I didn't dare tell you at Daytona, mate. You were so miserable, understandably, yeah. But you're a little bit happier on that front, I would think.
Yeah, massively happier. So yeah, we're you know, in the window now, and some cars definitely still pull away from us on the straight, but by the amount that you would expect to, you know, with little things here and there. You know, the Mercedes have shown that they're still very strong here, but at least we're in the window and in a place that we can race with other cars, so we're much happier.
Roman DeAngelis, is your job done for the Sebring 12 hour, or are you going to get back in the car?
Depends how Marco's feeling. I'm a little bit tired, so I hope that it's done. But no, Marco's done a great job. We're leading now, just trying to see what happens with the strategy. Seems like a third of the field has done one thing, and everybody's kind of scattered all over with strategy. So just trying to see how we can make it work for us. And I'm sure, you know, there's still a chance for more cautions with all the carnage that's been going on. So we'll see what happens.
It's pretty crazy what goes on in the dark around the track. I mean, only the fans really know, right? And some drivers occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on the infield, there's some crazy stuff going on, and I think the on-track stuff's been on par with that this weekend. Been a chaotic 12 hours today already. So the last hour is probably going to be the craziest. So I'm looking forward to it.
You've won Petit, you've won the Glen, you've won Daytona. What would it mean to win Sebring?
A lot, yeah. Definitely need to check this one off. We have a really good day today. I've had a couple podiums here, second and a third, so hope to get it first. But if it's not our day, it's not our day, and we'll just collect some points, and that's it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And we're coming down to the last hour of motor racing. Still a huge amount of flashing lights at turn one as the tyre barrier needs to be rebuilt. Jeremy and I just listening to those interviews, and great to hear Gunnar Jeanette, by the way. He's always got some great stories, hasn't he? But just wondering, we're not too far away, but if you're not at the sharp end of, let's say, the GT GTD Pro or the GTD field, is it worth, Jeremy, now just popping into the pit and brim filling and thinking to yourself, we might be able to get to the end of here with a few laps of yellow?
Well, you know, the GTD cars, most of those were in during this caution period, so they've only done 4 or 5 laps. They did 1 lap of green and then 4 or 5 laps of yellow. If this goes on for another 5 minutes or so, they could probably get to the end. Number 62 Ferrari, however, well, number 9, number 79 and number 62 in GTD Pro, they're definitely going to need another stop unless there's a huge long caution. In GTD, number 27, number 91 and number 1, which are top 3 cars, well, top 5 cars, number 77, 78, they did not pit during this last caution period. So the first 5 cars, they're going to need a stop, and you might want to get that done sooner rather than later. But then again, you know, that's a gamble. For the GTP cars out front, that is kind of interesting because I think they're going to need a stop. And if you make your stop now, I would imagine that nobody has a whole heck of a lot of fresh tyres left over by now after how many pit stops we've had.
I bet everybody's got one set. I bet everybody's still got one set.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'd be curious to know because there's been more pit stops than you would have kind of anticipated if it had gone all green. Certainly a lot more pit stops.
That is true.
Yeah, they made anything between 13 and 18 stops during this race. I think Philip Albuquerque should be in pretty good shape. But it's going to be really interesting what the situation is. The Porsche number 18 cars, number 6 car running in 3rd position. That's made 18 stops during this race.
Shane Monk out of the 66 Gradient Acura. A little bit different one for you here. We've already spoken to Mark and Catherine, and we understand, you know, that damage repair has cost performance for the car. You know, relatively inexperienced driver at this level, how do you keep your motivation knowing that, you know, you're a second off the pace and you're never going to grab that back because the car's down on the straight line?
It's tough. You know, at this point, we're not really fighting for much except for trying to keep some championship points and, you know, make sure everybody gets their drive time just so we walk away with something. And we're thinking the long game right now. But for me, I actually joked to, you know, the guys while I was in the car. I said, this actually feels more akin to what I'm used to driving in a GT4 car because, you know, I'm used to not having very much downforce. So I actually felt like I was able to adapt pretty quickly to the change and, you know, get as close as I could to Catherine and Mark and their pace.
And I suppose it's the spirit of endurance racing. It's about getting to the finish and hoping the worst happens to your competitors, maybe?
You know, I don't wish badly on anybody, but yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be some exciting racing now to finish up the event, and so hopefully we can benefit, and, you know, our JG Wentworth, Acura, NSX can move up a couple spots, but, you know, we've just incurred so much damage. You know, the front was a problem, then we got hit in the rear, we lost some lights and had to, you know, for technical reasons and safety reasons, IMSA wanted us to pit and fix that. And so we were actually on the lead lap despite all of the damage. And then unfortunately, just when the darkness came, they felt like it was a safety hazard. And so it took a couple laps for us to get the lights somewhat functioning.
Thank you, Shane. I'm sure we'll be back, you guys.
Going back to green, there was no class split there. Back to green flag racing, so there's all kinds of traffic mixed in here after the pit stops and the wave buys through the first corner. Felipe Nasr in second, Mathieu Jaminet, the 2 Porsches running together, and they have cleared the other prototype that is in there, as is the number 31. That's Jack Aitken. Jordan Pepper into the pit lane for the number 63 Iron Lynx Lamborghini Huracan. It will be fuel and tyres for that car, and I reckon they must think they can go to the end from here. Now, this is a huge penalty for the number 7. This is the better placed of the 2 Penske Porsche Penske Motorsports car working outside the pit box. Shea Adam drive-through.
It was about 2 feet beyond the edge of their pit box, and this is consistent with the penalty that was called earlier on the 18 Era Motorsport LMP2 car as well. The fuel nozzle was attached, and the car was a solid 2 feet beyond the edge of its box. So this is consistency from race control with this penalty.
Was that because there were other cars around it, or had they just run long?
Doesn't matter. If you are outside of your box, you're outside of your box, and if you're doing service, that is a drive-through.
Yeah, but I'm looking for the cause, not necessarily to mitigate.
Well, yes, the sister car was pitted behind it, but it didn't. I don't believe it came in behind the sister car.
No, I think it came in front of it.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Shea. Well, that's going to take that car out of it for the time being. No service to be performed on that car as it comes through. Does it peel off this time? It does not. I'm not sure I'd be like to be the one on the radio to Felipe Nasr. He can see a win ahead of him. He can see the top step of the podium ahead of him. It's just one car, and that's Felipe Albuquerque.
Well, it's not actually. They changed positions.
Oh, they have.
Jamine's got ahead of Nasr on that lap.
Right, well, maybe that's 4 brand new tyres for Jaminet at that last stop into the pits in LMP3 for Nico Varone and AWA. That'll be their last stop as well. Daniel Surratt jumps out of line in the GTD Pro Battle, out of 3rd place. Racing Competition are heading for the pit lane for their last stop. So is Antonio Garcia. These will just be splashes of fuel. So it's just fuel for Daniel Surratt in Racing Competizione. Meantime, out in the darkness, side-by-side action. Porsche on the Acura side-by-side, sliding around both cars. This is for the lead of the motor race. Off the track, there's a touch, there's another touch. All of a sudden, I'm back in 2007 as they come through to turn 13 though this time, and a change of lead. Porsche number 6, Mathieu Jaminet, leads, but only for a moment down the inside. A huge throw down the inside. That's not going to stand. He's forced him off the track there. Albuquerque forced him off the track at 15. There was no way he was getting through unless he hit the car, and Jaminet had to pull out of the way or be sideswiped there. I'm not sure that will be allowed to stand. There's racing, there's hard racing, and then there's intimidation. Oh, there's another car off. That's a Lamborghini, and I think it's the Forte car into the wall. Now race control will have to have a look at that, because you know that Porsche are going to be on the telephone straight away. It's the 78, isn't it, that car? I'm pretty certain it's the Forte machine. So Philippe Albuquerque back in the lead after losing the lead. Some stalwart defending by him, and some great driving by Jaminet to get alongside, but coming through anywhere else on the track, that would have been a huge accident. A huge accident. So it's another off-track moment at turn 1 that then has turned into an off-track moment, I think, at turn 3. Yes, it's exactly what happened. Ran on with dirty tyres. Yep. 78 car, yes, absolutely. Meantime, in the pits, WeatherTech with a new set of tyres, a brand new set of tyres as well for WeatherTech. This has got everybody coming in. We haven't gone yellow yet, have we?
No.
Still green.
Yep, so Ukadela comes in there, fresh tyres for him, waiting for the last of the fuel to go on board this car. You can get to the end from there, no question about it. Number 9 car, though, they elected not to come in.
That's the Patrick Paley Pfaff Motorsport car. Ukadela in and out. Remember, the 62 Daniel Serra Risi Competizione, they just did a splash of fuel, as did Jordan Pepper for Iron Lynx. They're expecting a yellow flag or a full course caution. Risi did take tyres, I'm hearing now, for Serra. Thought it was just a splash of fuel. into the pit lane. Felipe Nasr for his drive-through, and Jack Aitken follows him in. This will be for a splash of fuel. So now Nasr gets his drive-through done, and we still haven't gone full course yellow. He's lost absolutely nothing. In fact, he's going to come out in 3rd place, I think. Yes, he is.
Assuming there is a full course caution, of course.
Well, has the 78 car moved?
Oh, I'm guessing it must have done.
It must have done. They can't leave it there. It's right in the firing line.
Shown has stopped on the racetrack, though.
Well, it's driver's side towards the track. And pits are closed now. Full course yellow.
Wow.
Full course yellow. As Jack Aitken came out. So Felipe Nasr, his penalty is negated. And he'll restart in, I think, in 3rd. Yes, he will. He'll restart in 3rd. This will be presumably a quick yellow, so we won't go through everything. This is for the number 78 Forte Lamborghini Huracan, which has Loris Spinelli at the wheel. Loris has done exactly the right thing and not moved. He sat in the car all through this Forte racing.
Would have been pretty scary.
Is that 2 laps, 3 laps?
A couple of laps at least.
That all started for Loris when he put his right-hand side Michelins off the circuit at turn number 1. All right, coming up, we'll announce our recipient of the BDO Knows Strategy Award. And we're looking for your questions. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Questions, suggestions, points arising. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Exclusively live on RS2 at the end of our broadcast. Wow. Real drama with, in relatively quick succession, the number 60 Acura coming to a halt. Tom Blomqvist at the wheel. He stopped twice over there at that part of the circuit, once with a dead engine and once with a 3-wheeled Acura. Pietro Fittipaldi, loose rear wheel, maybe causing the significant accident at turn number 1. Or was it pulled off as he went across the curbs, and could have just been sitting under the wheel arch, of course. And now Loris Spinelli in the Forte Racing Arrow Lamborghini, the number 78, sideways into the tyre barriers at turn 3, 4. Wow. So, who stopped there at the front of the field, Jeremy?
Just the 2, the number 7 car, which of course was a penalty, so,
he didn't stop.
Really,
right.
just the number 31 car.
Right, so they've splashed.
Yeah, so they should be good for fuel now to the end.
They're going to be fine.
Yeah.
And they're full rich. They can go full rich.
Yeah, they're looking in really good shape right now. I'm
with
surprised.
Jack at the wheel as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Bo Barfield gave the other leaders an opportunity to come in there.
Yes, he did.
And they elected not to do so, and I think that could backfire on them. Sheesh, it's all happening, isn't it? So the Corvette now is up to 3rd place in the class in
yes,
GTD Pro.
Now, don't forget, Daniel Serra stopped. Fuel and new tyres. Daniel Juncadella did the same. So the 79, the 62, the WeatherTech and Risi cars gave up track position for additional fuel and new tyres. And Jordan Pepper jumped into the pits as well, from memory, for Iron Lynx. off the back of the last caution, but I think he was just fuel. Or was it fuel and tyres share for Jordan? Can you remember?
I think Jordan was fuel and tyres. Scott McLaughlin was the other one who came in the pits that was relevant. That was from the LMP2, and that was fuel only for the 8 Tower Motorsport LMP2.
Okay. Don't think they can quite go from here. They're about 39, 40 minutes, the P2s, Jeremy?
Yeah.
We had this in...
But coming now, you know, it's going to be several minutes to clear this up. It'll be awfully tight.
Yeah.
Number 8 car just came in, so that's going to need less fuel than everybody else. But you know, it is still on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Just hasn't
I
come
think if
around
I'm
yet.
Scott McLaughlin and Tower Motorsports, yeah, 4th of the 4 cars, I'm watching what's going on. There's no sense in coming in now because they haven't even picked the car up yet. I'm not going to come into the pit lane until the Arrow Lamborghini is on the back of the flatbed and rolling. And that's the point I'm going to dive in. The pass around is happening now. How does this
there
benefit?
shouldn't be much of that.
I was going to say, there's not that many, is there?
No, because we're only a couple of laps under.
Didn't do the prototype, the full prototype split last time. So there were
True. That's a good point, isn't it? Yeah.
So,
this
there was a few mixed in there. So this might just tidy things up.
Yeah, and we're still 46 minutes away from the end of the race. So because the last one was a short yellow, this one won't be. So the pits will be opened. But I don't think have been yet, have they? They're not open just now. But should be open next time around for anybody who wants to make a stop, I think. This is a shame. It's all got a bit ugly all of a sudden, hasn't it, this race? With 3 consecutive caution periods.
Joe Bradley has just... In fact, I'll bring you in on this, Joe. Just say again what you've just said in my ear.
I'm all for these 11.5-hour qualifying sessions and a 35-minute sprint. We did it at the Glen last year, can you remember?
Yeah, very good.
Awesome.
It does build to this. There's nothing manufactured about this one. There was no choice from race control other than to throw the yellow. Bob Barfield gave the leading cars again, as he did the Acura caution, all a chance to come into the pit lane. Nick Yellowly has not been able to get back on the lead lap, of course, in that BMW.
Another note here, the number 30 car that was involved in that incident at turn 1, they made it back to the pits, but no further.
No.
So that car has now dropped out of the top 5.
9 cars out, I reckon, now, isn't it? So Pietro Fittipaldi, the 51 car, Rick Ware Racing, that car's out. The number 60 Acura's out, that's 2. They're going to try and come back out with that 60 Acura, I'm hearing. The Junior, in fact, as I say that car comes back onto pit road from behind the paddock. Junior 3 Racing is out. Loris Spinelli, the Forte Racing Lamborghini, number 78, is out. The Cadillac number 01 has officially retired, as has Andretti Autosports Ligier, the number 36. Winward as well. Now, this is interesting. The leaders are in the pit lane. This will be just a splash of fuel, and the top 3 in LMP2 as well. Don't expect to see any tyres here, Adam.
Oh, but I am seeing tyres. Splash of fuel and 4 scuffed tyres going on to the number 6 for Mathieu Jaminet. Splash of fuel and 4 scuffed tyres going on to the number 10, Konica Minolta Acura. So it is a fair and even fight between Albuquerque and Jaminet. And who gets rolling first? That would be the Porsche.
They've jumped that Acura in the pit lane, but they're going to have to stop because the red lights are on at the end of pit lane, so it's not going to be a huge lead, and we're behind the safety car anyway. The top 3 in LMP2 came in. The 04 CrowdStrike Nolan Siegel driven car, TTS by Orica, 11 Scott Huffaker car, and the PR1 Matheson Motorsport, the 52. So Scott McLaughlin, who had pitted just before the yellows came out, will cycle through into the lead of the race. And Aero Motorsport, Christian Rasmussen, was back on the lead lap after the last one. I think he's second. I think they've gone through.
No, I think Rasmussen's still a lap down, isn't he?
Not on Scott McLaughlin.
Really?
He was 13 seconds behind him in the queue.
All right.
We'll see. Those cars have just been released from the pit. Who else came in there? Nobody. Okay.
No, so this is going to put Philippe Nasser in the lead, isn't it?
What? Why have we lost the... No, we haven't. That's all right. That was just a timing glitch. Nasser didn't pit that time around. Maybe the Porsches don't want to repeat their problem of pitting the same at the same time. And Shea Adam, is there any sign that Felipe Nasser will come in?
Yes, there is a big sign. Mechanics, 6 of them standing up on the wall. Only 4 will come over the wall. Refueling nozzle in hand and 4 new Michelin tires.
New Michelin tires.
They look shiny to me. I mean, I'm over on the pit wall. I can scramble over. Hang on just a sec. I'm running across the pit lane. Nothing to see here. Yes, those are new. They have the lines from the mold. They're brand new Michelins.
Porsche keys to the race. In our Michelin countdown of green, have a new set for the end. Wow, and they've managed to save a set for Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. Jack Aitken then will cycle through, I think, to the front of the field here. We will now get the GT cars coming through. So this is going to take another lap or so, because this had to be a longer yellow, because we'd had the short one the previous one. We're going to get, I reckon, just over 30 minutes of a run to the end of the 71st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Right, get the popcorn, everybody. Shuffle up, here we go. This is going to be the dash for glory, maybe the gallop for glory if we would be slightly more alliterative.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
So I'll be really surprised if there isn't, if we go green from here to the end. But there is our 24th lead change as Felipe Nasser comes across the line in the lead of the race in car number 7. That was the at the time it was a 6th different car to become a race leader. Since then number 25 car has led a few laps, but that's still, or is it one lap? Has it now got the wave?
Would it?
I'm not sure where it was in relation to Nasser on the road.
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, it would have been at the back of the GT. We didn't do the prototype split. Yeah, so the cars are so close together with the tracker, I can't pick it out. I'll try and see the next time it goes by.
No, I think maybe it is still a lap down. Is it? I'm not sure.
Right, everybody. We are getting down towards half an hour to go. The clear up at turn 3 is complete. This is the final wave by. Now, if you're going to stop now, that's when you ham around after the final wave by and get into the pits. Do you splash your fuel and tyres and then try and get back onto the back of the field before we go green. So who's come round? Yeah, the 25's been released, Jeremy. So Nick Yellerly is on the Ullman straight at the moment. Also getting away by to get a lap back will be Ed Jones for High Class Racing. That's going to put him back on the lead lap in LMP2. Those two are on the back straight together.
No, I think he'll be one lap down, but Rasmussen will be back on the lead lap in car number 18.
There's another car there as well. Right, who's that who's just gone through? That was the number 18.
Yeah, so that is back on the lead lap, Christian Rasmussen, as you said.
There goes the number 20.
Yeah, which is a lap down.
Okay. 25 comes into the pits, Nick Yellerly, exactly. Now this is great. BMW team RLL, this is the flexible strategy we talked about now. Porsche keys to racing, Michelin capped out the grid. Now, have they saved a new shiny set of Michelins?
They're very shiny. Even in this darkness, they are very shiny. So for Nick Yellerly, BMW giving him every fighting chance that they possibly can. He is full of energy. They have pulled the fuel nozzle out, and it was just waiting on the tire change. So Nick is going to have the advantage of also getting some heat into those brand new Michelins on these couple of laps as he catches up to the rest of the field.
Yeah, there's going to be one more lap of yellow because they're just doing the class split now, and the safety car is coming to turn 17, so they're not going to release them this time. Yellerly is rolling, and so he'll be able to drive round and drive straight past everybody, also getting his tyres up to temperature and pressure. The V-Series Cadillac IMSA edition is leading them round. So, Shea, am I right in saying then that Jaminet, into the pits for NASA. NASA's pulled into the pits as well. So they're all playing the game now.
Well, and Nasser is the one who's getting these brand new Michelins that I ran off the pit wall to check the authenticity of their lack of usage, which is 100%. They are brand new. Nasser in, he stops on his marks. Fuel nozzle is attached, and we are going to work changing the tires. Shank is also back out. Do need to mention that as that car goes to rejoin, and will be the first car waiting at the pit exit for the red light to come off. Yep, fuel nozzle came out a little bit early too on the Porsche, but the good news is the tire change still going on. Ooh, windshield tear off for Felipe Nasr. That's really nice. And away he goes. You can hear it in the background a little bit with the electric motor.
We did. So who's got new tyres then, Shane? Nick Yellerly in the 25 BMW.
Nick Yellerly, Felipe Nasr in the number 7 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. And relatively new tires for Mathieu Jaminet in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport. And again, Philippe Albuquerque in the number 10.
I thought you said he put scrubs on.
They were scrubs for Jaminet, I believe it was.
Right. Okay. Well, we are now seeing a massive game of poker being played. The class split is happening now, so those cars can drive back through the field and to the front. The GTPs will be able to drive past through to the front of the field.
If they can catch up.
They'll catch up, Jeremy.
Yeah.
They will catch up. They'll want this doing before the start of the next lap. I think the safety car will be in at the start of the next lap.
At the end of this lap, I would think, wouldn't it be?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
The end of this lap, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
To restart.
Right. So there'll be just over half an hour to go. 31 minutes or so will be remaining in the race. And
safety
the 31
car,
car with Jack Aitken has a track position, which is what it would like.
Sitting right behind Aitken.
25th lead change.
Right. They are coming to turn 12 and 13 now, Tower Turn.
It's been 87 laps since the 31 car was in the lead last. i.e. a long time.
Well, the Acura number 60's on the back of the queue. The Porsche number 7's on the back of the queue. Nick Yellerly, I think, is on the back of the queue. In LMP2, Scott McLaughlin leads for Tower, number 8, then Paul Loop-Shadow, then Nolan Siegel, all in the same lap. Then TDS, Mikkel Jensen on the same lap. Christian Rasmussen got his lap back. Ed Jones still one lap off the lead. LMP3, 74 Riley, Felipe Fraga from AWA, Matthew Bell. Timon van der Helm, 85 JDC. Ooh, now, how did Felipe Fraga get a lap on the rest of the LMP2 field? LMP3 field, excuse me.
Because of the shunt for the number 30 car.
Yeah.
It was a lap ahead of number 13 and 85.
Yeah. Okay. GTD Pro, Pfaff Motorsport, Porsche, followed by Vassar Sullivan Lexus and the Corvette right in there. Here we go. On the nosy, 32.5 minutes. Green flag for the 71st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Well, whatever you've got, you got to bring it now. Jack Aitken leads them into the darkness with Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 behind. Porsche's looked nowhere earlier on, and now they're second and fourth. Jaminet right with the Whelen car. That Porsche very good at the start of the stint, and turn 7's going to have to be a big defensive move from Jack Aitken. Is he going to pull over to the right-hand side? You bet he is. That'll compromise his exit. Here comes Jaminet. Philippe Albuquerque not backwards and coming forward, but made a little mistake there in the lead two getaway. The Porsche then, with the big red light, dives to the inside, tries to cut off down into turn 10. Can he hold that outside line? No, he can't. Then he'll go wide to the right-hand side and cut back. Now he's got to hold on, and he'll be on the inside. Oh, he's pushed him off the track. Oh my goodness, this is getting feisty. But the Porsche comes back at 13. That was the obvious move. Can he hold on to it? Yes, he can. And this time, he won't be denied. Porsche lead at Sebring and the 71st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours. Here comes a battle for second as Albuquerque once again forces a car off at turn 15. He's decided not to go through this time. I think he must have been on the ragged edge of being called for the last one, and he lifted off there and allowed Jack Aitken to go back into the position, so redressed himself before he was called. Felipe Nasr sitting right in behind, and the Heart of Racing Aston is off. 30 minutes and 33 seconds to go. The 27 car 3 wide across the line. And it was, I think it was the 10 car that led across the line, and he goes into the first corner, but he's going to go wide. The Porsche will cut back. Well, that was extraordinary. We know how quick that Acura is.
And the leader at the restart is down in 4th place, and that's the Jack Aitken Cadillac.
Super speed, super slippery. Philippe Albuquerque off the final corner absolutely nailed the other two as if they were chained to a tree. And that might be all she wrote here. Albuquerque into second. Now the Heart of Racing Aston is moving, but that car looks too badly damaged. It's got left front steering damage. Can we get it behind a wall somewhere? He's out of control right in front of the leaders. Albuquerque up to second, then ahead of the Porsche and the Whelen Engineering car. That was the 3 that were battling behind Mathieu Jaminet. The 6 Porsche still leading it. And now Philippe Albuquerque sets off in pursuit of Mathieu Jaminet in the 6 car. He's quick.
The other loser in that restart was number 3 Corvette to the back of the pack.
Wow.
Of those 6 cars that are battling for the lead in GTD Pro.
So
from 3rd to 6th.
Big incident for the Aston Martin with damage. And I wonder if the Corvette was involved there. They were coming up behind, clipped. Yeah, it was the Lamborghini, 63 Lamborghini and the Corvette that were battling together, and the Aston Martin clipped the back of the Lamborghini, went off to driver's left and broke the steering arm. "28 minutes to go." We're hearing that that 27 car is off at turn 12. the leaders are coming through turn 5. I still can't believe that Philippe Albuquerque threaded the needle through the middle of Philippe Nasser and Jack Aitken. Mathieu Jaminet then still leads, but locks up down into turn 7. Coming through to where the Heart of Racing car is. He's off to driver's right, trying to get that car to the cutout. Now Felipe Nasser is fighting back, and Albuquerque does not have the same kind of performance on the twisty bits. They must have really trimmed that Acura out. And the Porsche closing in. They've gone past where the Heart of Racing car is stopped, and I couldn't see it beside the side of the circuit, so maybe we'll stay green here. Love this time of night. You know how hard these guys are pushing. The brake discs glowing bright red. Third position for Felipe Nasser. And hearing from race control that our marvellous marshals have managed to get the Marco Sorensen car 27 out of harm's way. So we're staying green. 27 minutes to go. Top 3 pulling away just a little bit. Jack Aitken can't live with them in the Cadillac.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? I mean, the Cadillac's been the class of the field pretty much all weekend long, but it's now Porsche leading from Acura, from Porsche in 3rd, and the surviving Cadillac in 4th position. And as you say, falling back 2.5 seconds, lost the better part of a second on that last lap to the 3 leaders.
At RSL_ studio, hashtag Michelin PRT, lots to talk about here. The incident that cost Heart of Racing and Marco Sorensen, also when he hit the back of the 63 Lamborghini, I think that pushed him into the Corvette, and that's how Antonio Garcia got pushed back to 6th position, and that may cost them a shot at the victory. It's Pfaff Motorsport leading GTD Pro for Porsche, then Jack Hawksworth for Vassar Sullivan Lexus, then Mercedes AMG GT3 WeatherTech Racing. But they're all very close together there in GTD. Madison Snow to the front.
Yeah.
Brilliant for Paul Miller Racing.
1-2.
BMW 1-2, 2 seconds between the Paul Miller #1 and the 96 of Robbie Foley. Julian Andlau sitting in 3rd for Kelly Moss with Riley in the 92 car. What a run that's been. Frederick Schandorf in 4th position in the 70 Inception Racing car. The GTD Pro category looking great as well. And Scott McLaughlin is cleared off. He's got 3 seconds on Mikkel Jensen in 2nd, who's got 3 seconds in Paul-Luc Chatan, TDS and PR1 there in 2nd and 3rd. But it's close with Nolan Siegel in 4th position in that crowd strike by APR car, just half a second away from a spot on the podium. And at the top of the field, 0.8 of a second, Jaminet pegged back by a 10th, if that, by Albuquerque last time around. Porsche, Acura, Porsche, Cadillac, BMW. Yellowly beginning to come to life. He's right on the back of Jack Aitken now. That 31 car, Whelen Engineering.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Rolling the dice and can't do the times, Jeremy.
No.
Main time,
Shocking.
79. Daniel Juncadella 3rd. WeatherTech Racing car looking at the back of Jack Hawksworth's Vassar Sullivan machine. And was he having a little go there? I don't think he was. 24 minutes still to go. Everybody fueled to the end. Jaminet, Albuquerque, Nasser, Aitken, Yellowly. Oh, and a big problem. That's another Aston Martin, isn't it? In sixth position.
Yeah, number 44 car.
Yeah, it is the Magnus Racing car. Andy Lally sparking, but will get to the pit lane. Something's given way in that car. Yeah, it's something to the right rear of that car, either a suspension or tyre that's gone down. So a 6th position going there. And who does that help? Well, Aaron Tielitz will move up, Jan Halen will move up, Trent Hinman will move up, Kai van Berlo will move up. We stay green.
1:49.39 for the race leader, Mathieu Jaminet, just 3/10 away from his fastest lap of the race.
This is extraordinary, absolutely brilliant. I said don't write any of the story headlines. Shea Adam tells me the 44 Aston, it was the right rear tyre. Big lock up again by the number 10 down at turn number 7, the hairpin. That's the 2nd place car in the overall.
Yeah, the quickest of those 3 leaders was the 3rd place car of Felipe Nasr by just a gnat's whisker. 49.295 for Felipe Nasr.
Just under 2 seconds between the top 3 at the moment, then 2.5 back to Jack Aitken. He's been caught now by Yellowly. BMW M Team RLL off the lead lap. After that rear brake change, they had to give up track position. They're fighting back. Wow. What a restart by Scott McLaughlin, by the way, for Tower Motorsports. Now pulled out 3 seconds on Mikkel Jensen for TDS. So the 8 Tower car, the orange, black and white car heading through the S's at the back of the circuit, the Jean de Bihan bends down to the Le Mans turn 16, the right-hander that brings them on to the Ullman Straight. Very dark back there. 3rd is still Paul-Loup Chatin. He's under pressure though from Nolan Siegel. The CrowdStrike Racing by APR car's been in the top 3 seemingly for the whole race, and now he's battling to get back into a podium position.
Yeah, and Christian Rasmussen right there also in that number 18 car for Era Motorsport.
The 3 cars within about a second and a half. Incident responsibility with Magnus is going to be a drive-through penalty for the number 32 car. That's Mickey Grenier for Team Korthoff. Oh, they've been right at the front all the way through. So that's where the puncture came from. That'll take them out of contention. Don't start trying to work your points out yet, Jeremy, or if you do them in pencil.
I must admit, I thought the 32 car was ahead of the 44, so... Okay.
BDO knows strategy. Have Porsche played a blinder here? It is Roger Penske, 1st and 3rd at the moment. And Felipe Nasr trying to upgrade that to a 1-2 for Penske Porsche Motorsports.
And looking pretty good in GTD Pro as well with Patrick Pilet, long-time Porsche factory driver, in the lead of GTD Pro in the FAF 992 Porsche.
Yeah, good point, Jeremy. It's BMW to the 4 in GTD. 2 seconds still between Paul Miller Racing and Turner Motorsport. Hashtag Michelin PRT for our after show. I tell you what, if Porsche have pulled this off, that is genius. It really is. A new set of tyres for each of their cars, on nearly new for one and brand new for the other. Here comes the battle for the lead, and the lead is held up. Here's the opportunity, and there's a touch, there's another touch. And that is going to be off the circuit. A huge incident, and he's driven straight into the Porsche, and the other Porsche's gone over the top. Both Porsches are out. Both Porsches are out. This could be BMW's race. BMW, I think, got through that. I'm not sure Jack Aitken did. Pits are closed. Oh, that's going to take some unwinding. The 62 Ricci Ferrari involved in that as well. In GTD Pro, Daniel Serra. I think both Porsches are there, and the 7 car ran over the 6. It appears that the 31's got through, and I think Nick Yellowly did as well. The leader held up coming through turn 1. Mathieu Jaminet, Philippe Albuquerque cut back to the inside. Now, Albuquerque has been very, very aggressive all the time, but this time he was the one on the outside. Now, he's hip-checked a couple of people in turn 14 and 15, and he allowed the redress with Aitken, wasn't it, the last time around that happened? But the two Porsches, I think the 7 ran over the 6 and got airborne. This could well end the motor race. There's at least 3 cars. Wayne Taylor is absolutely apoplectic with rage. He was right there and he just pushed him off. The leader gets caught behind a couple of cars. Albuquerque comes one way, then the other. There is a touch. And then after that, it's carnage.
Yeah.
Albuquerque straight through. Now, he might not have been in control of the car there. Certainly didn't seem any effort at retardation. The brake lights weren't on. He goes round the outside, cuts back. It was the Corvette right in there as well. And the Risi Competizione car, yeah, the brake lights go on and off and on and off, so he did try to stop, but there was no stopping that. Both Porsches caught up in it. Risi Competizione car was spinning on its own.
Well, in the melee, I think... I don't think he was spinning on his own.
He was, yeah, I don't think that was the prototypes that hit him, though. That was my point.
Yeah, fair comment.
I think he was having his own battle.
So Aitken did make it through.
So, was there a clip on the... Yeah, I think there was a clip between the Corvette and the 62 Risi Competizione. The 77 right Volt Porsche goes through as well. The overhead might give us a better look. Oh, it was the slightest of touch on Albuquerque.
Yeah, and they're all dicing amongst themselves, aren't they? I mean, you know, I don't think you can really pin the blame on anybody for that.
No. Corvette, I think, was involved there as well. In GTD Pro, Pfaff Motorsports got through, Vassar Sullivan got through, I think Juncadella got through. Risi Competizione spun but got around. The AMR safety crew have got drivers out. I can see Philippe Albuquerque and one of the Porsche Penske drivers. They're in the back of the Porsche Cayenne GTS. And Wayne Taylor puts his hands to his head. That was a solid top 3, possibly a win that's disappeared.
Oh, well, absolutely. I mean, he was right in contention for the win there.
That's big points that they're going to lose out on.
To have what a fantastic motor race end under a cloud like this one. I mean, like I said, I'm not necessarily blaming anybody. That was just so much traffic going through turn 1. It was just a mess. But that's part and parcel of endurance racing with all these different classes. And
Jack Aitken could win this. Whelen Engineering could win this for Cadillac.
Absolutely.
With Nick Yellerly in second.
There's a lot of damage there. This is going to take, we're still, just under 15 minutes remaining in this race.
I don't think we've got enough recovery vehicles.
No, that's a good point.
We've got 2 cars cranked up in the air. Remember, there's 2 Porsches in there. I'm trying to work out what's happening in GTD Pro. Patrick Pele is definitely leading.
The only guy who's come out, who's... That's a good point, actually. Who have we lost? Did the McLaren get through?
I think all the GTD Pros got through, actually. Serra was facing the wrong direction. He had a spin because he was side by side with Antonio Garcia, and I think they were having their own ding-dong, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure those two have made it back around there, have they?
Well, we'll see in a moment.
Yeah.
32 penalty for the incident with the 44. We talked about that before. Pass around is starting. The vet, the Corvette. I'll just take one more look before we talk to Wayne Taylor. trying to find out what happened with the Ricci Ferrari. Could have been hit by a Porsche.
I think so, the number 6
and then
car,
that bounced it into the Corvette. Big damage for all of those cars. Great avoidance by the number 77 Wright Vault car. Trent Hinman managed to pick his way through that. Joe Bradley is with Wayne Taylor.
Wayne, you've been a driver at this level yourself. You know what it takes, and things like this happen, don't they?
Yeah, you know, I'm very proud of Philippe for what he did. You know, I can only go by what I saw and what he said on the said. Good thing is he's okay. It's just very upsetting for this whole team and for Acura and HPD, because we just had a great car all day, and that's sort of, you just don't expect that kind of thing to happen at this level. But you know, all we can do is prepare for the next one. It happens.
Thank you, Wayne.
Well,
so we're gonna have an LMP2 car on the overall podium here.
Yes, we are. Scott McLaughlin is going to bring the Tower Motorsports car around. It was getting feisty way before that.
Yeah.
And Albuquerque had been dishing it out as well. Let's not forget, he pushed a couple of cars off at turn 14. He redressed one of them. I thought he was lucky to get away with the first pass, and that was for the lead as well, wasn't it? 11.5 minutes to go. Side-by-side contact like that, really, really hard. It was very, very slight. And something obviously broke on the Acura that meant Philippe couldn't get the car stopped. And after that, he was just an unguided missile. Nothing he could do. Can't blame the GT cars up ahead. They were having their own scrap. They were battling for position, Daniel Serra and Antonio Garcia. Jordan Pepper was there in the Iron Lynx number 63 as well.
So the Corvette and the Ferrari did manage to get out of that,
yes,
so they
did.
are still going.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, well done. And they are still on the lead lap then.
The Corvette had to go between two wrecked 963s in the wall, whereas the Ferrari was facing in the wrong direction, let a few cars go through and did a flick turn. Oh, we're going to get back to racing here. Scott McLaughlin just needs to stay out of trouble, could win this race overall.
Yeah, no kidding. And Andy Lally, by the way, he's managed to stay on the lead lap, having changed that tyre. It looked like their race might be done, but they're not. They're down in 9th position, but still on the lead lap.
Yeah, that was just a change of the right rear tyre, and they got them straight back out again.
It looked worse than that, didn't it, as it came in?
It looked like something had broken.
Yeah.
And the court of Mercedes still has not, or AMG has still not answered the call.
No, I think that came into the pits right before the yellow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's why it's at the back of that train. Last car on the lead lap now, 10th position, Miko Grenier.
Cleared from the timing screen again. Let me have a quick look.
Yeah, true. No, it came in on lap just before we went to yellow again.
Okay.
Lap 293.
We are on 3:11 at the moment.
17 done. And what, 9 minutes remaining? Still a fair bit of clean-up to go. I've had a lot of clean-up still to go.
Feisty multi-class racing. A lot of expensive cars.
Oh, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Next, we're at Long Beach.
Yeah, that'll be nice and calm, won't it?
Yeah, seen some more footage and some stills now, thanks to Chris Matthews and Alan Prosser. Does appear at what was the lead Porsche, Mathieu Jaminet, hit the back of the Risi Competizione car, which bounced that car around, and then also turned the Corvette. They were battling for second and third. Yes.
No.
Third and fourth.
No, they were farther back than that. They were actually 2, 4, 5th and 6th.
All right. Okay.
They were behind the number 63 Lamborghini.
All right. Yes, that's right. Well, pick the bones out of that, as they say. Or pick the carbon fibre out of that. Considerations whilst we're in this yellow team for our BDO nose strategy. Doesn't have to go to the winners or even the top class, so have a quick think about that. Joe Bradley.
Can I pick IMSA for these regulations?
Yeah. They've got the balance of performance pretty good at the right the way through, haven't they? Let's be honest. All manufacturers have led in GTP. We've had a cracking run in LMP2 and LMP3 and GTD Pro and Am. So nearly a perfect run for Albuquerque. Could have been much worse. Could have been much worse, that accident. It really could have.
Not from Porsche's perspective, it couldn't.
No. Well, the cars could be fixed, Jeremy.
Yeah.
We had Albuquerque bouncing over the inside curb, unfortunately coming back down again before he hit the Porsche.
Yeah.
And then we had, so that was low down, and then we had the 7 Porsche, check that, the 6 Porsche, being run over by an out-of-control 7 Porsche that had a broken front end. So Joe says IMSA for the ranks. Shea Adam, strategy-wise, Joe Bradley, you said that half in joke. BDO knows strategy awards. Where does your vote go right now?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go for Paul Miller Racing, and now they nursed that brake pedal, and they could have chosen to, change brakes, and they didn't, and they are still at the head of that class.
Was it it was the Turner Motorsport car that did change?
That did,
Going to be second.
That's finishing second, yeah.
So
but,
we're seeing both sides of that. Absolutely. Shea, BDO knows strategy award.
Seconded, but for a different reason. Look at the time since last pit for the cars that are in first and second. It's nearing 2 hours.
So the BMWs just stayed out and stayed out and stayed out.
And so did the Porsche in third, as a matter of fact. Julian Endler for Kelly Moss with Riley's potential first podium.
Yeah, very good. Like that. Safety car is in. We're going to get a 5-minute dash. Massive restart by Jack Aiken. He's not leaving anything to chance as he goes across the line and into turn number 1 for the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. We thought the Cadillac might be favourite this weekend because of how it rode the bumps. Well, it's come down to something very different. Cadillac versus BMW. Did we think that? No, absolutely not. Now, can Scott McLaughlin... He can't get on the podium from here because he's got 4 laps to make up and there's only 4 minutes left.
No.
Oh, no, he's only 1 lap behind the cars that have stopped now.
He'll go past this lap.
Yeah, he'll go past this lap, excuse me, misreading that. The Mathieu Jaminet will finish 3rd in GTP for Porsche, that's the number 6. It'll be 4th for the number 10, Philippe Albuquerque, 5th for Porsche number 7. Now, we've still got things to fight over here because GT isn't finished. Patrick Pilet needs to keep his wits about him And here comes the turn of BMW, the battle for the lead in GTD. With that brake compromise, Madison Snow driven number 1. And Kelly Moss with Riley Porsche. Julian Andlauer has had a great run as well. And it's not over yet.
No, it'll be 2 more laps.
And more people off the track there. That was a BMW. I think that was Robbie Foley bouncing across the track there. Was it the Porsche behind him? I think it was, yeah. It was the 92 Porsche from Julian Andlauer. Through goes Jack Aitken. He's got 2.2 seconds. He can't stroke it home from here. It'll be white flag next time around. Nick Yellerly. Side by side on the front straight. And Rasmussen goes through in 3rd. Tower, TDS, Era Motorsport. And Scott McLaughlin is in 3rd position. Overall for the LMP2 leader with 0.3 of a second. Mikkel Jensen was right alongside him. Here comes the BMW battle.
And Rasmussen up to 3rd position. He's got past Chatin and Siegel.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill Oberlin, Madison Snow and Robbie Foley that now have Jack Hawksworth 2nd in GT Pro between them. That's great news for Madison. Can he hold on to it? Turn of BMW down to the right-hand side. A big throw down the inside from the 92. Andlauer sniffs 2nd position. Frederick Schandorf for Inception sniffs a podium for McLaren. A minute and 22 to go. Jack Aitken will get the white flag next time around. Nick Yellerly for BMW in 2nd. Whelen Engineering. So when you look at the start and finish of this, the pole sitting car won. Nothing happened then. Could there be anything further from the truth?
Goodness gracious. I mean, it was looking all but lost, wasn't it?
Yes.
Before that last caution period for that number 31 team, when we thought that was the car that was leading at the previous restart, and it was looking so good.
3 3/4 miles stand between Whelen Engineering and the Cadillac V-Series .R. The number 31 car, 2.7. BMW M Team RLL in 2nd. They're going to cross the line. Here comes the battle for GTD now. Well, this does have echoes of 2007, doesn't it? With a car with failing brakes and still a lap to go. They're going to be only halfway around by the time the leaders come through. Now, Hawksworth's got to play sensibly here. And this is not for position between the yellow Lexus and the white BMW. The white BMW leading its class. Jack Hawksworth 2nd in his class. And he can't get to Pele this lap. It's 3.3 seconds. Hawksworth's flashing his lights. But surely he doesn't need to get involved in this battle. So either he pulls out the way or he stays where he is. Oh, and there's more incident further back. The 21 Ferrari hitting the back. Miguel Molina hitting the back of David Pittard and Harder Racing. Well, what a race for the 71st annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Cadillac on pole, Cadillac wins, but so much in between those two events. Whelen Engineering number 31 wins it, will stay with the battle in GTD, 3rd across the line. Tower Motorsports, Scott McLaughlin. Scott McLaughlin wins for Tower from Mikkel Jensen, and Christian Rasmussen brings the Era Motorsport home 3rd. But it's the GTD AM battle as Pele is on the back straight. We'll get some interviews in a moment, but there's still places to be decided Pele's gone. He comes through turn 17 now. The white headlights signify a pro-class car. So Faf Motorsport will win GTD. Pro Porsche are back in GT. And Paul's, they've done it. Paul Miller Racing. Madison Snow. Let's go to Joe Bradley.
Is that number 4, did you say?
Number 4.
To finish first you have to finish, people. I can't think of a better statement.
That's endurance racing. You got to be there at the end.
Yeah, and Whelen Engineering were the 31, and Pipo Durrani started the race on pole. We talked to him then, and it's his 4th. He's just reminded me.
Well, for Paul Miller Racing, this is win number 2 for Sebring International Raceway in the 12-hour, and it's win number 2 for Brian Sellers in this race. He definitely didn't see this one coming. Brian, before you run off and hug all the crew, guys. Oh, he's making me chase him over the wall. So much celebration. Brian, it didn't look like it was going to happen earlier on. How in the world are you on the top step at Sebring again?
Well, today we had some luck on our side for sure. Those yellows, we weren't going to be good on fuel, and Madison was saving a ton under yellow, and those extra yellows just got us to the end. And man, you know, he's like to say the kid did a good job, but he showed he's not a kid today. He showed he's a lot more than that. He's just, I don't know what to say. I'm so proud for him, really. I mean, try not to tear up here. You just see the growth that he's had over the years and how much trust everybody has in him. And I love him. He's great today. I don't know what else to say.
That comes from his great mentor. Congrats, Brian.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Joe Bradley heading down to Tower to see if we can get a word with those guys. 3rd overall and winning LMP2. It was Riley that won it. Let's go down to Joe Bradley.
Congratulations, class win here at the Sebring 12. Lauren Van Toor and the Faf Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, I didn't expect us to fight here. But the car really came alive at night, and that's amazing. I'm done. I'm super exhausted after whacking today. I need a burger, but amazing.
You need a little bit more energy to spray some champagne, my friend.
Yeah,
well done. Congratulations to everyone.
Let's quickly run down LMP3, and it is the Riley 74, the Ligier ahead of 3 Duquesne. Shea Adams with Gar Robinson.
Gar, finally, Sebring 12-hour winner. What is this feeling?
This is the most brutal race in the world. It's, I mean, being from Texas, I think I'm used to the heat, but this is, Florida heat's a totally different game. But no, I'm so proud of my guys for making everything go like it did today, and we all pushed really hard. I think Josh cramped up for the last 30 minutes of his stint, and I was dying at the end of mine. And this is, I mean, it makes all 4 for me, and no, it's awesome, and it's great to be able to share the victory with my dad now too, because he had the 12-hour on me for a long time, and for 28 years now, but now I get to join him with that one, and no, I'm really excited, and I think we're probably gonna have to go have a good time in the infield tonight.
Congrats, Gar.
Thanks.
LMP2 winners, John Ferrano and Tower Motorsports. John, I'm not really sure how you guys did that, but you were there when it was when you meant to be there, right there at the checkered flag to take the win.
You know what? We just didn't give up all day. Made a couple of mistakes. The crew was unbelievable, especially after we went into the tire wall. We came in with the car. They got it back on track with a nose change, a rear change, 4 new tires, full fuel in just over a minute. It was just incredible. Still came back out in 3rd place.
Tell us a little about your teammate, Scotty McLaughlin. What else can we say about that superstar? And of course, everybody else.
And, you know, he did it at the end on double stint tires. Yeah. I think our competitors had stickers on, and he just pulled it off. He was absolutely splendid.
And reigning champions, of course. You know, I mean, we're not thinking championship at this stage, are we? But you guys are coming into this season as reigning LMP2 champions.
No, we're thinking championship. Are you kidding? We were thinking championship when we started the season. Never mind. This is fantastic.
Of course you are, John. Congratulations. I'll leave you to get to the podium. I'll follow you down, mate. You're much quicker than me.
Joe Bradley and Shea Adam, all 4 class winners spoken to there. We're going to hand the PA over for the formalities. A couple of quick thank yous, particularly to 106.3 Highlands ESPN and to our colleagues at Sirius XM, and particularly to all of our camera operators and technical staff from NASCAR Productions, both here and up at Charlotte. Thanks to Curry and to Tim, and to all of you for listening and watching, and a big thank you to our IMSA technical crew who were superb. The cheers will ring out long into the night tonight. Michelin Post-Race Tech is next on IMSA Radio, exclusively live on RS2. From John Hindhaugh, for Jeremy Shaw, Joe Bradley and Shea Adam, the responsible adult, Eve Hewitt, omnipresent as ever. Thanks for being with us for the 71st running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Stay tuned for Michelin Post-Race Tech. Bye-bye.